Hello and welcome, everyone. It is long awaited since we can be here. It's the Mayhem Summer Classic presented by Zaxby's, and I know the first thing you're thinking is, I am not Dryad. This is true. You are correct. But I am alongside the amazing Door, who we don't actually have the luxury of getting to cast next to each other as often, being play-by-plays, but I think we're just going to have a hell of a time, my friend.
Yeah, no, this is a good time. We're better to do it. We're better to mix things up.
I know.
And of course, the Summer Classic presented by Zaxby's, my favorite chicken. You guys know this from last time. And goodness knows, I definitely have a plate of chicken next to me, ready to eat on broadcast. So we're all ready for that. But I'm also ready for these games because it's going to be a hot day. We've got 8 amazing teams lined up for you guys. Let's go ahead and scooch it over onto our bracket and take a look at how things are going to shake out here, because it gets intense. We've got some crowd favorites here. We've got a little bit EU. We got a little bit of NA. Let's start up there at the top, though, with Odyssey, reigning contenders champions right now, up against Uprising Academy. That'll be a fun one. Heading on down to Altiora versus Nyx, another banger. Wisp versus Team Peps, where we're going to be starting out. We'll talk about that one in just a little bit. And then, of course, Redbirds versus G-Force. Redbirds, one of the 2 returning teams here, alongside Wisp, the prior champions of the Winter Classic not too long ago. And, of course, G-Force, who have been, on the off-season tear.
Yep. And also, just again, still performing quite well when it comes to them, even in the contender segment of it that we talked about. And you yourself have really just been highlighting and talking very much about G-Force, as they've really developed and are kind of like a sleeper that people don't anticipate as much.
Yeah, I mean, I got to watch them on the come up, and there's a few clips from my Twitch or whatever, me breaking down some of the plays that they made. But when it comes to just raw coordination, I'm not sure any team can match G-Force. And obviously G-Force competed in the last contender segment with all the Junker Queen stuff, but the patch that we're on today has the Junker Queen nerfs, which I think makes their ball that much more viable. So this is actually an environment that I've been looking forward to seeing them compete in for a while. But let's hop back to the match that we're covering, Rich. We got to ground ourselves. Wisp, current reigning contenders champions, or pardon me, not contenders champions, second place. Good run. But still, reigning Winter Classic champions up against the Frenchman, Team Peps.
Yep. And again, with what we've seen so far, Wisp put on quite a performance earlier that we got to see along with Peps. But, talking and touching on a little bit, of the changeover as we look at this roster, again, we see such large names that have even been in OWL contention, such as Ben Best. And we've got FT God. And, when we look at the other side of things, we also see some great up-and-comers and names that we're so well known of. And one that you always love to highlight, which is Rocket.
Yeah, I mean, Rocket, especially with that Tracer Pocket bit, has been nuts. But Team Peps, their DPS line has nothing to slack on. I think Wisp in the past, a couple games that they've had to play, especially against Odyssey in those contenders finals, it's been a test for those two. Chopper and Rocket have had to step up to the proverbial, pun intended, chopping block and show what they're worth up against the likes of Tree and some of the nutso DPS that we've seen in NA. And they've done a fantastic job all the way through. But the rest of these teams shouldn't be slept on either. Ben Best, who I would put up as one of, if not, contention for the best Junker Queen in EU right now, at least on an individual basis when you're talking about just that hero. I think he's been an absolute highlight. If they got Canale backing up this roster, Canale not OWL before, but certainly making themselves known within EU, has looked amazing, and the same for Wisp backline.
Yeah, keeping an eye on that support line, specifically for Canale, they had so much influence when it came to the dynamic that we were seeing played. And, to build a little bit further even on the Junker Queen aspect of this, Ben Best being such an individual that we see as, one of those top performers with it, this nerf is going to be something I'm really interested in how these types of compositions are going to change, especially for those who've really excelled on the Junker Queen. And even when we talk about, the maps that are available, going from Control, Escort, Hybrid to Push for these first 2s, it really gives a lot of variation. And you even commented before the broadcast of it's an exciting combination that we can do. Yeah, you got that cup right there, Zaxby. I was waiting for it.
It's so refreshing, Rich Rap. Zaxby Sweet Tea is just better. But so are these teams. I want to bring up one thing as well. We've got the management on those rosters. It's something that, needs to go stated with all these teams. Fantastic teams. I believe it's Tensa and Getamage, the 2 coaches, and the supporting staff as well, have been around for goodness knows how long at this point. But like I said, 2 teams that are coached extremely well. I think Peps is one of those teams where there is some coaching to be done, but you can be a little bit hands off because it's about being, a shepherd versus a teacher, right? And it changes with esports. It's something we see all the time is super experienced teams coming with all these players, and they kind of want to coach themselves. And in that situation, you don't want a coach just trying to tell them what to do all the time. You want a shepherd, someone who's just going to enable them, who's going to put them in the right situations to perform really well. And I think that's something that's admirable in a coach, is when they know how to do that, when they know, hey, I can take a backseat here, I need to take a step back and allow the players to play their game. And Peps has been a prime example of that working.
And, you know, it's especially, again, this isn't a LAN environment, but even one just recently finished myself, just to be able to see these individuals just oversee and communicate and work with the players. You know, we don't get to see that often. We don't get to see what that, you know, communication is, the nurturing that they bring and the level of, you know, importance that they contribute. And it's those things, like you mentioned, cannot go unnoticed. And we're looking to see how that's going to change what they've done with the adaptation of this upcoming change and patch, you know, the nerfs, the buffs across the board that we've had. But we actually do have confirmation that it is going to be Oasis. So they're prepping for their first map of Control, and curious to see how those strategies are going to implement onto this first map.
I'm ready. Oasis is going to be a pretty diverse match for the most part. Starting things out, University, relatively enclosed. We look at those tanks to make a lot of the space on that map. Going outside, once you head to City Center, it can become a little bit more open and a little bit harder to find your way through those fights. I think that opens the door for the compositions to change a lot more. And then, of course, heading on to, I believe, Oasis. What am I missing here? 1, 2, Rich.
Wait, of the rounds?
Yeah, what am I missing? What's the third?
Yeah.
I'm just brain farting.
It's funny that we're having this moment together, and I'm the
Yeah,
older one. You shouldn't be having the brain fart moment.
Well, that's what we're here for. It's a surprise for both of us. We'll get it. It's early in the day.
It'll be the chat being like, "Gosh, what are you guys talking about?"
I haven't had my Zaxby's yet, man. You know what's the worst part about these Florida Mayhem casts?
It's so far away from me.
The worst part about these Florida Mayhem casts is, like, I go to Zaxby's literally when it opens. I'm the first person there at like 10:30. Right? I get my plate of chicken and I can't eat it. I was so hungry, and I just was sitting there with a plate of chicken that I can't eat. But I'll get to eat it on broadcast at some point. Now we get to eat up this delicious game and say bonjour to the Frenchies over here in the White Spawn.
Absolutely, as we're going to be having these doors open in just a moment and taking a look at the stock. We do see the Junker Queen still going to be taken onto this, even though there is those nerfs that we mentioned at the start of the broadcast, and curious to see how they're going to maneuver onto this position. You can even see Ben Best leading with this Brig Lucio. It's essentially mirrored outside of really just Rocket adopting onto this Tracer, which again, you know so heavily is their strong pick.
Yeah, we have to talk about Moira not being here, but that's for later. Right now, talk about Ben Best getting in the back line. This Brig is good as dead.
Oh my, in the corner, getting slaughtered up front, and that is going to be an easy opportunity for Team Peps to get the advantage. Naga does go down amongst the trade, but with the supports eliminated and Crowy for sure gone, this is an instant win for Team Peps.
And you can see the difference that Ben Best makes. I talked about this Junker Queen, but one of the big things that enables Junker Queen is hitting every single one of your abilities, because the more abilities you hit, the more you heal, the further forward you can walk, the more space you can make. And the thing that Ben Best does differently is just hitting every single one of those abilities every single time. And you watch him rotate it, and you watch him do the damage, and you watch him constantly healing. It is so hard to kill.
Yeah, the adrenaline is so important to utilize to get the most potential out of it, but what a dash and a recall coming in to shut down Logix. And now the harassment up top brings down Team Peps, and there's a reset coming through. Chopper gets a lot of the shuriken damage onto the front line. Naga brought down as well, 30%, but this is now a chance for Wisp to be able to get their bearings, come back onto this, take the last few pickups, but Team Pep is really drawing this out.
Yeah, I mean, Ben Best, like we said, healing. Tough to kill, but by and large, a fight win for Wisp off the back of one pick. I mean, Rocket just sent Logic to the Shadow Realm. There was nothing else about that. Once you lose the Sojourn, that's a majority of the damage for your comp, so it's likely to be a loss after that by a pretty significant margin. This fight, though, we start getting into the ultimates. Rocket with the Pulse Bomb early on. Chopper coming up on another DPS ultimate as well. And FD God with a Sound Barrier that pretty much needs to connect with good timing in order to counter that blade.
Let's see if there's a couple of trap cards near the Shadow Realm. That's going to be a Pulse Bomb, getting Canale instantly out of the fight here. Team Peps looking to just hold back and allow this to settle until they can get that Brig back online.
Rocket's just a bit of a nut, and that also gives the rest of his team time to get those ultimates online. They're starting to catch up to Ben Best as well in terms of that Rampage, another huge ultimate. The only thing that Team Peps have to answer is 2 support ultimates of their own, but you don't feel great having to layer those out, especially if Wisp can outlast them.
Yeah, it's never a good thing when you overlap in that sense, as now you're going to have that blade committed into this by Chopper. Deflect instantly popped to make sure that they sustain through the damage that's coming in. Doesn't really get much value from the blade either. Nobody even in the initial slash radius, as Crowley down below continues to sustain around the inner pillar. There's that sound barrier. FD God comes in to keep Team Peps on top. Vega has been able to hold this because CJ committed the rally first. They're looking for this longer run fight because they have the advantage for the extended period. 70% in climbing. Wisp does lose the Brig in conjunction with Canale, so this is still a long-run engagement, but finally Crowley gets the advantage with the Carnage and is able to clean this up. This should be Wisp's fight, especially with how late the percentage is.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, though, with that early engagement, right? Chopper goes in, immediately Canale pops a rally, and Wisp still have 2 support ultimates of their own. That way, when Benbest came in with the Rampage, there's a sound barrier to counter, and they just had the later engage. We talk about it all the time, right? Second set of support ultimates wins the fight. Wisp got them off, and it won them the fight. Simple as that. Now coming in, Rocket's looking for another pulse bomb. It won't connect. Logic's with an overclock has the chance to change things.
Naga committing onto this Pharah here specifically to see if they can get value with it, since it's, again, it's Rocket and Chopper with this Tracer and Genji, so there's a little bit more opportunity for Naga to gain value. Doesn't have the Pocket Mercy, so can be a little bit cautious in some of the damage as they're playing close to this platform. No one's really able to do anything, but these rockets aren't landing as precisely as I think they would like to, and they're constantly being denied and blocked, but finally get something. Benbest is down. Team Peps is being overrun by this, but both supports are down for Wisp. 40%, looking to swap it back. It's in the overtime. Team Peps at this point have to just use everything imaginable, especially with Naga, who's still being uncontested. This finally will be a swap, and they have to respond onto this Pharah play.
It was a slow burn for Naga, but eventually they get there in a pretty nasty little fight, but Peps still are a threat at 50% on the point. Benbest swapping over to the Reinhardt. It's going to make for a pretty interesting dynamic between them and Croy. I think Naga getting up to 9% of the ultimate here, though, is pretty impressive. I believe the changes were made. I think that 9% per direct rocket was patched out on this most recent patch that we're on. We're not 100% sure, but I'll give it a strong 85. So one of the big reasons why people were running Pharah was for that, was how quick you could get your ultimate up. And even without that, Naga gets it in one fight. And it could be the difference maker here.
And it was just so much free damage to get to that. And now with it being online, looking where the positioning is best to unleash these rockets. A couple of shots coming through, peppering in, but again, nobody specifically to focus it. Rocket goes down already for Wisp. DJ pops the rally and is instantly blown to pieces. Benbest down on Team Peps. You have just got some sheer dominant play coming out here from Team Peps. That is a big Rampage, though, to put a dampening on their ability to heal, but FD God survives. Canale is nowhere near. Team Peps holds on and finds the trap card necessary to be able to swap this over, with the Pharah being the victory.
I mean, for pretty much the majority of that point, save for the tip and tail, it looked like a Wisp point through and through. They looked better a large majority of the time. They were finding the first picks they needed. But honestly, outside of, when Benbest opened up that first fight fantastically, and then the Naga swap, that looked Wisp, but Peps pull it through when it matters, do a great job of managing their ultimates and managing the space at the end in order to create the fewest opportunities for Wisp to actually find clean engagements on the point. And then on top of that, really drawing out the fights in which they did possess the point to make them that bit more valuable, to get those extra percentage points on and have to win in less fights. Something that I think goes kind of underrated in terms of how valuable it can be for your team, though. Now we're going to switch things up.
I mean, it really, really is. Those, like, underrated values that can be brought to the table as now we enter in onto this with the doors opening. Naga opting to go back onto the Genji here, not going to pick out the Pharah as they did earlier to see if they can compete against it, hand in hand. Only change here, once again, is Rocket specifically sticking on this Tracer, which has yielded value. But again, it's all about just that pressure in the back to draw attention away for them to get some initial pick damage or potentially even an execution on the support. Oh, but Logic says otherwise onto Rocket.
Can you, like, Uno reverse card and execution? Can the guillotine be flipped around? Is that even a thing?
I mean, that would hurt very much just to have a solid wood log hit the back of your neck. I'm pretty sure it might not take your head off, but it's not even
It's not even the blade. The executioner is just killed by the guillotine falling over and conking him on the head.
Man, we're going grim here today, Doris. If anything, just slam the door on him. Just do that. I had to.
No, you're good. You're good. I've heard my fair share of bad door puns in ranked.
I know.
It happens
I'm really bad at it. I'm the worst when it comes to puns. So you're with a great partner.
Yeah, I'm in a good place.
As you see Naga now dashing into the back, collapsing onto CJ, who is in a very terrible place. There's the dagger to come through to make sure that they have dominance. But again, it's this consistent brig play and trade out. Both of them just bloodbathing it out towards this exterior of University, where there's still 32% climbing for Team Peps here.
I mean, this is getting pretty serious. Wisp are running out of space, and Team Peps are repeatedly smacking them over the head with a baguette until finally Wisp break through the stale exterior, get a point of their own, and at a good time as well. They're going to start getting those ultimates online, and honestly, at 40%, you're not too mad about it either. Team Peps didn't extend that out to anything particularly unreasonable. The first support ultimate is always the one that we look at. Vega up at 90% to the sound barrier. If they want to use it aggressively, instead of trying to use it to counter the rampage, it is an option, but it'd be pretty hard to ult track that. So it's not something you want to put all your chips into a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think it's too much of a risk, and I agree with you that it needs to be there to mitigate the rampage, because again, even though there have been the nerfs for going from that 6 to 5 radius yards, big pulse bomb misses though. Logix actually survives, doesn't get nearly as much value. Vega gets counter pick onto their support, but CJ goes down in tandem. Consistently the Briggs falling first, and now that you've lost Logix, you don't have that one-shot hit potential with the railgun, and Chopper's just gonna clean up the rest.
I gotta give credit to Wisp here. I like that sound barrier. We were talking about using it to counter the rampage. The thing was, like, rampage was at like 50-60%. It was never gonna come up. But you're always like, it's Ben Best. You just assume that he's like 20% ahead of your tank in terms of ultimate charge, and that's kind of your safety barrier. But the confidence from Wisp there to pop it, knowing, you know what, look, rampage isn't gonna be up for a while anyways. It's not worth trying to hold this for a whole minute, for a whole fight, just to counter that one ultimate. They take the win where they can get it. Now they've got more ultimates for this one.
And they've opted back onto the Pharah. Naga looking to try and make this another ace in the hole for them to be able to take this second round. Since it worked earlier, nobody able to really harass and bring this Pharah out of the equation. There's the Dragon Blade in the back, dashing to attempt. The Logix comes in with the overclock onto Rocket. This is deja vu from the previous round, picking them out of nowhere with a quick railgun shot. But Logix still able to just continue to pump out damage. And Naga, once again, free to do what they want. They have to somehow respond to this, because Pharah cannot just be allowed to do everything they want.
It still hasn't been a bad trade for Wisp. They actually traded Rally for Sound Barrier, which in this particular meta is good because Rally does not counter Rampage, whereas Sound Barrier does, at least more directly. It's okay, but Sound Barrier is definitely what you want going into that, and that's a tool that Team Peps are now missing, so they're going to try and play aggressively.
Rampage onto 4. Crowie comes with a counter. That's 4 as well. Naga, though, unleashes the rockets. Actually survives. Despite how low they are, there's the chip damage. Crowie looks above and picks them out of the sky. But all the while, everyone else is deleted.
I'm getting deja vu from the Frenchman right about now. We're looking at the same exact thing that we witnessed last time. Wisp getting up to a high percentage early, and Team Peps bringing it back on the front and back end. Naga with the swaps over to Pharah. This is the same map 2 times in a row.
Yep. It's Piste de Resistance. I had to join you. You had a lot there, so I really had to throw a little flavor into it.
I didn't have that on my list.
It's okay. I'm glad that I at least had one that wasn't on your list, because I can't wait to see the rest of the list. But as we now go into this 99 overtime, you're going to see Canale actually eliminate Chopper here. So that's going to, again, have the numbers disadvantage. Pulse Bomb and Crowie make it an even 2-for-2 score, though. If the ultimate comes online from Naga, which is not working, Naga in the sightlines can't get picked up. Rocket is working their butt off to try and get that takedown, but Team Peps, through resilience, are able to get this 2 rounds back-to-back. And at this point, they've downloaded the knowledge to say, if they're not going to counter the Pharah, we are going to continue to exploit it.
Yeah, and you know what? Team Peps more than happy to say au revoir to map number 1 in such quick fashion. Naga, dude, this Pharah has been the highlight, not for like any like super plays, but for the fact that like Wisp just haven't looked at him. You saw in the last fight, Rocket was really trying. Rocket brought Naga down to, I think, sub 20 HP like 3 times within that one fight. But Naga never went down, which is a testament to the movement, because keeping yourself alive on Pharah with pretty much like juice boxes from your brig every once in a while is really hard.
Or dropping down to get the commanding shout just for that extra little oomph necessary to survive. You're just up and down, up and down. It's like a seesaw at a local park. That's what the experience is like. But the other thing too is you saw both options when the Pharah was there. round one, they focused on the ground game. They let the Pharah just kind of sit there and see if they can take their battle hand to hand. But then in this one, you had Rocket look a little bit more to try and, like you mentioned, chip away at the health value, try and put them into an uncomfortable position. But either action didn't yield the result. And it's still something that they have to acknowledge, that if this Pharah continues to come out, somebody's got to make a change to completely shut this down.
Well, I think that brings us to one of my favorite parts about this tournament, and that's the map pool.
Yeah.
This was picked by the teams, and it's actually turned out really, really, really cool. I believe we're going to Escort next. Am I wrong?
Yes, Escort. So the selection of 3. It's going to be Circuit Royal, Route 66, or Watchpoint Gibraltar are the 3 within the Escort realm.
Yeah, and this just changes things tremendously. I think one of my favorite things about this map pool is just the counter pick potential that it opens up, right? There's a lot of versatility between the maps. Jib obviously gets rid of that Junker Queen pretty quickly. I think post-nerfs it should. It didn't totally get rid of Junker Queen whenever we were talking about, you know, A-sides and stuff. And talking to teams behind the scenes, most of them are pretty unconvinced that the nerfs did anything to Junker Queen, because she is still extremely strong. You know, you're reducing an ability that like is rally in a box to like 75% of rally in a box, which I'm sure you're more than happy to press shift for once every couple seconds. But Jib might be on the chopping block in terms of maps that might have actually affected. And we might see these teams shifted up should it go there. But with Circuit Royale and Route 66, you also offer up kind of the more Sigma options, as opposed to the Ball or Winston option that Gibraltar would show us.
And that's been something, even when we look at, you know, Contenders A side, that the Sigma is something that's been rolled in there, despite the Junker Queen not having the nerf. So I'm liking to have that versatility and option to play away from it. And that's honestly, I think, a reason maybe even why the teams are probably happy that they can make the decision, because they're just like, we want to see something other than Junker Queen. We want to play something other than Junker Queen. Because with Control, the methodology behind aggression is just consistent. There's always going to be this level of just upfront dominance that the Junker Queen is going to bring. But, you know, going into this specific match, actually, we have the confirmation. It's going to be Watchpoint Gibraltar is next. So they opt to go away from both the Route 66 and Circuit Royal.
No, it makes perfect sense, right? You think about it, Naga's Pharah, that was giving them so many problems. Now you play on kind of a long-range hit scan map. You offer up an Ashe, you offer up a Widow, and you're going to be more than able to counter that. You get rid of Ben Best's Junker Queen. Well, not get rid of it, but if he plays it, it's going to be neutered pretty severely, which is your goal, right? Just because Ben Best's Junker Queen, like I said, is pretty monstrous in terms of the raw damage and healing output that he's putting out compared to other Junker Queens. And I think it just shifts the dynamic of the match pretty intensely and opens up a lot of doors for Wisp, especially with their DPS line of Rocket and Chopper, who can be so flexible.
Yeah, and it also, you know, this is a 1st to 2, so this is a match point situation. Granted, there is the lower bracket, so they do still have a chance to redeem themselves. But if you can stick around to the winner's bracket from the get-go, that's so much better for you to work your way through and try and compete against some of these other teams that we're going to be able to see later on as they maneuver through the bracket as well.
Yeah, I mean, lower bracket, not where you want to be. But talking about this, Gibraltar, zooming in specifically, we talked a little bit about it, how the Pharah would likely be taken out. But let's talk about what it means specifically for Wisp, because who's playing what? Chopper and Rocket on the DPS. I really want to see Chopper break out that hit scan DPS. I thought they were kind of a standout, and that's something we haven't really gotten to see here. It's an opportunity that Wisp need to use just so that they can create differences between them and Peps.
Yeah, and making those subtle differences and changes into this map specifically will be really important. And it's going to be a challenge for that Pharah play to gain maximum value if that hit scan does come out. Especially when you have that initial position here coming out the doorway. There's so many different perches that you can stand on, especially when it comes towards that later aspect of it, going underneath the car wash. And there's a lot to work through initially. But as we take a look at this, it's going to be Wisp on the attack first, and we're going to have defensively Team Peps, who's going to be on actually, they're going to go with this Zen on a play coupled with Ben Best on the Winston, which I like and is something we do see very commonly.
Yeah, I thought actually EU running the Zenyatta onto the double flux support was really, really impressive. And they brought it out a little bit. I know Redbirds ran it a lot. They looked particularly good on it. But when it came to EU with this composition, they looked pretty much polished. Now, though, putting in a Winston instead of that Junker Queen, things changed significantly. So I think if you ask Wisp, this map pick did exactly what they wanted, right? Forced Ben Best off, it brought Chopper in on an Ashe, and got rid of the Pharah. Like, that is a 3-piece combo from Zaxby that I'd order any day.
Oh my goodness, TP comes in so fast, and there are just health values juggling from topped off to instantly low. Chopper gets picked up quickly from this by Naga, and this is unfortunate here for Wisp as they are getting held quite heavily defensively, and Naga, despite even the Bionade landing to prevent the healing, they're still dominating.
There's actually a fat anti-nade, fat with a PH that came in from FD, got on the high ground. It hit CJ and Kami, I believe. And that was just particularly nice pushing into the stairwell. Now, knocked a minute off of the clock, and they get an early ultimate advantage.
Yep. Now looking to try and push this corner, playing more of the low ground until they can engage up on the upper position. You do have that water tower be the point of entry for the Winston play, but Wisp has to bail. They can't stick up there. This Discord orb plus the heavy pressure from the Zen and Logix is just far too much for them to maintain.
Yeah, you can get a lot of value from the Sojourn here. It's hard to counter with the Ashe. Like, on the defending side, you really want that Ashe. The Dynamites are so valuable. On the attacking side, you can see Chopper's really trying to, like, force angles here that aren't being given to him because he's just getting spammed out a large majority of the time. This is the difference, though. We do see the cart start to push underneath.
Yeah.
Oh!
Wow.
Big dive by Kami, but Naga gets 2 in 1 dash. Anything you can do, he says he can do better.
Yeah,
Rocket. Oh,
Rocket's trying to level up.
Yeah.
Rocket's leveling up right now, saying, I've got my blade ready. I saw you in the kill feed, Naga. I'm going to do some work as this payload finally is prevented from moving forward just underneath. Again, decent distance gain, like you mentioned, with the situation. But now you have Team Peps a little bit behind the 8-ball and have to be cautious as this payload pushes the last few meters.
I think you can hear my voice. I wasn't expecting a fight there. I am expecting one here, though.
Oh, gets a dash reset, continues to slash down FD God, and is going from one player to the next. Can't quite get the takedown onto Canal, but again, the damage is already done. Nothing else matters, and that is a checkpoint reach to transition in towards this docking bay with 4 minutes and 25 seconds.
I'm giving credit to Wisp. They found that fight where they didn't expect one. FD God played a little too far forward for a little bit too long, and there was a huge punish. The entire time, Rocket... the idea there for Peps is, right, wait for Rocket to push that cart 3/4 of the way under the bridge, and then go back to the other side and drop. They didn't do that quickly enough, and Wisp did a beautiful punish, and now they get to take space on B for it. Benbest under a lot of pressure up here in the dropship.
Kami up top with the Primal Rage, going right for the supports, juggling them in the corner. Transcendent is committed, making sure that they get that out of the equation. But Kami goes down. There is an angle to find them. Their health was far too low and distant from the supports, despite that selection of the Ana for the long range. What collapse onto this one. Team Peps and Naga alongside Logix just clean it up.
No, wait, you saw the 360, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. What? You can't do that.
We gotta. I hope we have a replay of that. If not, I guarantee you somebody's gonna go back into the broadcast and get a clip of that.
Add us on Twitter. Yeah, exactly.
Let's see that in slow motion.
That was sick.
Now as Rocket looks to harass against Naga, has to force out the deflect once again earlier amongst the two engagements. CJ goes down, so they've lost that support again. Wisp has to be super cautious, and these 4 doors and this defensive position from Team Peps is going to give them so much benefit.
It's so weird. Naga is just sending himself in. He says, my life for the cause, and just like picks one person on the Wisp to die, and that's happened at the beginning of pretty much every fight. But it has been pretty effective in making sure that Team Peps hold this space, because Wisp still do have to make their way through those chokes.
For those StarCraft fans out there, it's literally Naga saying "my life for ire." That's how it works. That's how it works. As you have some harassment up top, forcing down the supports, no longer going to be on that high ground position. Canale has to abandon ship, literally, as you do see Kami having to flee themselves. They can't seem to stick into this fight because the healing is just not being able to keep them topped up for the damage that's in return. Naga gets a pick up onto Chopper, so they lose that hit scan and the dynamite value, but this is, again, Naga finding so much value again, as we saw earlier with Logix in tandem.
I mean, Wisps have so little space to work with right now, because Team Peps might be French. Kami is currently in S-Pain right now because of all the damage that's being thrown at him. He pops up for like a quarter second, and his health bar is reduced down to nothing but, a couple of lollipops stuck together with elbow grease and spit. And then eventually just the team goes down while he's trying to reset for 10 minutes. It's tough fights to take, and now that's another winnable situation for Peps. They've got a Transcendence up against the Blade. It's pretty much a perfect counter should they need it. Naga going down aggressively isn't what you want, though. Do they pop the Trance here? Can they bait it out? There it is. Transcendence used for the Blade. That's a trade that Wisp are pretty happy with.
Yeah, now they're going to look for these last few meters as they salivate to make sure that they can adhere that lollipop even further, as I am attempting to try and work with that comment.
No, Kami's health bar is in one piece. You're still good. Oh, it's not for much longer.
Oh no, as Logix comes in with the overclock, manages to get a couple of shots, but this is still going to be a checkpoint reached as Vega sleeps on the cart to secure its distance.
You said you couldn't get anything done while sleeping.
I know, right? This is not a dream. This is real life, friend.
Not for Kami. Kami has been sleeping with the fishes for quite a while. But, hey, good enough. You're up at the end of the map. 2 minutes on the clock. Ultimate advantage slight here for Wisp. But if they can get that nano boost up early and find an engagement with it for Kami, they're going to be in a great place.
Oh, there's a lot of harass coming out by the Winston, though. Ben Best generating towards that Primal Rage. 90%. What a shot by Logix, though, finding Vega. A couple more onto the Winston, who has been nanoed, mind you. Or no. Yeah, has been nanoed in this.
No.
They want to make sure that they get that frontline aggression, gets the Primal Rage, and cannot escape.
That was a harmless nano Winston. Like, granted, they did it after Logix had already picked off Vega, which at that point you're like, do we do this? Do we not do this? Seemed to be a little bit of hesitancy. Kami dives in, and it was so easily dealt with by Peps. Beautifully done, splitting up Logic and FD God immediately. Now they're the ones sitting on a lot of ultimates if they can make this fight go for a few more seconds.
A minute and 20 on the clock. The seconds are dwindling. Aggression comes through. Primal Rage is ready to be dropped by Kami. Looking to stick towards that Mega Pack to make sure that they can utilize it and sustain, since the supports are having a hard time keeping them topped up with all the damage coming in. Logic's overwhelmed and picked up. They are electrified, as well as the backline support. You even see Naga going down. The DPS eliminated. Ben Best has been eviscerated, and now this is just the home stretch. There is the spawn advantage. Even a Transcendence committed to keep the payload there, sacrificing themselves. Logix comes out with a Bastion?
When you trance like that, you're pretty much admitting defeat, I'll be honest. Blade versus Blade, the only way here is if Naga completely one-ups Chopper. Or Rocket, rather. Rocket with 2, Naga with 1. The trade's better for Wisp.
Rocket's actually pulling this off now, getting some decent damage onto the support line. Eliminates another, looking to just pick up the Tracer play that's rounding the outside. Logix is not there to keep it contested. And that's a completion.
Nicely done by Wisp. And honestly, great job to Kami, who has had maybe the worst time winning a map I've seen in my entire life. Not that he's doing anything bad, right? But, I mean, you're playing into Logix on Sojourn and on Widowmaker. You're playing into Zenyatta Ana. You are just having piles of damage thrown at you. You look at Ben Best on the other side, and, you know, I'll give credit to Ben Best where it's due, right? The guy makes a lot of space. He lives for a really long time. The positioning's fantastic. But the amount of damage that's being thrown at Ben Best is maybe a third of what's being thrown at Kami in a lot of these fights. And so the fact that Kami was able to come through and pick up 2 big ones on that last fight, force out the trance even, and the nano boost, that was an incredibly high value primal.
Yep. And now as we take the swap of sides, we're going to have Wisp on that defensive position with FD God, or Team Peps. I was looking just right at their name instead of their actual team name. Team Peps coming out on the attack. We'll get those swapped in just a second. There we go. We love you, Prod. And looking at the interesting selection here, I mean, you've got Ben Best. I don't believe they're going to stick onto that. Just flash in the Sigma for now. But defensively, I'm really curious to see how they're going to handle Chopper, because this is going to be a lot of opportunity to gain some massive value defensively on these high grounds.
This is niche. Like, it probably doesn't come out. But there is a TP play up here where you bring the Sigma with you. And you can pretty much dominate this hallway, because you have the splash damage from the orbs. And I think that is what they're looking at doing. Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't seen this in a while. I've seen it a couple times in scrims. It's pretty strong, but it's kind of a one-trick pony, right? Like, this is your play. This is what you got.
And, you know, with Team Peps having the advantage, being able to have this first round, or the first map win, gives them the chance of where they can play, a little bit risky. High risk, high reward for this, to see if this one-trick pony can gain value. Ben Best is going to get aggressed on, does have the kinetic grass to mitigate some of the damage, with the Tesla cannon will just bypass it entirely to harass them. And now you're going to see some decent percentage gained here. CJ just pumping out the healing to make sure that they are up top and going to get that nano fast, as Naga down below still harasses to make sure that they can keep this payload moving, as did on the other side for Rocket.
This is actually kind of the duel to watch, because once that payload hits about 80% pushed under, it's going to be the time to push. But Rocket taking down Naga shuts that down entirely. Now Peps have to stay up here or find a way to win the fight, and neither of those are happening.
We had perfect POV of Rocket. That was the most lightning fast dash resets through that tunnel. And now is going to be able to hold strong. It was. That's a highlight moment in and of itself. Just that ability swipe. I could just feel their hand and their mouse just swiping on that pad.
And look at the ultimate charges. Normally you'd expect, Benbest to be pretty high up after spamming that hallway for so long, but because Wisp, respected it and played so far back, it's only 50% to the grid of flux. And CJ, they've got the nano. They have the nano so early.
I mean, even before that fight happened, they were almost at that 50% marker. So now with the rest of that fight getting that much value and being in that clustered area, it's a guarantee to have that to utilize in this. And now Benbest getting very heavily harassed on, needs to get some armament and protection. 1 HP! Benbest ain't surviving. And you're actually going to have defensively, once again, this maintained positioning. Really, really great job.
Oh, Oh, Naga, you can run. But you cannot hide, my friend.
Naga's just gonna draw attention away and say, I'm gonna take the long way around, friends.
No, Peps didn't get any positioning off that. And they still are pretty lacking in ultimates. Naga's kind of the only one with anything in the picnic basket, so to speak. Wisp, whereas have plenty to work with in this fight. And Peps still don't have that high ground. Chopper gets stuck, though, and that's an opening they can use.
And that's gonna force back Rocket to buy time and contest the point, so it leaves them open on the front. It's only going to be 3 to counteract against 4 with the flux available for Benbest. Transcendence comes out by Kanale. You've lost Naga, though, because there is Rocket to be there to cover the back line and not allow them to get the remaining push because there's so much emphasis on this front line and you losing Chopper early.
This fight started out like god-awfully for Wisp, not just from the pick, but also because small thing, but huge thing, Vega fell off of the high ground here, so they couldn't actually contest that hallway and get the damage in with Brig. Now, it nets you disengage with this blade and no counter because of the Primal Rage taking away Transcendence. It's effectively a free fight win button for them.
Yeah, Wisp's ability to recover from a very detrimental situation is really impressive. That entire fight is just, again, them feeling like they're just in a downward spiral, managed to stabilize and come back in with their throttle.
Yeah, it's crazy, because the kills are set up so much earlier, and then they happen so much later. So, like, when the kills happen, like, yeah, it's crazy, but all the work was done, like, well before when Wisp are positioning, when they're setting up for these fights, and when they're putting themselves in these places to find those picks so effectively.
And now it's all on the line here for Logix and Naga to find value. And the Rocket already takes down 2, boosted from CJ. This damage still just runneth over, chasing and forcing back Naga. The overclock isn't able to find the angle. Naga can't get the pulse bomb, and this is Team Peps going to be completely dampened right now. Wisp comes out with a stellar performance on this map, and now make it a 1-to-1 map score.
Au contraire, say Wisp, as they come in with a map of their own. Nicely done, though. I mean, you looked at the play. On the attacking side, it looked a little shaky. Honestly, just because anything's going to look shaky when you play into that much damage. The Zenyatta did make it a lot harder. But they stuck to their guns. They played what they knew. Hamey, credit to them. Like, as a main tank player, I've played in these scrims. I've played with that much damage coming at you, especially from high-level players. It is really, really, really hard to do. But the more damage is there, the more pressure is on you, the quicker it can break. But Hamey held it together. Of course, the DPS lined things up beautifully, but I think that was just an all-in-all map win for Wisp. I did like to see the adaptation from Peps. Bringing out the Sigma was really cool. It's a bit more niche, but like it certainly can work, and it almost did. There were just a few early fight wins there that Wisp were able to find due to some really good positioning.
Yeah, and again, this is why we saw Wisp in such a, very, very good position when it came towards, contenders aspect of it. Granted, they weren't able to win, but they still put on a performance, and this is a perfect example, whereas now we're going to enter into our third map, which is going to be that hybrid selection. Again, Eichenwald, Kings Row, and Hollywood. Hollywood being the interesting one to kind of throw into the mix to see if anyone's actually going to take on that potential location, since we've not really seen too much of that, or even really being an option for most teams. So there's that versatility as well that they can potentially compositionally adjust to.
Yeah, honestly, it's likely just a Kings pick.
Yeah,
here for Peps. Like, you think about that one. This is, again, why I like the map pool so much. The opportunity for counterpick is there. Like, the Gibraltar counterpick, you saw Peps literally got to do nothing of what won them in the first map. Heading into this one, there's a good opportunity. Run Kings, force it back to that JQ mirror. Even the Pharah is something that we saw a lot of on Kings Row on A sides. It's pretty likely to come back out, especially since Wisp have offered up no answer to it.
Yeah. But with that being said, it looks like we are going to head to a short break just before we get into that next match. So we'll be right back in just a moment. So don't go anywhere and make sure that you're tuning in to see who's going to be able to take this first game. We're entering into Kings Row. What a surprise. Our expectations are high, and they were met. It's Rich Rat here with Door, and we just had some lovely, it feels like Bikini Bottom sounding music. Everybody's just, I hope, jamming at home there.
I love a little steel drum, you know?
Right?
Get in there, the waves in the background. Producers really, like, sold me on being in the beach, you know?
Yeah. Because I'm going to tell you, it's a hot day by me. It's almost like 90 degrees, and I'm feeling it even from outside. So it's a hot day, and I could really be on the beach. That would be nice to be on the beach right now. But no, we're here in Kings Row. And looking to see how this defense is going to hold up here for Team Peps. Again, it is a 1-to-1 map score. Whoever takes this continues through the winner's bracket, and the other gets dropped down to the losers.
All right, taking a look at compositions, though. Probably coming out, I believe, just throwing down a bubble for the Winston. Yeah, swapping back to the Junker Queen. Initial double sniper for Wisp. I actually wouldn't be too surprised to see this stay for a bit. But no, they'll go back to the Trident Shoe. JQ Mirror has been forced. Great map pick by Team Peps. Again, full credit to the teams that picked these map pools. I can't dote over them enough. There's going to be a pretty neutral first engagement. The dive onto Logic won't be successful, though.
No, gets the dash out of there, repositions behind the statue, a swap of positioning basically for everyone. Logic's, though, still getting elusive in the back position. Support's keeping him alive, but as they're putting resources into it, Team Peps, unfortunately, is losing out elsewhere.
Yeah, it's been a tough one because they slowly lost that space, but the initial engagement was just better for Wisp. I like the rotation there from Naga. You mentioned that they swap positions kind of playing behind the statue. But unfortunately, the rest of the team, the House of Cards, the base of it, fell pretty quickly, which is going to lead to an early advantage here for Wisp. 80% to that sound barrier for FD God, though. Is not, you know, non-negligible. They're going to try and turn this into something, because, you know, if you win this fight, you get to hold the choke. If you lose it, you don't. Pretty impactful in the grand scheme of things, and they do manage to take it up, so the choke belongs to them.
Yeah, they pulled that off. Again, this is now where you see a little bit of Team Peps adjusting and adapting in the moment, as we saw from Wisp. The recovery factor has really elevated from them.
That's exactly what you like to see, though. They recognize an opportunity, and when they need to win a fight, they'll do exactly that. The spawns are far away, though, so losing those 2 players actually might have been enough for Wisp to get through this choke, which should just be a bummer, because it was a great attempt by Peps. This could seal it, though.
Actually able to block it. Yeah,
Peps
shield
now
holds
have
on.
the ultimates.
Oh, and the Dragon Blade's going to come out quickly by Naga. Gets a swift strike onto Naga in the back, able to eliminate it. This will guarantee that they can hold this choke point, as you commented, and how significant that's going to be to draw down this time bank, which, mind you, is 4.5 minutes.
They also held on to double support ults within that fight. That was just a Blade, Rich. That was so cheap for them. This were coming in with just the Blade more, but with the support ultimates all on the table, it shouldn't matter.
And you can see Rocket keeping a watchful eye onto Naga, who's up top towards the window, but does abandon ship for the time being. What doesn't want to stick around as the Blade comes out from Chopper. Very heavily focused, has to force out that deflect, but does get Naga, who played a little bit more aggressive onto the support line, attempted to try and get CJ before the rally can give enough armament for them to press forward. Wisp, though, not able to hold on for too long here, because Team Peps playing this corner around the bookstore are still gaining value and keeping aggression onto this. It's a back and forth here, peeking out, but finally Team Peps have to acknowledge that they cannot stick here any longer, and it's really actually Logix who wants to go back in with this railgun shot.
Dude, they're really trying to force this one through. I don't know if I love it. They spent the sound barrier just to stabilize in that fight, and they spent the overclock to try and stabilize again, but they were like, maybe we'll take space with it, maybe we won't, and then they end up losing space afterwards, and Vega still has a sound barrier. The trump card of trump cards when there's 2 rampages on the table.
Rocket very, very sneaky in the backside. Rampage comes through because it draw their attention away. It was Logix most likely calling out the Tracer in the backside, and doing so allows Crowley to get a free frontline position aggression. It's offensively. Pulse Bomb even comes out, but doesn't get anything. Reduces the health value of FD God for Crowley to get the execution, and that's now 3 minutes to go, and they're about to reach this last checkpoint, and they're going to need as much time as possible because Furnace is such a big challenge to complete through.
Yeah, I mean, we were watching Team Peps all through EUA sides, and we're seeing a few of the issues that they had there come up here, right? The indecision in those later fights and how they want to play them. After that fight started off poorly, it felt like they're like, do we want to use our ults? Do we not want to use our ults? Do we want to try and win this fight? Do we want to just stabilize? And it was like, it ended up being just way too much. Right? The sound barrier and the overclock for literally nothing. And then Wisp just come in and clean it up. So better ultimate management for them is netting them a huge advantage thus far as they work their way around. They will be the second ones to their ultimates, which is a nice little boon here for Team Peps. They're the first ones up to the sound barrier, but they need to not get picked.
Canale barely survives. Rocket didn't have enough in the holster to make sure that they could get the pickup before the recall. Benbest goes down very far forward. Crowley takes advantage of it, and Naga uses the dash forward with the blade to gain space. A boop down below. Even Vega eliminates Canale. You can even see the dash just to say, all right, friends, I'm just going to try and make this quick, because now they're in the home stretch.
And here comes the swap. Naga over to the Pharah. This feels a little late. I'll be honest. Maybe,
I will agree. It should have happened before that next checkpoint.
Chopper's going to cut him out of the sky. Oh my god!
No way. Chopper coming in. He doesn't even need to worry about Naga. He's got a helicopter himself built in, as his name entails, with a blade committed into this. Slashing down Canale. This is just falling apart for Team Peps in the home stretch. The Furnace, and Chopper does it again. I don't need a hit scan. We've just got Chopper to clip everyone.
Dude, Chopper's kind of gapping right now on the Genji, I'll be honest. A lot of this whole cap that we've seen, this attack, has been due to early Chopper picks. He's looking for one more.
It reflected the rocket.
Naga says, I don't want the smoke. Stopped walking to the gun. We're good. 2:40 on the clock. What a push for Wisp. Like, that was phenomenal. And remember, this is Pep's map pick. You can't have this done to you on your map pick. It's match point for both of these teams. Somebody is going to lower bracket. And honestly, after that push, Team Peps has got to prove something.
You got to see Team Peps take Naga on the Pharah.
On the attacking side, yeah. On the defense, I see why they don't want to.
Agreed.
On the attacking side,
it
is must pick.
Yes. And now, this is where Chopper, reading this correctly, knowing that they've still wanted to do it, despite even on the defensive side not gaining its maximum potential as it can on the attacking side. I would not be surprised to see Chopper come out instantly on this defensive position to try and mitigate it. But as I say that, defensively, they're not going to. So they're going to see if they can work this out. I mean, to be fair, Chopper did put on quite a performance to shut down the Pharah.
Yeah, he didn't seem to have any problems, but granted, there was a roof there and spawn doors.
True.
Like, none of those were winning fights for Naga, despite them feeling very good for Chopper to win. But this one, this is where Naga gets to play. Around this hotel, they should gain 2/3 control of it and force them back into the back corner. Question is, how much space do Wisp actually want to give up? Because if you get put into that position in the back corner and you lose all the space, all of a sudden your Genji and Tracer have to spend abilities, spend cooldowns in order to get on top of Peps, which isn't what you want to do. You want to be somewhere, be able to either use your cooldowns to execute kills or get out. And if Rocket and Chopper have to blink or dash in respectively, that's heavy commitment that they don't want to make. So it's really up to how far back can Naga push them, and can they force those cooldowns out in order to create an engagement.
And you can see how Naga was hugging initially that hotel wall, now just...
Karius.
Oh my goodness.
Karius seen like one person.
Wow!
Oh!
Rocket gets a pick. The damage comes through, playing up towards that end balcony position. Now drops down below to rejoin the rest of the team. Snuck their way up there and stayed and waited until you had Naga rotate into their sight lines.
That was wild. Sneaky little play by Rocket. And honestly, they were living on a knife's edge considering how low Croy got at one point. But fight goes on. It's a quick reset for Peps.
And you can see Naga was swinging that camera angle to look at that corner, but again, Rocket is right there, getting those shots, continuing to harass. And because they're so far away from Benbest, they don't have the commanding shout. That's going to be enough for them to get some coverage for now, but they're not getting nearly as much value because Rocket is hyper-focused on this bird.
Look, that's the game plan, dude. It almost worked on University, and now we're seeing it really come to fruition. Naga's having to play so aggressively and so far forward and so riskily in order to get any value. Meanwhile, Rocket's just farming pulse bombs, but Whisper losing space.
Yep. You can see now playing towards the outskirts of that hotel, drawing back to the archway. Oh, there's the Rocket and the barrage. Chopper does eliminate Naga, but there's already 2 down. Crowley specifically being the major factor in this composition. We talked about it even in A-sides that when you lose your Junker Queen, it is so detrimental to your composition.
Yeah, I think Hurix has something like a 90% win rate on fights with the Junker Queens down.
Disgusting percentage.
It's pretty dumb, but honestly, the thing that really wins that is just the fire space. We talked about it. Naga is kind of the litmus test for this team. If he can get them to push back, force Wisp into a place where they have to use cooldowns to engage, all of a sudden you're in a much worse place playing this close range comp.
I mean, the other part of it is, too, is the fact that, yeah, they're not really opting to change their composition to harass Naga specifically. They're doing a damn good job when it comes to the 2 of them, yeah. But even if they get, like, if they go to this last phase and they are able to get them into the enclosed area, they still win this.
I mean, this is the choke. They're getting to play it effectively for free, whereas Peps had to fight for it and still didn't get to play that choke earlier, so Wisp currently at a better place just due to their spawn management and decision-making middle of the game.
Yo, Naga also real close to the ground. Again, gets that coverage from the commanding shout from Benbest, but regardless, there's still so much to be had here for Wisp. Vega and Chopper commit the ultimate. CJ goes down. They're utilizing it to try and draw enough time so they can get that break back onto this. They've gotten one onto Logic, so they reduce the damage, and Naga really can't find a sightline here and has to play further back.
I mean, that's what we chop up to better beat. Like, Vega just presses the button second. Oh,
no!
Oh, my God! He said cross the sea again. Just go back to Europe. He's trying to send him home.
Oh, no.
They're not even going to win the fight.
It's a first-class ticket. It's a first-class ticket.
It is a very quick plane, I'll tell you what.
And look at this aggression now, attempting to come through, though, by Team Peps, looking to harass the back line. They're getting distance, which is great, but they're approaching this final segment where Naga is going to have one heck of a time trying to work through this because, as you commented before, these closed ceilings make it much more challenging for this being the viable option.
I mean, they're still not out of the woods yet. B-point is not over, Rich. We have far from finished this one.
Can they get it? Benbest goes in with that aggressive position, manages to clip one. Crowley instantly shut down with the rocket barrage, so they sacrifice themselves to get rid of the main tank up front. Logix drops below to get shield coverage from Canale, so they have more than enough to sustain through it. With 2 minutes and 35 seconds, you do have this very, very forward FD God play as well, looking to get that beat dropped onto all of them and just playing some killer music, literally. And now we'll be able to reach this checkpoint.
That's vintage FD God.
Yeah.
that is as FD God as it gets, man. Nice little play, and honestly, a respectable time bank here heading into point C. They should be able to get this pretty much no problem. So let's start taking a look at what's on deck for them because the first fight matters so much. 2 support ultimates for Peps, 1 for Wisp, a huge advantage in that regard, but DPS ults are up for Wisp. So should Rocket or Chopper be able to connect with those? Chopper less likely considering the 2 support ultimates on the other side. But if Rocket finds a big one or forces out one with that Pulse Bomb, this fight could be flipped on its head.
Yeah, and Naga recognizing that the Pharah's not going to be able to yield as much as they could potentially with this Tracer play to counteract Rocket. Dragon Blade comes in from Chopper, is knocked back, but has the dash to re-enter. Actually still looks to play a little bit more defensively. Can't really do too much here. And now is just swiveling that camera to find somebody close enough so they can put damage in. They get a dash for the reset onto it, but the sound barrier mitigates most of it from Team Peps, even though Canail's dead.
I mean, Canail's dead, but you traded for Croy, which is something you're happy for, right? You lost that tank. We're back to that 90% win rate. Peps survived the Blade. They survived the Pulse Bomb. We said it. That was the marker to win the fight.
2 minutes and 40 seconds. Could have quite a plentiful time bank themselves if you do have Team Peps pull together and focus fire those specific targets to keep it in contention. Up front, Naga, Pulse Bomb, waiting to drop it onto the supports, dashing forward, still gets the illusion, and goes in for the pick, can't quite find it, grabs the box instead of the Brig, and you will have now Benbest collapsing around the flank, but a Bionade comes in for 2. That is a huge opportunity to prevent that healing with the Rampage. And you can see it, Benbest now just swinging for days. Can we keep them away? We don't want them to contest. They need a decent time bank. They are going to drop below potentially the 2-minute marker. EJ's gets knocked back and prevents it, but they're still holding on. And Crowley is going to dash off the point. So there's the completion. Oh, come on, real?
Wow, they're making this painful. They're making this tough. Chopper
really
in.
Are.
Rocket still has recall. If Rocket lives for 3 seconds on the point, yeah, you can recall back to it. Wow, this is... Look, you're winning the fight, like, no matter what, but what is it? So CJ's sending him just, like, juice boxes from the side lane as well. Yep. Rocket's been alive for, like, 30 seconds, no. And he gets the pulse! They're on ball! Wait a minute!
Can they pull this off?
No.
They're managing to do so. They could continue to drop this below that 60 seconds. Logic gets a couple of picks. Benbest is holding on to this. The staggers are coming out so perfectly that everyone is here to consistently harass. Rocket again with the recall. The Wrecking Ball is here. The pile drive comes in. They just have to get rid of this front line and still holding on. But now, FD God has the sound barrier. They should be able to do this, but Wisp is putting up one hell of a defensive hold. Chopper gets the elimination on the support.
I'm watching a plat game. This is not real. This is not real. I am... Which one of you from chat renamed all of yourselves in order to put yourselves in this game? This is wild. Oh my god. Finally, okay,
seconds now.
Peps are through for the most part.
No, they're not.
Living for 9 years, dude. This is not okay. Damage. The focus is just not there. Neither team is shot. I mean, Wisp, I think, are doing a pretty decent job of calling and finding targets here, and they finally take down. That's a push. That's it. It's not even the push. That's the map. Wisp have a support ultimate to just trump card this next fight away. If Rocket connects a pulse, it's game over. Like, you somehow have to survive an entire rally to win this. Benbest swaps over to the trusty Reinhardt to try and get it done.
Team Peps can't close it out by just a fraction of a meter. And now, in this last-ditch effort, they swap the composition. Benbest now on the front, gets clipped with the Pulse Bomb. The health is low. Chopper gets the same thing with Rocket. Wisp defensively are able to pull together by the brink. Just the skin of their teeth come out with resilience and show that they want to stick around and that they are not a team to look at and think it's an easy take.
Holy cow, Wisp.
Wow.
I mean, look, they went a little Chef Boyardee on him. It got a little messy, a little saucy all over the place. Credit where credit's due for Wisp. A phenomenal contest. They juggled the pressure on the cart perfectly. Rocket? Dude, Rocket was actually schmooving on him. That guy had no right living as long as he did, but lived for that whole time and managed to find a fight win. But the fact that the opportunity was there, it's one of those ones where it's diligence at the end of the point to kind of clean it out, to be like, to never really call it until the whistle's been blown. Because you get there and it's like, yeah, the people come in and we're going to clean them up. But the second there's 2, the second there's 3 of them. Yeah. And if your focus gets a little bit off and you guys kind of stopped shot calling like 5 seconds ago because you thought it was just going to be a clean win, trying to turn that shot calling back on, trying to find that target focus again can be really tough. Trying to find that rhythm, the monkey going on in comms. Like, once it stopped, it's really hard to get it back going at that quite short of notice. And it seems like that was kind of the difference maker. Peps just turned it off a little bit too early, but to take advantage of that is really impressive from Wisp. To be able to punish that mistake at all is impossible.
They sat back a little bit in their chair and they got lackadaisical and they found themselves really regretting it. And at this point, we can say Avideze for now into bringing them into the lower bracket, no longer here in the winner's bracket. So I'm trying to get as many in there because you have
German.
Wait, Avideze?
Oh, wait. That's German.
Oh, it is. Oh my goodness. I know. I'm talking to the person that knows German. And I literally okay. Bon voyage. There we go. That's what I meant. Okay, we're gonna recover. We're gonna get through this broadcast, friends. As you can see how the bracket has unfolded so far, it is still Altiora and Nyx going head-to-head right now to face off against Odyssey, as we did see Redbirds progress forward to now face off against Wisp. But, for those in the losers bracket, down below, there's still an opportunity for Team Peps to continue going against G-Force to see what kind is, how that's gonna play out, especially because of the tactical wrecking ball that we've seen from G-Force, so that'll also be a wrench in the mix for them. But overall, I mean, game one, Dor, I'm excited.
No, it's been fun across the bracket. You see the Altiora Nyx games close. Odyssey, Uprising Academy, Odyssey, my new A-Sides champions, dominated everyone in their path. That is not a surprise. But Redbirds 2-1 actually, I think it's not a surprise to me, but I think it's a surprise to a lot of people. G-Force really, I think, struggled in A-Sides just due to the prevalence of Junker Queen. Like, they're the ball team, and they didn't really get to do that too often. But now with Junker Queen nerfed to a slightly less oppressive state, G-Force, I think, are starting to find their place in the meta. And so taking a map off Redbirds is impressive, and I think G-Force starting to show their colors. Hopefully, Team Peps and them can put on a good match. But I believe our next match will be Uprising versus the loser of Altiora versus Nyx. And we go into that one in not too long, guys. So for you, keep your eyes glued to your screen. Keep your butts in your seats. Rich Rad, you and I will be back in a bit, won't we?
Absolutely. So don't go anywhere, friends. We'll see you in a minute.
done your research, fair enough. Altiora, if they seem solid in clutch situations, we've seen it from them in fights, to be fair, so you have evidence to support your claim. I don't particularly mind it. It's not too bad, but I'm still favouring Nyx, particularly with N2S going in so far. He's unbeaten in these last 2 maps, probably going to pull out the Genji. Snozlaw, I think, has been a little bit quieter compared, but Biz and Boat, I think, has definitely been Biz favoured on that Sojourn as well, so pretty even in the DPS, and whilst we've given a lot of praise over to Crimson, Kuffer has also been very, very good with some of these ultimates, in particular in the re-engage. I honestly don't know which way this map is going to go. I think it's going to be so close. I will make my mind up and I will choose who I think will win this map, honestly, after these first 2 fights, because that's how the push game mode works. But for now, compositions, once again, this classic Junker Queen composition, it's not changed basically the entire series. We shall see both of these teams just going to be jostling for, I think, key cooldowns in this first fight, really trying to feel each other out and look for that go button once the commanding shout is down.
I will also apologise that I did curse the map 4 right at the start of the series. I didn't actually think it had happened, chat. I apologise for that, but either way, getting into this fight, we'll see who wins it out, of course. Usually does come out to these first kills, right? So like the Sojourn, Bode, Biz. Either one of these players getting a first kill would be excellent. There's a lot of pressure on Altiora, though, already. And actually, it's N2S, again, that undefeated player we're talking about, getting that first kill onto Snozler, taking their counterpart out, and that'll get the spot rolling.
I did Snozlaw go, I didn't even see them. They popped up just in front of N2S for a second, and they were one-shot, but no Genji, no execute potential. And that means that Altiora, well, they're going to have to fight if they want to stay and then keep control of Bob, or even neutralize it for now. Biz, though, great pick onto Paintbrush. N2S.
But Crimson going down, Snozler again. That's so unfortunate for Altiora as well, especially when Biz is pulling out a kill like that. You really should be able to win those team fights, but they just fall. Sustain's just not enough, I think. N2S and Kuffer, I feel like their synergy is pretty big here on coordinating that brawl.
Yeah, this Samurai for N2S, this Genji has been so good, been revitalized, this hero in general, from the absolute depths, I cannot say that word because of the lisp. Anyway, from the absolute sunken barrens that it was in Overwatch 1, now it's so revitalized in Overwatch 2, so important. N2S getting so many solo kills, as well being the backbone for their team there, not the Overwatch League player, but the actual spine. And speaking of, the spine is going to get dragged out from Crimson as they get brought into the team, but they still live thanks to the rally from Chef Big Dog.
Yep, good timing there from Soames, but is it enough to stop the blade from N2S? Well, Haley is. Haley's back on the board, and yeah, that was a railgun shot from Biz as well that made that happen. So big props to the shot there, not failing under pressure. And now Altiora back in control of the bot, but I mean, it's a pretty insurmountable lead here, I would say, already halfway across the map.
Yeah, nice re-engage from Altiora though. They do get a lot of percentage to Nyx, but I think slowly but surely they should get control of the push bot here and swing it into this phase. That was a great shot, by the way, that I didn't even mention from Biz, just completely sparking out N2S there on that Genji with the help of Haley as well to get that final blow. So these Lucios popping up in the kill feed was all on Fish 8 to clutch last map, and Haley says, okay, anything you can do, I can do better. Let's see if she can pull out the Reddit Lucio for this last map. Biz forces overclocked though, but he gets instantly disengaged because of Kuffer.
Oh, Kuffer, that's some aggression. And the only person that got anti from that was actually Crimson and Chef Big Dog, both of which who got that beat from Haley. And while they have sustained commanding shout, too big there. Kuffer already in the back line, just got taken down. I mean, what can you do?
Yeah, it's a really simple fight from Altiora. Snozlaw goes for the blade. There is nothing that Nyx can do, and they just simply fall to it. They do not choose to invest, to commit, to draw out that fight any longer. They simply just give it. They probably are going to lose the lead in this map because of it, and they've not got nothing for the re-engage. And, well, Crimson does have the rampage, and we've seen what happens before in this series when Crimson has this ultimate.
Indeed, this could be massive, especially if you're forcing him into that small area. Obviously, Kuffer getting caught by Biz falls, but there is still an opportunity to kill off the Junker Queen. N2S falls as well to Haley, who comes up with that comeback kill again. If N2S is alive there, they probably follow up on a kill or two.
Yeah, nice headshot as well to take down the Genji. As we said, N2S has had great solo kill potential, has been consistently solo killing this entire series in these last couple of maps. So taking down that prime target for Nyx, that big DPS threat, basically just secures out the fight. Altiora, I think, were in a massive positional advantage. They were able to just bleed Nyx dry, even though they've got the pick. Speaking of bleed dry, I think Kuffer is about to get run out. They fall, but they sustain once again. Like, Kuffer just does not die there. I feel like he really should have.
And now the beat is here as well for Fishcake. They can let loose a sound barrier whenever they want to keep themselves alive. Kuffer can go as aggressive as they want, I would say, at this point. Obviously, using the commanding shout early on to go aggressive. There's the beat just in time to save N2S, and they follow up on the kills. Altiora bunched up in that stairway, and nothing can be done to save them, because where's the ultimates?
Yeah, great beat from Fishcake. N2S was so aggressive there. Really playing at the max limit of that Genji HP pool, but the sound barrier coming in, so good, just to keep them nice and healthy. And then it's a base HP advantage, and they run them over. But unfortunately, though, they do manage to flip the payload back. Altiora get the advantage, and this is just going to be a neutral fight. So even if Nyx win, they're just going to be able to push into Altiora's percentage.
No. Snozzler, though, the rally countered the Blade there. Good timing from Paintbrush, and good job as well to just chase down Snozzler, knowing they can't out-damage that.
Yeah, there's nothing that they can do there. It's not bad percentage. Once again, Nyx is slowly but surely taking it over, as I've now been told it's actually pronounced NOS, not N2S. So thank you for that. Oh, okay, never mind. Biz, just goodbye, I guess.
Yep, and again, it's Boat that has oftentimes been getting the better end of these Sojin, like, confrontations, right? That gives Nyx so much space to play with now.
Absolutely, there's so much space to play with, and there you have options, you have time, and the experience comes in. Goodbye, Paintbrush. Once again, it's a great pick to come in as someone from the side of Altiora's one-shot. The next fight, it's someone from Nyx. To be honest, Altiora just kind of walk in and clean this up. It's a great solo pick to swing the 5v4, and then they just walk in and finish them off. Altiora are going to be so relieved they did not manage to give over the cap there. Just 3 minutes 55 left on the clock. And if Altiora, if they can just keep ping-ponging this robot here, Toasty, then they're going to end up winning this series.
Yeah, exactly, because they are still ahead. They're still at 75.78 meters. That is 4 more than Nyx, and I can do math, yep. Just barely 4 more. But yeah, Nyx, obviously, they have to come back in and try and get control of the spot, get to that checkpoint again, because if they just keep going back and forth like this, it's Altiora that win eventually in the OT. Biz now going to be using the overclock to make sure this fight goes completely in their favor. I mean, just forces Cuffit into that position. They can't walk out from that small little underpass because Biz has the overclock online.
Yeah, the overclock basically puts them in between a rock and a hard place. There was nowhere for them to run, and Altiora can just funnel in with all of the AoE sustain that they've got and simply overpower them. Now they're getting this bot further. Any push that they can get, any chance they can get to neutralize a fight win from Nyx is so good, because, hey, they might even push this bot potentially a little bit further with Crimson's Rampage online and ready to go. Nyx are going to have to fight this next one in a choke point, and well, as again, we've seen the destructive force that you can get when you're forced in a choke point against this all-important Junker Queen ult.
Yeah, the Rampage from Crimson. They're trying to line it up. Seen a couple of big opportunities so far. Seems Crimson's missing them, but there we go. Finds 3 with it. Beat in response from Fishcake, knowing that's severe, and they come back with the kills. N2S solos the backline. No, sorry, but either way, that's just immaculate.
Okay, NOS solos your entire team, I guess. L+ ratio or whatever the kids say on Twitter nowadays. That was such a great ultimate from Crimson. Fishcakes, though, in response, kept them nice and healthy, and I guess Altiora get caught a little bit too over-aggressive, and NOS is able to just walk in the backline and, well, take down all of their sustain. He's got a Dragon Blade ready to go. This bot is slowly pushing up. Here we go. The Blade is pulled.
Yeah, Blade in, and there's no ultimates here from Altiora to really deny the value of it. Haley going down. Crimson can't really have that push and pull of this composition, that flow you would like to have. And now Nyx, they take over control, and at 2 minutes remaining, that is extremely crucial. Boat popping the overclock. Biz and Crimson back in with kills of their own, though. That disruptor shot did so much to separate off Paintbrush, and they couldn't get that Inspire line of sight.
Yeah, this is a really great, quick, clean fight win from Altiora as they managed to flip it, but honestly, Nyx are absolutely happy with that. They managed to push it past Altiora's percentage, past their distance, and now, as I said, what Altiora were looking to do 3 or 4 minutes ago, just ping-pong the objective and stall out these neutral fights, Nyx can do. 1 minute 15 left. Nyx only have to win one more team fight, really, to be able to take this series, so all the advantage, all the control, all the tempo should and probably will be dictated by Nyx in these next couple of fights.
And the longer these team fights go, the more it benefits
it's so
Nick's
good for
rampage in. It's so big for Cuffer. Crimson gets the beat from Haley, but still, it fades away. Soames goes down, Biz to follow it, and it's looking dire for Altiora here. Knicks are looking insane.
Yeah, I really cannot stress enough how much Nos coming in has completely transformed the way that Knicks are playing these fights. Cuffer now is playing with so much more confidence and aggression, and when they're going in, it's Nos there to clean up the targets, or at least use the space that Cuffer is get by the attention that they are drawing. Nice little rotation Fish Take has to draw out, though. He's so low, no Lucio. This could be a big punish. Have Knicks overextended.
Biz is just completely alone on the bot though on a solo mission in the back line. This brawl's happening over here in the courtyard. But Crimson is that's the only kill they get. They find Cuffer. They'll be able to come out of spawn and try and get a recontest, but I don't know how powerful it's going to be here. Yeah, overtime. Gonna be proc soon. Crimson tries to go on the solo mission towards the bot. Finally, Haley comes back with a touch, but that's just gonna get cleaned up immediately. Chef Big Dog doing all they can to give the packs over rally online now for Soames. But still, Boat takes them down with that railgun, and in with the Dragon Blade now, and that should be it. The overtime burns down. Knicks in the 4-mapper first to 2 series send Altiora down to the lower brackets.
Down they go, and Knicks will carry on. Their rampage continues, and it's thanks to some excellent play in these neutral fights, and thanks to some of the clutches. I butchered his name the whole series, but I'll finally put some respect on it. Nos, you are an absolute madman. This entire map in particular, the Dragon Blades were so clean. They were so well timed. It always felt like when I saw Nos pull Blade, I'm just like...
we took our signature sandwich and cranked it up to 11. With bacon and cheese, it's the new Signature Club, remixed by Zaxby.
Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Florida Mayhem Summer Mukbang with Thor.
Oh, you know, we had to. I mean, it's now
hungry,
set
bro.
in stone that you're going to consistently be eating Zaxby's live on the Mayhem. You know, at this point, it's just it's great. So again, we return to the Summer Classic presented by Zaxby's. We're super excited to continue on. We did just have a little bit of a crossover. We had our B stream also premiere on this A stream for now, so we could see the matchup between Nyx and Altiora, which Altiora, unfortunately, towards the end of that, brings us to the matchup that we have now, which is Uprising Academy and Altiora.
Oh, this one should be a lot of fun. Altiora,
Yeah.
kind of stacked. Uprising Academy, stacked, but on a lot of ping, for one. And for two, have had a hard time meshing this team together. They were brought together, I believe, fairly late before Contenders A sides. And so they haven't had the time to mesh. But on paper, this roster's insane, right?
Yeah.
It's all simple, and Arrow as well have been having some incredible performances. Calha has been a highlight. Hasn't been playing as much, but looks very good. Simple, I think, is somebody who everyone's been looking at, has been playing a lot of really intense solo queue and looking really good doing it. Just needs to find the right place in a team to really mesh that together. But Uprising on paper, an incredible team. And I think the longer we go into kind of Overwatch 2 Tier 2, the more this team begins to shine. But of course, there's always the caveat. They're on ping, so it's going to be a little bit tougher for them. All the less, though, they get to play up against Altiora, which is a team that is ridiculously difficult on their own right.
Yeah, they have truly elevated themselves, and it's been a real sight to see from the way that they've been able to just elevate themselves again and again. And these individuals that we talk about, especially when it comes to Soames and Haley, the way that they work together in tandem with this team, and, you know, same thing with Crimson and how just their synergy together and all together as well. Of course, we have to highlight the DPS, which we do consistently because they've been such a significant factor to those, you know, pickups, Biz, even as we saw just in the last one, trying to counteract against their opponents, still finding some value. But again, between these two teams, I'm still looking forward to a really, really great matchup.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see a lot of these teams. For me, one of the big highlight players, Magic Mateball, went on a tear in the Overwatch 1 offseason, waiting for Contenders, and obviously came to A-sides and showed some incredible play. The support lineup for this team in general, all three of them, really, really get me excited, and especially in what we just saw with how the matches were playing. The supports have been extremely critical in terms of winning, not just for peeling teammates, but also for hitting those big ultimates and being a part of fight planning, which, you know, goes underrated. But a lot of these supports, more often than not in teams, right? Tank is shot calling. Hey, where are we going? Who are we doing? What's our fight plan? But support's job in a lot of these situations is to track ultimates, which have been more than critical when you're talking about a meta like Junker Queen, where ultimates are virtually everything. We saw the entirety of that last match, save for maybe the final Clown Fiesta of a fight, predicated on ultimates. And Soames and Haley and Magic Mateball have a lot of that weight on their shoulders, and they've done a fantastic job so far.
And as you can see here on the map, we are confirming that the first control map is going to be Oasis.
And what three maps are those, Rich? Go on.
What three maps? I mean, we talked about it. I'm gonna fill in. The Garden is where we forgot. Garden is what we forgot, friends. So that's the biggest one that we have to redeem ourselves with. And I guarantee you, we're gonna start off on Gardens. I'm calling it now. Universe, you shall provide. At least I hope so. If not, then I'm also going to get another thing wrong. Darn it! We're on University.
You had 1 in 3 odds. They weren't great.
That's what I mean. It was 33%. I mean, that's not terrible. I'd still roll a 3-sided dice to maybe get some value. I still think those are weird whenever I see 3-sided dice.
Kind of cool though.
It is. It's just it's like half moons, kind of.
Luckily, you don't have to contend with that. I know you've lost 8 of your fingers and you can only count to 2, and there are only 2 teams here, Rich. So Altiora Uprising is all we have to focus on. Breaking out very similar compositions. In fact, the exact same composition. So now there's only one thing to focus on, and it is Junker Goats. We've seen it once. We've seen it a million times. Let's break it out on point.
I only have thumbs, so that doesn't count because they're not fingers. I don't know.
Are they not?
I don't think they're classified. They're classified as digits, but I don't think classified as fingers.
Chat tell
Somebody's got to Google
Wikipedia.
that.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to Google that. But as we do see the initial pressure on this point, you see a quick side swap of names as I'm also making sure that I'm calling the right one out, as we do have, again, Altiora on this front position, looking to claim dominance over Uprising Academy. But, you know, at this point, they're actually going to get a decent retaliation. Biz finds a pickup here. Now they're just playing with us, chat, as you do have the cleanup coming through. Altiora takes the initial pick and will be able to get this early percentage.
Yeah, Crimson coming in, showing us a lot of good early pressure from them. Chef Big Dog, I believe that's Soames. It could be Maple. Okay,
it is.
Okay, cool. What's in a name, I guess. I'm not sure. You know, is that Chrisen given from birth? Chef Big Dog though. Kind of a good.
I mean, you made a Chef
70%.
Boyardee reference earlier, so now it's Chef Big Dog coming in.
Really trying to make their mark, you know?
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Like full-blown, like steel mark in the fire, branding, everything. As we're gonna now see Nozzler continue to maintain this position, though 25% already gained. Yeah, that was
nothing happened.
It was non-existent.
The Genji got taken away, and it was like a very it's a very passive disengage. Like they just kind of shook hands. They're like, yeah, no, you just take your percentage, and we'll take our player, and you can go.
And start again. Dash in the back. Almost gets deleted, but does have to flee. Able to recover with the rest of the team, as you do still have Biz putting in a lot of work onto that Junker Queen. Contender is going to get quite a bit of value, but is very, very low, pressing in onto this. The synergy still feeling a little bit off here from Uprising Academy. They just can't quite get the advantage to push back Altiora, who is sustaining very well right now, North.
They've still got a sound barrier in the back pocket, should they even want it. Like, this could go a long way. I think Altiora would rather build up to, like, this overclock and try and use it to end the fight, but that's them.
Yeah, and look at Arrow. Didn't get anything, and Biz comes in before even needing to really use the overclock. They've gained the value. They're only going to commit Haley with the overclock, and now Biz actually does opt to enter into it. They've already basically taken the fight. They feel confident that they can do so. The Blade is still online, and Crimson going to have this Rampage, which they're at only 15% away from completion.
Yeah, this is scary to be in, especially to engage into for Uprising Academy. The last thing you want to do is use this beat just for this Blade, because you need it to take that fight on point, but they do!
No!
Uprising Academy, Preston, and Altiora, they're gonna leave. They make out like bandits.
They can't even... Oh, they do get into the overtime. They barely get there. Aiden in the back secures it. Nozzler goes down from the railgun from Arrow, and you have Contender now. Oh no, the 2 kills come through. It is fat, but my goodness, there is a return. Altiora is going to very, very much feel confident about this first round on University. They have completely shut down any sort of aggression from Uprising Academy. My goodness, Altiora continues to impress me every time I watch them play.
I mean, with this roster, I am somewhat unsurprised, but that was a cleaning of Uprising Academy. One mistake maybe the whole time when the Genji went down at the end while using the Blade to force Sound Barrier, but is that even like, you use Blade to force Sound Barrier in a fight where both teams had Rampage? That is, you're so okay with that. Even losing the Genji, they're still at an advantage because Uprising had to run to the point and put themselves out of position just to get a touch in. That makes this one all the tougher. Fortunately, the ultimates do reset, and Uprising Academy get at least 30 seconds here to chat this one out and talk issues. Honestly, looking at it from an outsider's perspective, it felt like a different issue every fight. A lot of it just seemed to be more proactive play from Altiora and slightly off fight planning from Uprising, but thus far, Altiora has just looked oppressive on the pink side.
And now as we enter into the second round, Dash in the back quickly comes in by Snozzler. Nice early pickup. Jagged Blade manages to shut down that harassment as we continue to see them dash into the backside. But Yappen being very, very careful in how they play this doorway, since the damage has been heavy onto them. And they recover, and this will be Uprising Academy taking it first, so they're not going to find themselves at a 0% marker.
Okay, the bar's low, but they've crossed it, I guess. Well, you said it, man. Altiora now recontesting from the high ground, and honestly, this is a pretty good position to be in. I like what they did, right? Allowing that point to take over in favor of getting the better position in this fight.
Dropping down, you do have the Brig regrouping with the rest of the team. Genji dashes through from Yopen, cycling back towards the rest of the side towards that car positioning. Aiden eliminated, doesn't get the rally, or correction, the sound barrier in time, and this is going to be Altiora very, very cleanly coming in slow and steady, winning the race right now. Contender isn't yet eliminated, so there is some chance to continue contesting this for some percentage game, but Altiora will ultimately be able to clean this up.
Yeah, somewhat unsurprisingly, like I said, they gave the point in that last fight in order to take the high ground in the next one. So they kind of put all of their eggs in, invested, and then got the payoff. Now this one should be close. Both teams trying to quickly taxi their respective Junker Queens back into this fight. But ultimates-wise, it's pretty much dead even. The Briggs are both on rally. Question is, who can get theirs off second? And can those Lucios get the ultimates in some degree of relevant time period?
Yep, it's a mirror right now for the support ultimates to be contributed. You do have Haley just ever so slightly pulling ahead in these last few percentages as Altiora will look to be able to surpass this percentage from Uprising. Biz in the back, just gutting for this railgun as well. It is a mirror for percentage gain.
Oh, Arrow!
Nice dash, and Crimson gets the final blow onto Arrow. Biz gets pulled in, has to dash away. Nice elusive maneuver to not get shut down as that overclock isn't going to be just contributed yet. Being very cognizant of it until they have the chance for some opportunities and sightlines available. This is still Altiora's game right now. I know.
This has been a wild engagement. It's a miracle Uprising didn't lose a player. Well, they were down one there, but Altiora aren't going to force the buck. Instead, they're going to let Uprising Academy use their ultimates first and then come in with the second, the better beat, so to speak. But that was such a weird engagement, right? Arrow goes down initially off of trying to take a hyper-aggressive angle. Definitely too much, but you can see where the idea is coming from. Good punish by Altiora. And then Uprising just sat on the point for like 10 more years until they found a sound barrier engage. But once you use that sound barrier to engage, Haley, it's as simple as pressing Q afterwards.
And now as we take stock, Arrow, like you mentioned, holding on to that overclock to utilize into this. What a dagger! Oh my goodness, Crimson. Lands it and pulls them forward as they do wait to unleash this rampage, and who is going to get the better end of this. Contender now leading first with it, letting 4 get hit by it. Crimson just running, can't get the health back in time. It's still active. So this will be Altiora just being ripped apart. But again, they've got themselves at a 99% overtime, and this next engagement should be theirs.
A second but rare misstep by Altiora. They put all of their eggs in the Crimson is going to live through this basket. And, you know, breaking news, Crimson did not live through that. They pulled away for the disengage and everything. They were ready to use the counter rampage, trying to get out and disengage one of the stronger ultimates in the game without a sound barrier. But, unfortunately, didn't work out. You can see the idea, though, again. Now they get the ultimates going into this one.
Oh, double support hit by it. Is there enough to get through that rally and assistance from the back line? Arrow comes in with an overclock to eliminate Soames. As a dagger from Contender lands onto one, just enough for Yopen to actually get one onto Crimson and a second for Biz.
Yeah, I mean, with the rally still on board, it's really hard to say, like, hey, we're going to engage off this rampage. But Altiora go for it. They try to play hyper-aggressive for the rampage, but the rally was too much to fight through. They overextend a bit, and Uprising, great punish there. Now they come into this one. If they can get that blade up, they can end this fight pretty quick.
Yeah, it's only 10% away, and with these shurikens continuing to be tossed out, it will be able to have it available as the overtime starts to just vanish, but needs to be very aware of keeping contention. Crimson gets so much damage onto them up front, has to force out that shout, looking to sustain, but the blade gets so much with this assistance from Arrow. This is a quick take back here from Uprising Academy, and as worrisome as it looked, they actually hold on to this.
Yeah, it was all about the blade. There's just nothing else that could answer the fight. Uprising, great engagement there, not giving up the space, understanding that they were at an advantage. And it's what I was talking about earlier. A lot of these Junker Queen mirrors are coming down to ult tracking and ult expenditure. And while the ult expenditure, I think, has looked pretty good for either side, Uprising Academy's ability to ult track their way through that final fight, realize that they had the only trump card there, and utilize it and position for it, that's what wins them the map at the end of the day. Now 1-1. We've got a map on our hands.
We have a map on our hands, and also ending on gardens.
We know this one. We've heard of this one before. It's in the lore. There's been spoken that this would be the last map, but no. Textbook teleports coming out from the Schnozzlar. This actually, if Uprising Academy don't want to TP, it should net a better starting position, because you fight for this high ground so aggressively, and it's so important that getting up there first for Altiora, this is already like 60-65% win rate territory just from getting this position.
And now there's actually quite a bit of damage being pushed onto Altiora despite them having the high ground. Biz almost goes down, but barely is able to recover. Schnozzlar finds the pickup, and now Uprising Academy is unfortunately having to tuck tail and run.
I mean, you saw the boot from Haley. It was a good
Yeah.
boot for Haley. Like, putting herself in that position is good. But honestly, it all came down to the rollout. Altiora just got there first. Uprising had to walk out into the boot. It's effectively free. The fight's won afterwards. Now an engagement.
Ooh, commanding shot keeps Snozzler topped up so that they are not having to worry about their health value, as that is a ton onto Crimson, who goes down. That's one of the biggest things that I worry about, because Crimson has been getting very, very hard focused, and that can be punishing to Altiora.
It's pretty cheap as well, so, I mean, hardly punishing for Uprising Academy. They'll flip it over at about 30%? 40% is usually the marker for, like, first fight win, but because the first fight was lost so quickly and effectively, or rather efficiently, by Uprising, they get the first ultimate fight, and with a sound barrier on deck. Look at Haley, about 20% behind right now, and it's not necessarily their fault. It's just how the teams have been taking damage and how much more Uprising have taken.
Also, just proximity to keep close together to net that extra value. Contender comes in, making sure they get that carnage damage for the tick, as you will have a nice cleanup here. Crimson again down. This is another fight win here for Uprising.
Yeah, clean engagement. The good part for Altiora here, and it's, you know, a silver lining, is that at least it's quick.
Yeah. I mean, that was one of the things we talked about even when it came to 8 sides. It's like, some of these fights are literally 10 seconds.
It hurt Redbirds a lot.
Yeah.
Like, they were one of the teams that struggled with it plenty. It's one of the things that made the old Vancouver Titans so good, is how long they could make these fights, but neither of these teams extending them out particularly far. Good disengages by the teams that are losing them, and now Altiora look for an engage with Rally.
You can see Contender playing very far forward, wanting to focus Crimson once again. That's the focus target. They know it. Dragon Blade available, will be unsheathed. Not yet dashing into the back line until that deflect is dropped. And all of Altiora is forced back. Both Genjis traded out. And this is still Uprising.
And they've still got more ultimates. They've got an overclock to keep them away here. Sound barrier. You still think second popped. Arrow hasn't found a pick yet, so sound barriers either side should be effectively matched. Ultimate's coming up for Altiora. This is their buck to push.
Yeah, and especially having Biz and Snozzler with those ultimates. Biz going to contribute it very, very quickly. Needs to find the shots that you didn't have Arrow claim. 85%, the dash comes through, lots of damage. In conjunction, they've worked together to take this, but again, you now solely have to rely on Crimson with this Rampage, and then you have Solms with that Rally.
Yeah, it's definitely more expensive than you really wanted it to be. Like, if you hold one of those DPS ultimates, this fight's just a clear win, but because both of them got spent, all of a sudden it's a little bit more 50-50. Now, question is, how do Altiora want to position for this? You can use the high ground like they are right now to dodge the Rampage and make it borderline impossible for a Contender to actually get value from it.
And they have some time to play with. It's only 50% here for Altiora. You can see them just slowly but surely maneuvering towards that center column to draw down some attention below, utilizing it as a sightline block. Whoa! The ball gets Biz. I was curious if they'd find the follow-through, and they do with Yopin. Now, there is a Rampage coming through by Crimson, attempting to turn this around. Despite them losing Biz, they have the numbers advantage for the moment and will continue to dominate.
I mean, this has been won by Altiora, but Uprising, dude, what a tough engagement. Rampage versus Rampage when the other team has high ground is borderline an impossible fight to take, but Contender found that knife and found an engagement. Unfortunately, Chef Big Dog just shows up and whip shots everyone into their graves, and the fight is won by the Brigitte, but it was close. Uprising made it a lot harder than it should have been. Now Altiora have got to find a way through this one when Uprising have that rally advantage.
Yep, Simple's going to lead with it, as they do proc the overtime with Contender on the point. Rally gives us some nice coverage. If they could get Snozzler, that would be beautiful, but unfortunately they don't. Is able to reset up top. Commanding shout activated from both sides already, so it's no longer available. Snozzler getting flayed down consistently. The deflect can't deny the damage for long enough, but there's already enough damage done. Numbers advantage here for Altiora, picking this up, able to claim the first map despite the few that are left for Uprising Academy. And you will be able to see this end gloriously for Altiora and put them up one map win and not...
No. Spots are back for Uprising here, and they get the second beat off.
No way. Aiden has enough to move them in.
Yopin's back. They can start getting the dash resets online. Altiora don't have space. They're going to back away and try and wait for the spawns to come back in, but until then, Uprising have an opening.
Yeah, Yopin also has the blade here too. Unbelievable swap overtime procs now for the reverse side. The slashes come through onto Crimson. It has been a miraculous play. I called it early, but Uprising has been able to pull themselves out of the grave and cleans this off.
Oh, and they get the first rally as well. Big Dog's just a little bit late to try and save Crimson there. Great focus by Uprising though. The mid fight calling there. I think any Genji in ranked, I'm looking at you, right around 3K, you're all diving the backline with that blade 100% of the time, but not Yapin. Yapin's smart, Yapin wise, or at least whoever's shot calling on that team for them, because going for the Junker Queen was absolutely the play. Taking that down, they knew there wasn't a sound barrier to counter. They knew there was no immediate counter to try and find the way through that fight once the Junker Queen was gone and target down the one person that matters in that situation. Phenomenally shot called by Uprising Academy, phenomenally played by Yapin, and a great last fight.
Yeah, one that I acknowledged and will say, all right, I can be told to sit down. So just sit down, Rich. It's okay.
I mean, that's one of the fun parts about Overwatch 2 in general. It's like,
yeah,
there's so much more clutch potential in these situations. 6v6 with all the CC is like, you lose one player, it's like, okay, fight's over. We're never seeing this one again. Whereas now, a good disengage means that you can pull yourself back to a relatively safe position. The enemy team can't engage on you because there's not that CC, because you actually can fight back for a majority of the time, and find those clutch situations and create opportunities for yourself. And honestly, that was an opportunity created by Uprising Academy. It was not one kind of given to them by Altiora. There's no clear mistake that opened the door for them to step in. It was Uprising making a chance and making a map win.
Well, and the other part of it too is, how the cards felt. I mean, you had Aiden with the Lucio managing to taxi the remaining two that were close enough by to get the extra numbers there. Everything just really fell into place, and they were able to maximize on top of that, which makes it such a really great reverse there towards the end of it. And honestly, you even commented on the challenges that they had going into this with Contender having the rampage from the low ground, not being able to get any sort of significant value outside of the Jagged Blade to potentially put it in their favor. Ultimately, Uprising Academy played it as best as they could, and they actually capitalized on it.
That they did. Now they got to capitalize on a map number 2, of which it's Altiora's pick. So we're going to Escort. It is, I believe, Jib, Circuit Royale, and Route 66.
Yes, which we do have the confirmation, and it actually is Route 66 that we're going to be seeing coming out.
That doesn't surprise me, at all. I think Altiora is looking to maintain the status quo. We're not pull the emergency lever, Kronk, send things to Gibraltar. We don't want to play Junker Queen anymore. They barely lost that game. We can play some more Junker Queen, fix some of the issues, and we're going to be fine. Just put it on Route 66. We'll mirror you one more time. Worst comes to worst, we can maybe play Sigma on defense, but I don't think we're there yet for Altiora. They look good. They just got outplayed in the final fight.
Can I just tell you that I really appreciate casting alongside you because you just had a Kronk reference?
Yeah, I've heard that one once or twice from you.
I'm hoping that everyone in chat is indulging in that as much as we are. But yes, we're hoping that they don't have to pull any sort of levers in going onto a map that is going to favor them to bring it to a 1-to-1. I mean, we had already a draw factor in the match just before this one with Altiora. So we've seen some long run matchups between the two of them. But yes, all going on to Route 66, going to give that, variation. There's a lot of long sightlines. There's a lot of elevation. Curious to see how they're going to play into that and what they can utilize, because this was a very close matchup between the two of them. Despite how the first map of Control went, the round, it seemed very one-sided, but there was definitely some evolution here from Uprising Academy able to counteract Altiora to be able to take this first round win.
Yeah, of course, right? They had the good disengage that we talked about time and time again. Support ultimates came into play. It was close enough that I don't see any clear differences. Altiora can just hey, we're gonna go and we're gonna clean it up. Maybe shot call a couple of those DPS ultimates a little better, right? There was the one fight where we saw Overclock and Blade invested that made an equal fight for the next one. It wasn't even you couldn't call it a mistake, right? I can't sit here and look you in the eyes and be like, they should have done this. If you're in their shoes and shot calling and you are trying to ult track and shot call and fight and click heads all at the same time, dude, you would make you just can't call that a mistake, ever. Yeah. Right? But it was the one thing that you could be yeah, if they happen to make the different decision, they maybe win that. So Route 66, I'm no changes here. I want to see it played differently, but the map itself will force things to change. This is again why I like this map pool, because the map are just forcing them to play differently round after round after round. Route 66, even despite still being a pretty Junker Queen centric map, is going to play differently and force these teams to respect one another in the neutral. It's a real test of Crimson and Contender and how long they can keep these fights going, especially on the attacking side, getting underneath big Earls and keeping that cart pushing while you're there, while still maintaining a position that is threatening, like, hey, if you drop on us from big Earls, you're going to lose the fight. It's really hard to juggle all those things at once. As well, something that we've seen come into the meta, these spawn holds. It was really prominent in NA. It got a little bit of action in EU, but it seems that everybody has kind of picked up on it at this point. Get the early hold off, take some time off the clock, see how long you can get this going for.
And as we do look at the composition from Altiora, Biz is going to stick onto this selection of the Ashe. Utilize. Yeah, I'm also very happy with its selection, and I'm curious to see what type of contribution it's going to gain. Nice! Ooh. Early picked up ball from Arrow. As I say, I want to see what the contribution is going to be. At this point, it's not much.
Arrow certainly doesn't. Though we should use this little bit of time granted to us by Arrow. Talk about the dynamic, right? Biz obviously can lay down a lot of that AoE damage, but with this position in particular, the big thing you need to do is get the Brig out of the train car. And that they have actually done pretty effectively, but it was a wise disengage here by Simple.
Oh, Crimson goes down on this attack, and that will be Biz falling a second time now to Arrow, who is comfortably sitting on that bridgeway and with no real contention, has free mobility to do what they want.
Yeah, and you can't really dive it either because the slide jump is so effective. You can literally slide all the way and jump up on top of the other train. It's kind of obnoxious, but you'll see Snozlar kind of has to do it on their own because if you send any more than one person in that direction, yeah, you're just committing too much. They do manage to bring Arrow down at least onto the low ground, but hardly winning space yet.
And it's already almost a minute and a half off the clock. They're doing such a stellar job. Another pickup by Yopin. This is such a dominant display defensively that they're finding these extremely vital picks to continue breaking down Altiora.
Honestly, whenever I look at this hold, the Brig really is the linchpin of it, right? Not only able to keep people up, but also if you can juggle your aggression around that train, you can keep your Inspire up pretty much all the time. And Simple is moving around this train with such grace that it's almost impossible to lock them down, but they're also managed to get out of the train for just long enough that either they're out of range or they're healing teammates with their Inspire, even managing to disengage that cleanly. Like, they lost one player, they got another pick for themselves, and now they have Big Earl's control. This is phenomenally played thus far by Uprising.
And that's 2 minutes off the clock. That's half the time bank gone. And they're now drawing back, going, okay, Arrow, that was scary. As they're going to get topped up and taken care of for the moment before they look to re-enter onto this. Contender dropping down from up top with that Carnage to get some extra damage as the blade does land, but can't really manage to get too much further. And it is a, once again, bloodbath up close. Simple takes down Crimson, and that's another victorious defensive hold just in front of the station.
Uprising really just do well for themselves in these long extended fights. Waiting, biding their time. Contender has just lived forever alongside Simple in making this unbeatable front line where you have to come fight them, but you're going to fight them in a poor place. And then the second that starts to happen, Uprising find a good engagement and end the fight quickly.
And as we do look to see them open up with 60 seconds remaining, this might be a non-completed first checkpoint here as Yopin now below has to reposition, goes down, and that's an opportunity for Altiora to take this. They've got now the ultimate's advantage to play onto this, but seeing if Contender can generate this. Yeah.
You can't place the Bob on high ground easily. You blade into 5 people. I don't care who you are. You're going to die. And even the Rampage can't hit up there. The Sound Barrier doesn't hit up there. Biz goes down without popping the Bob. Like, they are using this high ground so effectively, and Altiora are struggling to create engagements and not accepting the neutral game either. They'll take one out of thin air, but look, it's just not going to get anything done with this man.
No, just chasing the Lucio in the distance, which doesn't even get low enough for them to even follow up onto. 20 seconds to go. Altiora is in a desperate attempt to collapse onto this high ground, which, as you mentioned, Uprising is playing perfectly. They are denying this. There's 3 that's hit by the Rampage. That could be enough. The payload is pushing, and now they've taken it.
Yeah, okay, it's going to be a take, fortunately for Altiora. But you can see the dynamic that's happened here. Uprising are so patient. Uprising just want to keep them at arm's length, let Arrow hit some shots, and then just, like, not die. And that's a good enough goal for them. They take time off the clock. They have ripped apart the time bank of Altiora. Whereas Altiora kept trying to really, really aggressively force the issue. And on this map, it's tough, right? Because you don't want to hard engage onto a team that has high ground, but also, you know, you're on the attacking side. You have to attack eventually. And that balance is a very delicate one, and one that Altiora really struggled with. Now, though, this high ground a little bit easier to contest with the stairwells on either side.
And pushing, you can see Snozzler harassing the back line. Has to force the recall down below. Seeing if they can get just enough engagement to potentially put, well, as I was going to say, put Uprising in an uncomfortable position, but that's not happening. And Uprising, I have to say too, Dor, we talked about how, you know, the synergy and working together as a team, when they went against Odyssey and lost the way that they did, we didn't get to see it on stream, that's rough. But I have to say, this is very much better than what we saw in A-Sides when they were live on broadcast.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, there's short fight planning when there's a lot of ultimates on deck or when the fights are going to end like super quickly. Uprising struggle a little bit, and that's where Altiora is coming ahead. But if Uprising can make these engagements even just go 4 or 5 seconds longer, they look so good.
Yep, now going to have that Dragon Blade out. Can't quite get the Lucio. Haley continuing to round the inner pillar over towards that payload side. As Yopin draws back, looking to regroup, sticking with the rest of the team. Contenders down along with Arrow, and that will be a chance for Altiora to continue with some aggression and get an extra boost of distance with only 50 seconds to go.
That was great by Altiora. Uprising again, trying to force these long fights, trying to force out overextensions from Altiora. Altiora didn't. They played very safe. It was honestly Crimson who I was watching a majority of that time. Pulls back, resets the health bar while Contenders trying to move forward, doing the exact same thing, trying to bait him in a little bit. Crimson has none of it. Stays back, waits patiently. Team's here to finish. Now they've got the ultimates to cap the point.
And as the meters dwindle for that checkpoint, you can see the aggression come through from up top. As Snozzler harasses, has to elude. Doesn't quite get controlled for the moment and is still able to do their job. As Crimson takes down Aiden, though, so there is a loss of utility and mobility. But Altiora is still doing quite a bit of work with this for these seconds remaining.
Uprising do have a spawn advantage, something that we should always talk about in these situations, and double support ultimates up for them. If they want to take the engagement, now is the time.
Snozzler rounding the payload, getting some shots out, but can't quite land onto the target. It's not getting full value as the sound barrier comes in. Uprising Academy defensively able to bolster their morale. Crimson goes down. Haley almost eliminated and has to flee up top, hiding out of the sightlines. And you will have Uprising Academy able to hold defensively. Bob comes in for the extra man, but that's unfortunately not going to do much, as that will be a hold just before that next checkpoint.
Yeah, I think we can both agree, Rich. The seeds of that hold were really sown on point A. Point B was like average to like slightly above, like, you know, as you expect it to go on a standard like 50-50 map, but a slight advantage for Uprising going into the final fight, having both those spoiler ultimates up and ready. And again, we go back to ultimate tracking because to understand, remember, they can't see the percentages, they can't see what we see. Like, you are taking a guess at what the opponents have. Aiden and Simple engaged that fight while Chef Big Dog was at like 80% to the rally. To be that confident that your opponents are just a little bit further behind on rally, that you will be able to end the fight just before that rally comes up, is insane. Because Chef Big Dog went down 98% to the rally. Like, that was the margins you're talking about. But Uprising Academy have been so good with the ult tracking and with the deliberation and the usage of support ultimates that it's really hard to cleanly get past them when those are on deck.
And now defensively, we know exactly where the goalpost is set. Altiora in a position to be possibly going home. There's a lot ahead of them to have to work through, as well as we've been able to see Uprising Academy take these fights. Again, the long-run engagements have been a little bit more challenging for them. So we'll see if they can manage to be able to hold defensively, but are they going to play as far forward? No. That's the question. They actually are.
They'll hold forward. I mean, the comp for Uprising is what we're saying no to. The Hanzo's going to Sonic Arrow this. Let's find out what they're playing against. And then likely go back and swap. Yep, there it is. Yep. Wholesale swaps for Uprising Academy. No surprises here, but I mean, the bar's been set pretty high by Uprising, so Altiora's got a big thing to match.
All right, and Biz gets a nice pickup out the gate. Early opportunities, that's what you got to look for, just like we saw with Arrow on the reverse side. But Arrow's actually going to opt to go for that Ashe play as well and not stick with the Sojin as we saw defensively.
I mean, the Ashe just doesn't need as many direct sightlines with the Dynamite, especially with there being forced with these chokes. It's a great tool. Chef Big Dog going down early here for Altiora, and Uprising look to push this advantage. Even if you don't win this fight, it should be enough to break the hold.
And you can just see Yopin in the back having a field day, just getting some pickups for themselves, generating that percentage quickly. And now just going to be able to take it and gain some distance and look for a regroup over by Earl.
Cool. Nothing going kind of not to plan for either side, but Altiora certainly would have liked a better initial hold, but that's only because Uprising took 2 minutes off of their clock with theirs.
Yeah.
So I have very few complaints. High ground claimed here by Uprising, though, so the positioning certainly better than Altiora's was heading into the second half of the point.
A lot of free fire coming in. Harassment to put Arrow into a different angle and transition through the tunnel. Couple of decent shots. Dynamite actually going to land as well on that. That is a massive amount of percentage gain. That's almost 25% just from this high ground position alone. You can see them dropping to continue focusing Crimson, who has been the target that has gotten a little bit overzealous in their positioning and caught out. But Snozzler gets Aiden, so they've lost that mobility and now have to be super cognizant of how they take this next engagement, especially since Biz gets simple.
Yeah, this has been phenomenal for Altiora. I mean, Arrow is doing everything in his power to just muscle that one through, but there's just not follow-up damage. That's not like anybody's fault necessarily. Maybe Genji communication, but like I'm like super nitpicking there. Mainly it's just that Joker Queen can't get up to the high ground above all else. But the damage is great. Like Arrow's doing a great job. They charge up a Bob early here, which is a really valuable tool. We saw it break this point actually earlier for Altiora. Question is, can they get the support ultimate to equalize up against Haley and Chef Big Dogs?
Aiden's approaching it. Simple leads in with a rally first, so that is going to be committed, as you do have it counteracted. Contender gets Crimson again, instantly picked up. Biz fleeing for their life to try and survive, as you've got Yopin wandering across the rooftop to see where they can re-engage this. 1 minute and 28 seconds, and they are still not out of this yet, as this wall can be held with that respawn, and they've got even the sound barrier up.
Oh, but it's time to save Biz. Blade in for Yopin. The sound barriers from both sides. They're just not lazy, but both of them were just betting on their DPS winning that side lane duel, but unfortunately only one can come out ahead. Altiora in the driver's seat right now, but a sound barrier looks to turn that around.
Yep, and you're going to have them hold on to this. Just booping away Haley. Attempting to try and draw out some time, but it won't work, as they have now 3 minutes and 28 seconds to work with, and a golden box just on the other side of the saloon.
Positioning's huge here. How forward of a place can you actually get? Altiora are going to be really late here. Uprising can probably claim the whole of this high ground, which would be super duper valuable to them, especially. I mean,
yeah.
the healers were so far away. Biz being on the low ground there was just death. Now you're really hurting. The card's definitely going to be there, and now Uprising Academy are definitely going to have high ground, and high ground's huge when you have a rampage on deck. Getting the sightlines to utilize it, massive.
Yopin and Arrow are also doing a really great job just playing this positioning and taking the space. And as you mentioned, just that high ground being of such value. Arrow now with the pulse bomb, looking to round the outside, maneuver through. They've got a clean sight, but doesn't land the stick. It flies by and goes to the low ground. That would have been a guaranteed secured opportunity, especially with limiting the support. But Contender and Arrow are going to be able to recover with a triple kill quad in the kill feed.
I mean, that's just a clean play. The pulse bomb might have missed, but let's be real. I know none of your stick percentages are above 10%. So
True.
Can't really talk.
You're not wrong.
Neither can we after the way the Uprising have played this map. One more fight, one more rampage for Crimson though.
Aggression, commanding shout out the gates. It dropped to the low ground, collapsing onto the back line. Simple getting dwindled. Contender is the only one affected. Does go down by the aggression from Crimson, but there is still numbers advantage for Uprising. Arrow rounding once again, just running circles around this team. Snozzler though gets a couple of picks, both supports. Can Arrow and Yopin completely turn this around? They guarantee that they will be moving on through the losers bracket as Altiora says farewell.
I mean, Uprising Academy, what a clean game from them.
Yeah.
Just great stuff through and through. That was the dominant map that we were looking for. Obviously, like 2 minutes get ripped off at the first hold, but every single fight after that really showed us the evolution of this team. Altiora had some really good adjustments. Honestly, like credit to them. The point A, or the point B rather, on their attacking side was really strong. They showed us those adjustments of not overextending into a very patient Uprising Academy that baited them in time and time and time again. But unfortunately, the mistakes kind of just already been made earlier that laid the traps for later on in the series. But Uprising Academy look great. I love the patient play for them. Once they kind of realized that, and I don't it's a struggle, right? Is like, even you look at Overwatch League, you look at historically great teams, right? Or historically like 4th, 5th place teams. You look at a lot of them, they just have like 80% win rate on control maps. And that's what it looked like for a second. Like Uprising Academy are going to struggle on control because you can't play that slowly. Like there's going to be engagements on those control points, and it's almost inevitable. It's really hard to draw them out like they want to. But once they get to the map types that they really love to play, that escort, that hybrid, where they can just play their game, patient, let the DPS do the work, and let contender just live forever.
Yeah.
Those are the fights that they're winning. Those are where they look fantastic. And honestly, if they can keep them that way and later into the bracket, they're going to keep it that way.
Methodology and strategy, tactical advantages, and yes, that's one of those things that I think they've really started to advance and pull together more, and can't wait to continue seeing them potentially move through the rest of this bracket for their second run at the winner's bracket. But again, that will only be told in time. So we are going to head to a short break before entering into our next match, so don't go anywhere because we've got a lot more Overwatch set up for you, friends. Hello and welcome back, friends, as we are here now for our third match so far on this stream, as we are here to continue the Mayhem Summer Classic presented to you by Zaxby's, where Door has had quite a bit of Zaxby's while we are both on stream and off stream, and feel pretty good about it. But one thing that we do really feel good about is this next matchup, because this is a deja vu moment for us when we saw both these teams battle it out in A-sides in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a match for the ages whenever these two meet. And Redbirds have looked better and better and better as time's gone on. To harken back to, like, A-sides, right? Redbirds initially beat Wisp. Wisp runs it back, ends up getting second. Redbirds now beat Wisp again, so those two just can't get along with one another. But no matter who won that match, it's got to go up against Odyssey, who, you know, fun fact from our amazing production team, have not dropped a single point on any map thus far in the tournament. They have played 4 in full held and or 2-0'd every single one of them.
They want to go for the golden ticket.
What is wrong with these people?
They want to go for a golden ticket. And I was saying this on our break. This is the best that they have looked since October of 2020. It's been a long time since we've seen them be this dominant force that took first place back in contenders, was able to have a lot more regional dominance, and just seeing them in this form and playing at the caliber that they are really, really is rewarding. And this is still going to be a tall task for Redbirds, because again, if we look back to A-sides, it was a 3-0 for Odyssey.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough team to beat. But Redbirds, they've been in the kind of training realm. They've been learning. They've been looking a lot better. This team is extremely flexible, and that's the big thing that I want to highlight going into this match, because you need to be that up against Odyssey. Odyssey brings so much to the table, not just with the 5 players they put in game, but with the whole bench for this team as well. It is stacked to the brim. We'll look down Odyssey first. Tree, who has been, I mean, like, the kid to watch when it comes to Overwatch 2. I am, you know, I like, there's some contention in EU, but when it comes to like NA DPS, Tree is just a cut above the rest. The interesting thing about this roster, though, is who they pair him with. Ice is there on the roster, ready to play, but Odyssey's been running this Tree Malthal duo the entire time and looking absolutely cracked on it, and being willing to run that the double flex DPS, which is something that Redbirds have done as well with Lethal and Chime, has been an interesting flex for a lot of these teams, especially when it comes to NA.
Yeah, and the other thing too is you talk so much and emphasize Tree, because it's so true. This is a very mechanically and gifted individual when you talk about Overwatch 2 and what they're able to bring to the table. But it's also further enabled by everyone on this team. They know what Tree can do, and the amount of contributed resources that they give to this kid is unreal, and just continues to make them even more just lavish on this pedestal.
Yeah, over on the other side, though, Redbird, Vision and Lethal. It's Vision live and has been for a long time. Looked incredible on the Sojourn. Lethal's been backing it up really nicely as well, but the one thing that's been pulling this team together, man, Gig has shown us a lot of like personal growth over the past 6 months, right? Normally known as the damage taken Reinhardt, Gig has really turned into a versatile piece that lets this team do a lot of things. Has shown us a really aggressive Junker Queen, has shown us a really defensive Junker Queen. And when you're talking about a roster with as much flexibility as Redbirds have, again, I do think they are the most flexible team in NA right now. Gig being able to show us all those play styles has turned him into a real weapon for them.
Yeah, and, you know, major credit again to when we talk about Flutie and Wheats, who are such, you know, an integral part of this team, and being able to build a roster, as we've even highlighted historically, of what Redbirds once was, to have to now come back into this, rebuild a team, redefine what they are able to do in this. And again, with these adjustments, when it comes to, you know, the nerfs that we talked about with the recent patch and adjustments, I'm really, really excited to see how Redbirds are going to face off against Odyssey and be able to, you know, maybe take them down a little bit and deny them this golden opportunity to you know, continue on their quest for an undenied lossless win.
Odyssey are bringing a May to the table from Tree. This is, you know, we've seen a lot of stuff from Tree. This is not one of the things we usually consider to be like the strength, but like, I'm sure it's good, right? Wow. Like they started out the fight okay, but Rack Attack going down early doesn't. Oh,
oh, there's the second one. Oh no. Oh, it was too clean. At this point, Shree says, all right, friends, I'm probably going to say my fond farewells. And your perfect vocal description of that feeling is, I guarantee you, what Shree felt.
Oh, that was a good time. All right, Odyssey. Rough first start again. The double flex DPS coming out from Odyssey is a threat, but Tree on May is something that, despite Tree's prowess on literally everything he touches, is still relatively unproven. Redbirds look to take advantage of that and force him into this choke point. Great field by Vision to start things off.
Yeah, Vision able to elude, not get caught out by the wall, separated from the rest of the team. 30% already gained and netted here with Gig up front, continuing to keep this team going. Lethal gets a pickup onto Rack Attack and slashes through another. This is the Lethal game right now.
All right, Genji's here to play. Oh, come on, make it 5. Make it 5.
Oh,
Make it 5.
can't get it.
Oh, no, I get the health back. Okay. Wow. You know what? Fair play to Multhal.
Yeah. That's where you have the comment in chat being just like, no thanks, bro.
All right, this fight though, early ultimates up for Redbirds. I mean, a massive advantage in terms of support. So they want to play this aggressive. They absolutely should.
As Lethal has the blade, goes in for another. Lethal has just been so pivotal right now on this front line and finding these takedowns. Redbird Esports really coming out strong, and Tree on this May does have the Blizzard though, but it's not been nearly as impactful on this May.
If Lethal deflects it, I'm gonna lose my marbles, bro. Anyways, great job by Redbirds recognizing they had the ultimate advantage. It's pretty easy considering you won the first fight, so it'd be impressive if you didn't have an ultimate advantage, but they still carry it into this fight considering how cheap the last one was, having only used the blade.
I mean, this right now, everything's got to be contributed into this. Wall comes out, denying the retreat, but at this point, they've not been able to play aggressively. Malthael attempts to get value, but there is a sound barrier, and Redbird Esports is just eviscerating Odyssey right now. This is an entirely different outcome than I would have initially anticipated.
Did Rack Attack even get a rally?
No! Rack Attack died.
That's
initially.
Rack Attack's break, dude. That's not a small feat. Right? That guy is good at that character.
Like, the pick came through so early when you had Lethal get the quad takedown. Then the next one, you had decent collapse onto it. Gig got a significant amount of damage onto it, lost that too. Third fight, that's when you have Blizzard and everything, but Redbirds just turns it and completely takes the fight. Rack Attack couldn't get to it.
I mean, we talk about it. We've talked about it when we were interviewing the winners of the EU finals, right? When we were interviewing, I believe it was Bia. He described Brig as, to paraphrase, like the soft underbelly of this Junker Goats composition. If you can consistently find it like Redbirds are, you're in a great spot.
And as now they approach up towards this upper high ground, towards the stairway, Lethal looking again with a watchful eye. Rhino gets a takedown with a jagged blade onto Gig, which is so significant for Odyssey to take the advantage here. And they do have not only positional advantage, but numbers advantage, and will be able to hold on to this, as I say that, especially with the wall, so they take it.
Oh, no, Tree's going to get collapsed on here. Okay, they didn't stay too long. They took half health and left. But yeah,
the dash!
Collapsed on. I mean, there's no disengage here for Odyssey. They lost to Lucio early in the fight, and so for Redbirds, it's as simple as wait for their spawn and then speed onto them.
So, topic here. We talked about how Redbirds in some cases, you know, have these tactics where they don't really scrim as much with the enemy because they want to have the tactical advantage, but this time around, they're just coming out with really, really well-rounded mechanical play, and they've really worked and refined this composition.
Yeah, and like we said, headed by Gig gives them the opportunity to play aggressively, defensively. Right now, it's all aggression. They know they're winning these fights. They know they're heading ultimate charge. Lethal's going to play for that blade, and Redbirds are going to buy the time for him to do it.
Tree now into the back, putting the wall up. Almost slowing them, so they can't get around the wall. Able to elude that coverage. Gig gets the carnage, will be able to flee, isn't locked down and slowed as the cryo freeze has to come out. This is still Redbirds. They're not losing anybody in these engages.
Need I point out who died first in that fight again? Again, not necessarily like their fault, but Redbirds are being able to isolate that player time and time again, and they don't even need a May to do it. Now they've got the ultimate. They're going to play this fight aggressively. They know they've got the first ones on deck. They can hold this choke with the blade. Like this is a golden opportunity to 100-0 again.
Blade active, does get knocked back with the boop, but right into the waking arms of the rest of the team. Odyssey is so low. They're cleaned up and only have to commit the Dragon Blade.
No players lost. Again, 3 ultimates still up for Redbirds. if Rack Attack ends another point without getting a rally, even charged, I don't know what to say, man. Look, I know right now, Kim, Rack's mom, you're definitely watching. You might want to cover your eyes.
With now 20% remaining, 15% still to go. Lethal in the back again, hyper fixated onto Rack Attack. Dashes in for the damage, but the Blizzard is there. It gives them space. Rhino actually gets to follow up with Tree onto Lethal. Now, you've got the overclock. Vision looking for those sight lines, attempting to get somebody with it. Can't quite do so, and we do see the rally. So do not avert your eyes just yet.
We're good. Okay. We got a rally. And honestly,
Mom, don't worry.
It only took Rally and Blizzard. Like, that was a fantastic engagement by Odyssey. They took their time. They got in. They didn't let Vision's DPS ult really answer that fight, nor did they let the sound barrier. Now they've got a sound barrier advantage going into a rampage on rampage fight. This is, I mean, a golden goose for Odyssey if they can try and just maintain this pressure. Unfortunately, they have no room for error.
No, there is none. And now you can see Redbirds approaching and eclipsing. Oh, what a nice denial. Big denial onto the blade. No ability to dash forward to get that gap close either. Couple of great picks, though, still in favor here of Odyssey. And now it's relying on Gig to get this rampage. And, I mean, Lethal's going to have to go for the blade. There's not really too much else on line for them.
It's because Odyssey are holding on to these support ultimates that it makes it so much harder, right? You have to force this out at some point. They will give them the space, but sitting on it, Luke Mino just has the answer to this rampage. And what we were talking about, the rampage is the only thing that Redbirds have, and it is so easily trumped by Odyssey right now. It's going to take something special.
Yeah, they've got to force this out before Gig can use it, but they're actually just going to enter into it. It's going to be a only 2-person hit here for Gig. Renko goes down, so now, even though Lethal's got a couple of takedowns, Rack and also Tree, this is still Odyssey managing to stabilize here.
Which is weird. Yeah, Rhino's in Narnia. There you go.
Oh,
finally goes down. Got isolated on the side of the map. Actually, fantastic job by Redbirds.
Wow.
Positioning, kind of zoning them away into that side lane and making sure that, yeah, the rampage came out, we got hit, but you're not going to be in a position to help your team afterwards. Now they come and pick up on the rewards of which they bet on. Nicely done by Redbirds. A clean 2-0. Odyssey had some fighting them at the end, but boy, oh boy, did Redbirds just put them down like Ole Yeller.
So they first take a map away from Odyssey on their golden run. Then they take the map and completely show us that Redbird Esports has been definitely working hard coming into a tournament like this for the Summer Mayhem Classic. And now, Odyssey, again, I look to Tree and be like, the May, is this something where they just want to try and flex to something else for, you know, some kind of hero depth? Or...
Well, it's worth noting, the Pharah change thing, the 9% per direct rocket, not reverted. So I think a lot of the teams are kind of internally writing that off. But Tree's Pharah was to the point where you were like crossing like, this is probably just good anyways.
Yeah.
Lines. And I wouldn't be surprised to see it come out, especially considering second map, they get the pick. Escort has kind of an open field in terms of what you want to run. Jib, I don't think they go to, right? Just to avoid those kind of non-flexy maps. But Circuit Royale and Route 66 certainly do open the door for more DPS flexibility. I don't know if like, I don't want to be hypercritical of the May because like, it was fine. It was well played. But you kind of just want Tree on a character that can hard carry, not set the team up to carry. Because obviously got the core, they got everything to follow it up. But so do Redbirds, right? Like that's where Redbirds can meet you on the battlefield and really just, you know, immovable object, unstoppable force kind of thing. Whereas when Tree's playing the game on a difference-making character, on a character that's just going to gap and make that big difference themselves, that's where other teams struggle to equalize on that battlefield.
Yeah, it's the playmaking factor that the May didn't bring as much since you are relying on a lot of other things. But it looks like we're actually going to have confirmation. We're going to Circuit Royal for this next map with Redbirds already having the map advantage. So Odyssey, going into this, I would strongly believe that Tree is going to change it up from the May, and that's going to be a significant factor of difference to compete against Redbirds. But watching Redbirds, they are doing very, very well and feeling extremely dominant right now, just as a whole. Like their synergy and their play is on point.
Yeah, the ult tracking's been good, but honestly, let's look at those early fights and their rollouts and how they played a lot of those, right? Even when the May came out of Tree, which is something that maybe they had scouted before and heard from some of the other teams, but likely not. Likely they were expecting something different from them, especially on Lijiang, which was like the one map where we were talking about, we were like, any other team plays Redbirds or Odyssey on Lijiang, you just instantly lose. But those two, we thought the DPS would come out and make a big difference, but yeah, there were some nice plays by Lethal. It was by and large really just a game that was won by the team and some great shot calling from Redbirds.
Yeah, and again, that's all influenced by learning from the past and how A-Sides has, you know, hit them quite hard for some of those matches. Again, 0-3, where it is going to be, you know, such a significant takedown for the moment, and going into this now, they had some time to better strategize, be able to bolster their communication with one another and understand this Junker Queen meta, the adjustment as well. Like we mentioned with the patch notes, there are a significant number of changes across the board that can also contribute. So there are so many variables that enter into the mindset when looking at the bigger picture here between these two.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of bigger picture, we can talk a little bit about like the changes that got made. This patch, have we mentioned it today? They removed Norb.
Yeah,
they got rid of the Norb, which is what I think Spectre or Johnny Spectre Boy said on Twitter Owl was going to be playing on. So that's kind of where we're at right now. It is with the Junker Queen nerfs and the Pharah nerfs, so take it with a grain of salt. But without Moira here, I was looking at this game, I was like, dude, we're going to be, like, Rack Attack's going to be cooking something up in the kitchen. Like, this is just golden age for him. Like, only Brig? Like, that's all I have to worry. If I could only ever have Rack Attack, I'm sure he doesn't only want to play Brig, but, like, if I could only ever have Rack Attack on Brig, like, I'd be a happy camper.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you can keep Rack Attack alive. That's the other big factor.
Yeah, it's like an asterisk above all that, you know, when he's
like
actually playing
footnote, whatever. Yeah, a footnote at the bottom of Webster's dictionary or something. Just
again, I have to say this whenever, because supports are a lot of the time, right, the focus of these compositions. I've brought up in past tournaments. I think I really don't want to make it seem like we're cyberbullying these support players. Like, going down first does not necessarily mean it's your mistake. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. But by and large, it is a team effort to keep these supports alive, to peel for them effectively. And it has just not quite been there for Rack Attack, especially on, well, I guess on both of the first two sub maps, right? It was going down first virtually every single time. And you have to think that, like, Control Center was close enough that it could have been defined had Rack Attack had one or two fights there. Yeah. He was able to be kept alive by the team. But now, Circle Royale, a little bit easier. Briggs can stay a little bit safer in these situations. Or, I mean, there is a chance, there is a world where we switch things up and we see some Sigma.
Yeah. And we didn't really get to see, you know, that when it came to the selection in our previous matchup due to it not going on to this map. But again, Circuit Royale does have a big history in keeping that Sigma play. And what we also saw from Odyssey, even looking back at A-Side. So as we enter in onto this, curious to see, also, like I said, Tree is the factor that I keep looking at. Is we need to see that playmaking potential come back out of this and build the team back up, because it was just unfortunately not there with the combination of going on to the May and the fact that there was so much hyper focus onto Rack Attack. We're going to have an adjustment, though. It's going to be Vulcan actually subbing in for Rhino. Okay. That's a compositional swap for them to have a little bit of variety in what they're looking to bring on this attacking side.
I mean, it's almost definitely a Sigma in this case. Vulcan is a player who's had a fantastic offseason in between the contender seasons, specifically on Sigma, put up some insane performances. And I'm really excited to see actually get to come and play. I think a lot of people with Overwatch 2, you know, everyone was like, baby rage, like, off tanks are going to be like, no, there's plenty of room to play off tanks. We just happen to be in a Junker Queen meta, so like all the main tanks are playing. But I mean, we see it in Overwatch League. Like, there's plenty of room for off tank players to really come out and shine. And both of these teams have fantastic off tank players that they're bringing to bat. But now Odyssey bringing out Vulcan, offering up more Junker Queen? You know what? It might just be on the defending side. It's likely just on the defending side, but Vulcan has shown us a Junker Queen that is more than playable.
And you can see them go head-to-head with Gig, who we've highlighted significantly before with their play and coordination with the team. Lethal, once again, though, instantly harassing the backside, gets Tree, and denies them from getting any value. They've lost both Renko and Lethal, so that's a recovery here, but they know exactly who they want to focus down, with Vision out getting a couple of decent shots, though.
Now Odyssey, get this cart a schmoove in real quick. And forward, Redbirds Shouldn't have to change too much to respond here. Ultimates aren't even on deck considering how clean of a fight it was. But they do need to utilize this high ground properly and make sure that they maintain the status quo when they choose their drop-down timing.
And at this point, you can play a little bit further forward, have the space gained, ensure that you can get to this checkpoint or a majority of it until this next engagement. The rest of Redbirds looking through that shop, keeping a decent amount of damage put in. Gig now does play Throttle, and Vision gets one onto Rack Attack, and again, unable to truly play this game a majority of the time. Once again, Renko and Lethal, it's a deja vu moment being lost again, as we saw earlier, and Odyssey's gonna take space with this.
Okay, so, like, let's compare Tree on May. Tree on Ash. This guy's damage output, it's so hard. It's not hard to ignore. It's impossible to ignore. His impact on the game is just stupid. Gig does punish an overextension, though. Fortunately for Odyssey, the reset's quick. Spawns right there. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, the fact that they got the checkpoint's going to make it a lot easier for him. But again, you also see this level of overzealous and aggressive character come out from Tree when on these individuals. The May still being a little bit aggressive, but more reserved in the grand scale of things. It is a entirely different ballgame. Blade gonna come out though, trying to counteract with the beat there to make sure that Odyssey is covered and sustained through everything. 2 go down, Redbird's eliminated, and that's gonna be this ramp taken for Odyssey.
I'd like to see them kind of keep this train moving and try and win this next fight quickly, because they are first up to a couple of key ultimates, but it's by pretty slim margins. Odyssey, we've seen them ult track in the past. They have been extremely good at knowing when the other team has stuff and when they don't, but the 10 to 15% margins is where you start to see it be really, really difficult, even for players like this.
And as Redbirds maneuvers out towards this position, looking to make this that clean fight, like you mentioned, Bob active into the corner.
Ooh,
decent shot
but
onto Tree. Able to take them down. That's not going to allow Odyssey to take this quickly, nor at all.
Nicely done. And it holds all the ultimates for Redbirds. They do have a sport ultimate advantage going in. What?
They want to go with this?
Sure, rally re-engage, Blades in, and we're here to fight. Neb still has a sound barrier, though. Like, this is a clean and cut. This should be a Redbirds win.
Vulcan even commits the rampage. I am absolutely surprised at that decision-making. Vision shuts down Tree again. They can't even be there to play this. 2 are now clocked by the rampage and free sightlines for Lethal onto Rack Attack. This is, unfortunately, so much contributed by Odyssey and puts them leagues back.
And a lot of time you'll see these fights where they try and do that to just trade out a lot of the important ultimates, and even if you know you're going to lose at the end of the day, you know you're going to get more out of it. But Luke Mino, by the time Luke Mino has sound barrier, it's going to be like used for a Blade, which you're just not super happy about. You want to use Rally for Blade and sound barrier for the Rampage, but Odyssey are on the opposite timing right now and are struggling to turn it around.
I mean, look at this control, this dominance, just breaking down Odyssey from the inside out at this point.
It's because of all the pressure that Redbirds are just putting on this backline time and time again. It isn't like the support ultimates being flipped to their respective DPS and tank ultimates is not like their fault. It's just Redbirds playing smart and putting the pressure on when they need to. And now they've netted themselves a whole new round of ultimates before Odyssey can even dream of that sound barrier.
You Redbirds basically at the initial spawn. Playing that far forward. Lethal, oh my goodness, that deflect comes up just in time to deny the Jagged Blade from pulling him into a scary, scary position. As the Blade comes through, Lethal gets Vulcan and is now chasing down below onto Luke Mino. Redbirds, despite them losing so much space early, have absolutely come back with a vengeance.
Oh, bad stagger. This is not fun for Odyssey right now. And it'll be matched support ultimates from either side coming into this fight. Sound barriers should both be up for the respective rampages. Difference maker could be the DPS ultimates once all is said and done, but Vision's going to look to try and end it early.
Yep, and you can see they are constantly focusing Tree. Commanding Shout comes in, looking for an angle. Aggression forward by the Lucio play, attempting for the boops and mobility to get in and out of that fight. Rack attack with the rally, but Luke Mino down. Tree comes in with a railgun to eliminate Gig, so that is the Junker Queen down. And Odyssey managing to turn it about and should be able to complete this next checkpoint entering into the third phase.
There might be one more set of spawns. I'm gonna hold my tongue.
Risky. I think it's gonna be too risky.
We'll hold off. Either way, Vulcan does have the Rampage should they need to take this fight, and it's going to be the only thing on deck should they use it first, so it's not really a huge deal. Yeah, there definitely is one more contest here left in Redbirds, but Odyssey, should this Rampage hit, they shut it down pretty quick.
And you can see Lethal up front. Jagged Blade has to dash out. Nice pull. Rampage still being held on to until finally pulling the trigger. Only hit Gig. And Gig's gonna... Oh, okay, I was gonna say, Gig gets taking over the carnage. Trade, indeed. Malthael harassing. Neb in the back. Vision goes down. You've got this damage overrunning Redbirds as they are just 3 meters away, but Lethal and Neb working in tandem with one another. Redbirds actually might just be able to pull this off. They do find in the final fight. Before this checkpoint is reached, they just need to focus fire. The last two that are here, they can't quite bring them down and finally get the pickup. There's not enough to come back from spawn. It is too far away, and you will have Redbirds be able to hold this before the checkpoint. Beautifully done.
You got to give it out to Redbirds there. Immediately recognizing, I was calling it out, Vulcan's got the only Rampage on the field. It's the only ultimate up. It's a trump card. It should, I mean, the hitbox on that thing is gigantic. But...
Granted, they reduced it by a meter, which is somewhat helpful.
That meter might have made the difference there, I'll be honest. It might have been just enough to lose that fight. Because Redbirds, I mean, they spread themselves out like nothing else. And, credit to them. Managed to only get Gig hit with it. Gig valiantly trades himself out and says, good luck, team. They were more than capable of finishing it off. It looked so good for Odyssey starting things off, but not so much towards the end. Redbirds found their footing and have given them an old taste of what happened in map number 1. Now, though, this is what Odyssey we're playing for. Yep. You have to think they bring out the Sigma here. No? Really?
No. And they're going to have Tree instantly on the Sojourn from the get-go. That I'm not surprised with. Again, just going to your strengths and playing to what you know. But yeah, Vulcan coming in specifically and not playing the Sigma is a surprise.
Yeah, I always talk about the big red emergency lever that hangs on the wall that, when do we pull this? When is the game, oh no, we're losing pretty bad that, we need to make the drastic swaps. And considering that Redbirds spanked them in map number 1 and then, gave them a quick break for, point A here and then resumed, I thought that, it was time for, some lever pulling, but Odyssey are confident. Yeah, and you know what? Fair play to them. This is a team that's been together for an extremely long time. These players know each other for so long and so well at that they're confident they can bring it together. They're confident they can make the changes needed to try and get a better hold off here.
Looking to see if you can have Redbirds drop Odyssey into the loser's bracket, which would be quite a change up from what we've seen prior. Lethal now regrouping in the back, taking some damage, but is instantly topped up to secure that they can get back into the fight. Looking for that backline aggression once again. Vision laying in the damage. Tree not finding pickups as that commanding shout gives them cover. This is a very dominant position forward by Redbirds, but they might have just overstayed their welcome. And actually, Odyssey's going to fall back in kind.
Nicely played. Just get a quick little reset off here. Not much to be found. Ultimates coming online in a little bit. But by and large, there's definitely going to be a first pick before then.
Oh my goodness, Odyssey loses Vulcan. Neb finds the pick. Redbirds, there is so much coming out from Neb and Renko to keep this team alive. Absolutely. Vision's health has on multiple occasions dropped to critical levels and still keeps them going.
And now you want to find an engage before point A here. You have all 5 back. The Junker Queen a little bit late, but Odyssey would love to find an engagement.
Disruptor shot to secure that nobody can get in as easily. There is still contention for now. Vision holding that back line, not being left open and visible to Tree. Tree does still have the opportunity to get that overclock available for Vision, over Vision. And Luke Mino does have the sound barrier active. There is a rally from Renko, doesn't get taken down and has enough to give Neb with the sound barrier. Redbirds just getting beautiful timing on everything. You've got the Dragon Blade as well from Lethal contributed, gets one onto Tree, and follows through on Rack Attack. Redbirds are just on a tear right now.
It's not over yet. Still fight here on the cart. 2 minutes on the clock. They're going to contest this one. Close spawns for Odyssey means they're going to get in hard on it, but unfortunately it's just not enough. Dude, it was so close. Luke Mino had the first sound barrier. They had the first ultimate, and they used it early. They had about 5 seconds there to try and end the fight, but unfortunately, 5 seconds sounds like a lot, but dude, it is like the blink of an eye. And unfortunately, they just weren't able to find a target in that amount of time. Redbirds come back with support ultimates and DPS of their own. There's a silver lining here that Odyssey are the ones with ultimates coming into this fight. So they should be able to get set up a hold.
Yep, and you can see that box where this can conclude. 4 minutes to work with. There is the commanding shout from Vulcan to press forward. Overclock is contributed by Tree. And Lethal does go down. I was going to say that dash reset should be there for him. And that will be a cleanup by Odyssey, contributing just 1 of the ultimates. Still having 2 for the next one.
Yeah. Clean, cheap, exactly what you want. They're going to get that sound barrier from Luke Mino up. Honestly, probably in time for Gig, considering that Redbirds have to scale the high ground before they aggress.
Renko's just alone in a corner, and they can take full advantage of this. I got to give credit to Renko, though, playing for as long as they have been, and they get the Dragon Blade for it.
I'm actually... Wait, I don't hate this Dragon Blade. Well, now I really don't hate it because he killed so many people, but like, even considering, like, say you stagger a Brig for 20 seconds, like, that's effectively a fight win, right? Like, I Dragon Blade for a 20-second stagger. Like, I don't hate that.
This is now starting to look a little uncoordinated for the moment. There is an attempt to try and boot them off the edge, but they get the jump back in and gets the bash onto Neb. This is going a little bit awry right now for Redbirds.
Odyssey are going to continue to charge up those ultimates as well. Raktak and Luke Mino just about a double support ultimates, which means that it's going to be impossible. I mean, we talked about how Luke Mino, given the high ground, would be able to charge up the sound barrier. Well, I guess given a spawn hold, you can do the same exact thing. So this Rampage is hard countered. So the aggressive tools that Redbirds have should be shut down with ease.
Lethal. There's the boop. There's the takedown. We're just going to finally see Redbirds stabilize here for the moment. And as long as they can continue to get these staggers, it's going to give an opportunity for this payload to push back up towards that upper portion of the ramp.
Yeah, I mean, Odyssey had the opportunity there to use support ultimates aggressively while in spawn, but I don't mind the decision, right, to hold them until this fight later. But unfortunately, that decision does let Redbirds get all 5 of their ultimates up, which, you know, it's like seeing the forest through the trees. It's really hard, but it is at the disadvantage of taking that play, and now you're at a disadvantage.
Railgun takes out Tree, the significant factor we've highlighted and talked about at the top of this broadcast between these two. And now you can see a Rampage coming in. Another pickup onto Luke Mino. Redbird Esports, despite them being knocked back, put into their spawn, have come out with a unbelievable display of dominance over Odyssey. I don't think any of us saw it to this capacity, but Redbirds take this game, take this match, and move on to the winners segment, and we'll have Odyssey drop to the losers.
It's crazy how close these games are. Again, like, when I am, like, calling out things, like the fact that Odyssey didn't take a 2 support ultimate engagement while spawn holding the other team. Like, that is a decision that 99.9% of the time, like, you're just, yeah, why would I spend both my support ultimates in their spawn?
Yeah.
Like, we'll give them a fight, we'll let them spend stuff to get out of their spawn, and then we'll beat them later. Like, it's a no-brainer. But the one time, like, that's not the case. The one time when Odyssey managed to break spawn, even if Odyssey used 1 ultimate, they still would have had an advantage there going into the next fight. They just managed to get them charged up for a final fight and make that last push. Like, Redbirds have just, by that 0.01%, out-tracked Odyssey. And at the end of the day, that's the difference that it takes.
It really does. It absolutely does. And as I mentioned, I'm saying moving through the winner's bracket, they're actually going to the grand finals right now. I didn't even realize we got through so many of it since we had done the losers bracket. It went super fast. So right now, you have Redbird Esports securing themselves a grand finals match, stripping this away from Odyssey, at least for right now. And I cannot wait to see if Odyssey is going to be able to redeem themselves, come back in, and have a second go at this for round 2. Or if somebody at this point is even going to bring them down, because realistically,
Wisp is still down there, bro.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. It's going to be Wisp and Odyssey like we saw. They were on polar opposites. They didn't get to play against each other until that final segment when it came to A side. Now they're both in the loser's bracket, working their way through. You can already see Wisp is up 1. I mean, this is going to be an exciting rest of the broadcast.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. We have a lot more to go. I've got a lot more chicken to eat and a lot more respawn chairs to sit in. Mind you, this is very comfy. Thank you very much, Florida Mayhem, for sending me one of these. Yeah, gotta get them all in. Also, drink your energy drinks while you're at it.
Yes, for sure.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, no, you good. You good?
While you guys are shopping for all your fantastic products from our amazing sponsors, of course, Respawn, Zaxby's, XS Nation. You guys can sit around. Wait, watch the B stream. I think they'll get it up here because there are incredible matches going on in the lower bracket. And like Rich said, there's amazing brackets currently on absolutely everywhere. It's gonna be Big Hungry Phil and of course Thibbledork coming in to finish off the broadcast for you guys. So stay tuned. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
We took our signature sandwich and cranked it up to 11. With bacon and cheese, it's the new Signature Club, remixed by Zaxby.
31 fight towards the end of Night Market. Hypotheticals, like if you still had that, maybe you're able to survive that initial push from Peps a little longer. But with that out of the way, it looks like we will be going to Circuit Royale for our second map. What are you expecting here? Because Circuit Royale has been host to plenty of different comps here, Junker Queen Rush aside.
I haven't seen much with the Junker Queen on Circuit Royale, but if I had to guess, long range is still really good on this map. Without Junker Queen or not, there's not really much Junker we can do about a Widow. 100 feet shooting her in the face. Just gonna say it. It's kind of hard to deal
and
with.
I mean, we can't discount that Logix is on Team Peps. This is a Nyx map pick. Obviously, one player does not decide what map you're going to pick, but that is something to consider. We might see Logix on those long, not might. We definitely will see them on the long range hit scan here. Most likely an Ashe, maybe even a Widowmaker, and their Ashe has been dangerous. Is a nice way to put it.
Yes, very dangerous, as you would say. Logix has been pretty insane. I'm more interested about what the teams are going to be running on the tank line, because I feel like it's pretty easy, just throw your star Genji player on Genji, throw a hit scan on Widow or Ashe, something like that. Pretty easy decisions to make. Supports, there's only like 5 of them. You'll figure it out. It's more about the tanks. What are we playing here? Because a lot of times you see teams play the Sigma. It's probably one of the only maps you really see a lot of Sigma play. You can spam at like a decent distance and has that shield. I don't know, because I remember my good friend Worstcast telling me that Sigma kind of gets run over by the Junker Queen. So maybe that works out in the Junker Queen's favor theoretically to play the Junker Queen comps on this map. I don't really have an idea. I'm kind of thinking this out as I'm saying it. But it's going to be
some theory crafting, some theory crafting.
Yes.
I mean, Worst, for those of you that don't know, very smart player, tank player themselves. I do agree with you on that. Sigma kind of does get run down by the Junker Queen comp. The only caveat to that is if you're able to keep that distance between the Sigma and the death ball of the Junker Queen comp. The shield being stationary, like once you stop the shield, it's stationary. If you stop it in a bad spot, it's punishable by that rush comp. They can just walk past it, and then you have to call it back, and you can't use it for another 2 seconds. If you're able to keep your distance, it can work out. But once again, in order for the Sigma to be doing damage, they have to be like within a certain distance of the comp itself. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see any Sigma, even though Sigma has been known to be played on this map, just because the Queen comp has so much speed boost potential.
Yeah, but it's like, can you outrun the headshots? That's what it comes down to. Can you outrun this, small corridor with no shields? It comes down to really player. Yeah, look, exactly. Team Peeps. They have Naga on the. I love this actually.
Yeah, I love this
on
comp.
the Widow and then Naga on the Sojourn. Wouldn't mind the Ashe either, but Sojourn's just as good. Especially, I actually wish the Naga was on the Ashe and then Boat was on the Sojourn because she gets so much she gets so much charge off of those shields. It's so easy. It's like literally just free charge. But Knicks are in the the offensive spawn, can really change up the comp whatever. I don't think we're gonna see Doomfist. Be interesting to see a Doomfist, but I don't think we're gonna see it.
Yeah, Kuffa's gonna swap over to that Junker Queen. I'm assuming Nos is just going for an initial shot out of spawn and then swapping back to either Genji or Sojourn. Ooh, misses the shot. That was a free pick there, but it's easier said than done. I know that if I had taken that shot, I would have missed 10 times out of 10. So can't complain too much. Nos will be swapping back to that Genji after that shot. And yep, we got that Junker Queen rush on the offense. And meanwhile on the defense, we have this Sigma like long range damage comp that we were discussing. Wait a minute.
Oh my god, Knockout goes down. They just ran it down.
I mean, this is what we talked about.
Gang warfare.
Yeah, you can just bypass that Sigma shield, and then you're on the enemy team, doing a great job of just taking all the space. Benbest actually not too bad of a stall here. They will spawn later, obviously, but I mean, you can rush them back with your Lucio. But very clean first fight in favor of Nyx.
So Nyx answers the question. You can outrun the headshot.
Yes.
You can. All right, it's good to know.
Yeah, Logix is actually also going to swap over to the Ashe, which I like here. I know that Widow does have deeper range here, but I do think that the Dynamite is so integral to like countering this comp, like countering that AoE heals, also building Bobs extremely quick. Will Benbest get run over by this comp? Look at them. They're already half health, half the pop. So many abilities. Help Benbest. The lamp is going to come out. That's right. There's a Baptiste in this matchup right now, and they're going to be trying to keep their tank alive, but it's not going to be enough. Will anyone be able to touch? No. I mean, it's just a meat grinder on that point right now.
It feels like Sigma runs into the same problem that Junker Queen does, where they both get swarmed by different angles. It just feels like when you're playing against the Sigma in the Junker Queen comp, those angles are a lot like shorter. You know what I'm saying? They're a lot closer to you, but they're still spread out. They're everywhere. They're in the trees. But
they're in the trees.
It feels like Peeps want pushing out, and I like this Ashe comp, like you said, the swap. I feel like there's no her range is just in this. Opposed to Widow, maybe a little bit too much, but it feels like Benbest has to commit.
Oh, that Bob is going to be so dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, this window is completely void now. Just the Bob is forcing you to have to position further back. The Sigma spam is not able to go as far. I mean, just absolutely corralled here. And I almost feel like we've seen this before with Team Peps. Do absolutely crazy first map and then get counterpicked on second map.
It feels like the teams see some pretty big weaknesses on Escort from Team Peeps and are going to exploit. Boat is on this great flank. Oh, he's doing the Valorant. He's waiting.
Oh no, the lurk.
Oh, he does get the lurk though.
Paintbrush gets him. Paintbrush actually comes in with the rally and says, "Yeah, I'll confirm that elimination for you." Meanwhile, we have Benbest trying to stall this out. They will be trying to just jiggle between that point. Meanwhile, we have a massive rush onto the backline while Benbest tries to stay up. It's not going to be enough. Kuffa going to be taking out too, and
Boat is still in this backline.
Boat never died. Boat just stayed there.
Boat doing a great job of just anchoring it down back there and causing mass destruction, like mass amounts of couldn't look back without having to die. So Peps immediately swaps off the BAP. I like this decision going to the Lucio Brig. This is the Junker Queen comps, both mirroring. It's what you want to see if you want to win.
And I mean, we do have a rampage here for Kuffa on the side of Nyx, and I think that you want to use this when the enemy team finally decides to go to point. Like it's just, I mean, it's just a funnel. It's a chasm. Everyone is just able to be punished so easily with that rampage, and Bob will be sent in by Logix. Look at how much space this has garnered. Nos actually gets a pick before they still get out. Still alive? No, finally falling, and that will be Peps. A nice little hold there. I feel like this is really their first hold at all.
Yeah, honestly, I think you're right. It feels like Nyx have really just been pushing it really far this whole time without much concussion. But Peps did a great job of flanking them. They went all the way around. It felt like Nyx were like trying to push on against the backliners, but there was no one there. It was just they were already on the flank. So now we're gonna be into this next fight. Nyx do have this rampage and this Bob. And I think they commit the
Oh, I
rampage
love
already.
this play. I absolutely love this play. Just taking that high ground. I mean, what are you going to do to stop that rampage? The only thing you can do is either drop off the point or fight up top, and that fight does not go in their favor. We actually do see Logix falling off the map as well. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if that was just to quickly reset, recognizing that they can maybe get a second fight in here, because even though they are right at the end, this car moves so slow, it is going to be contestable. And Logix does find that pick. Logix doing so much to try and ensure that this is going to be going in their favor. Oh my goodness, that is such a massive pick, and just off of that one elimination, Knicks leave.
Yeah, this third point I feel like is so hard to deal with. You really, you know, they took 2 CP out the game, but they left it in this map. They left it in this map. It's really tough to deal with this last point. They send in Bob. I love this actually. Bob does get
Bob just got bullied off the point.
yeeted off the map and has to take the somehow
Excuse me?
Logix. Logix takes the ego duel and gets completely tracked by Bob. And this point, oh, is it gonna get kept? No, it doesn't. Naga pulls out the blade, but will go down in the end. And Boat is just absolutely just hitting the shots right now, keeping it. Here comes the blade from Nas, trying to clear out everyone left on the point. Does get a swift double, and that's a home run hit right there from Nas.
Wow. I don't know how Logix fell to the Bob there. Maybe they just lost track of where they were because of the double boop. That's honestly unfortunate. I mean, we saw that Logix getting 1 pick was able to quell an entire push from Knicks, and them going down, just worst case scenario.
That was actually just kind of crazy from Knicks. You know, really just nonstop pressure. And there wasn't really much Peeps could do about it. Felt like Kuffa is doing such a great job on this Junker Queen. Just having such a good, many good rampages, just getting real, like, you know, playing really close with the supports at all times to maximize his speed, like output, this like gang warfare, as I like to call it.
I do think we see Peps coming out on the Junker Queen. I recognize that it's gonna be way better on the offense than the Sigma, obviously. But my question is, if you were gonna play it on the offense, why not just play it on the defense as well? I understand that Sigma can work out really well here, just because of these long sight lines and these crazy high grounds. But we saw time and time again just getting run over by the absolute speed and momentum of Knicks.
Yeah, it felt like Sigma was not working at all on this point. I would have to agree. Maybe they just don't have much, you know, scrim time on Escort. It feels like Escort wasn't, you know, they weren't doing that great on Gibraltar either. They did let up that C9 on that second point, but we're in this match now, and now it looks like, oh, Logix has a quick kill on the boat, and that's,
you know,
it's gonna be massive actually.
Typical Logic things. Getting a second as well, just with the primary fire. I mean, you love to see it if you are a Logix fan. If you're a Logix fan, thank Mr. Logix for good luck.
Oh, he slides out of there, but won't actually. The picks are still coming up from Knicks.
I don't think enough people typed "thank Mr. Logix." I think that everyone who's watching this game in any Twitch chat just let Logix down. The people did not send a big enough spirit bomb to them.
But
jokes aside, I do think that that fight did kind of break down, just because even though Logix did get those picks, the rush once again from Knicks proving to be just really, really strong, doing a really good job understanding like the positions on this map that they need to control. And Shout going to be coming out pretty early, and Nos finds Naga, another instance of these Genjis finding their counterpart.
Yeah, you know, Naga trying to start it off, you know, with that quick entry, but gets it turned around on him, and now it's just going to be a quick backup for Peeps. Oh my god, does this bird make it out? Wow. That's crazy.
Wowie. Looking at our ultimate economy here, we do have Fishcake with that beat. Honestly, all these ults are like really close to one another. Like everything within 30%. That's kind of crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a classic every ult scenario here. Let's hope not, for our sake as casters. Knife going to be thrown in, no good. And who's going to be the first to hit that go button? It looks like it's going to be Nyx with that Dragon Blade. Nos on Nyx, going to be doing so much damage. And you know, Genji, the blade might not be able to do like get 5 kills, but it does do cleave damage on all those enemies. And now, speaking of cleave damage, an axe swing from Benbest going to be trying to keep themselves alive, but Kuffa finding their brig. Once again, Nyx just controlling the streets phase.
And that was so great from Nyx to not overcommit. They only committed the blade, like nothing else. They still have both support ults. They almost have this rampage.
Oh my.
Bob basically possibly maybe the best ult in the game at this point. But Peps doing having almost just as many ults as them. Already used the rally cry. Here comes Bob though, and it's Bob is in such a great position.
Oh, finds Canale. That's so unfortunate. Naga, wait, hold on. Naga's in here. Naga does not care. Kuffa though with 2. Nos finding Naga as well. I mean, just when you think that Team Peps finally have opened the door, Nyx just saying, no, we're still in control here.
And that went just... I'm not even really sure what happened, to be honest. It all happened so quick, but it was completely nuclear on the side of the ult economy. You know, Nyx only coming out with their brig ult, and Peps only coming out with their beat. And this is actually even more of a pivotal fight than last time, because now, if Peps loses, this is basically a map, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is definitely your last attempt at a good fight here. And Pep's actually not too bad at positioning here. Nyx have given quite a bit of space here, but look how much damage Benbest has taken. There's going to be an aggressive shout coming out from Kuffa, and now the rush is going to be coming in. Blade as well. Blade trying to do so much damage here. The nade from Logix does a good job of slowing them down, forcing them to reconsider if they really want to go in when they're so easily punishable. And now, oh my gosh, yet again, it's going to be Nos on the side of Nyx, doing so much damage on that Genji. Beautiful dash resets. Getting 3. One last fight. Not even.
Yeah, and that's map. Sheesh. Nyx doing a great job at just completely full holding them on Peps. But, you know, Peps kind of looking... I feel like we've been here before, Teku.
Yeah, no, this is almost a verbatim mirror of Peps' last match that we casted against GeForce, where the counter pick from the enemy team after going down the first map is just an absolute stomp in favor of their opposition. And now we go to a third map. Peps will be able to pick, which I'm sure that they're a fan of. But I mean, man, Nyx doing a beautiful job there on that defense.
What map did they pick last time on third map? I'm like blanking out.
Third map, they picked
I can look this up.
Hollywood.
Now, I don't know if that's as good of a pick against Nyx. I felt like that was definitely more of a counter pick against GeForce with Ball not really being so hot on some of those points. So I'm very interested to see what map Peeps pick, or Peps. God, I keep saying
Peeps, Peps, you know, tomato. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Peps go back to Hollywood. I do think that their Hollywood was pretty strong, all things considered, even against like the great gameplay of GeForce. That map was so back and forth, but they did end up clinching it in the end. I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, hey, we've got the momentum on that map. Let's just keep it going. We know like what we need to do. We can fix mistakes from that last map. My only question to that would be, okay, you did that against a Ball team and a double flyer team. How does that translate to a Junker Queen team, you know?
That's exactly, couldn't have said it better. Exactly how I feel. Be interested to see what Nyx do, because Nyx are the only team to actually have gone to 4 maps, I think.
Correct,
I don't think any other team has done that. Maybe I'm wrong. I haven't watched every match. But
well, obviously Altiora as well, who were the team that they went up against.
Fair enough. They did also go to 4 maps. You know, can't argue that there. But I don't think, did they pick Circuit or what's Call? Oh no, wait.
Coliseum was the 4th map. Push is not in this until like if it's needed.
Until you actually need it.
Yeah.
And we were saying, you know, probably the best part about Push is it's like basically impossible to draw. Like really hard to draw unless you get to that point where he's got to scratch his butt. But other than that, I'm very interested to see what they do, because this is the 3rd time I think. Yeah, this is definitely Nyx's map pick. They play this every time. Circuit on the 2nd map, so this is definitely their comfort pick. So I'm interested. Is this the best of Nyx? Is this what they all they've got, or you know?
I would hope to see them transfer some of that momentum to the next map, especially considering that like the comp is fairly similar. I would assume,
Mhm.
unless they decide to like not do that. I don't know why they wouldn't. It worked very well for them. I just think that I think that you've got momentum in your favor. Continue to iterate on the mistakes that you made, fix like patch them up like you're a sinking ship as you're going along. Put the wooden planks against the hole as you're going, and just keep up the momentum that you have in your favor.
All right, so next map will be King's Row.
Ah, yes, King's Row, my beloved.
So we're definitely 120% in for the Junker Queen mirror. 100%.
Oh yeah,
'Cause
I would love to see a Reinhardt. I want to see Reinhardt so bad. I'm on the pure copium that Reinhardt is somehow a counter to the Junker Queen rush. I'm a believer.
I mean, if we just want to think about it, all right, on paper, free shatter
Well, yes. So like free shatter
can block the
on top of that,
the
like
knight.
yeah, on top of that, you're also a death ball, but your death ball has a shield, and if they're death balling, you have cleave on them. Like you're able to kind of mitigate some of that crazy healing. Now I'm gonna put the copium reserves away for now, so that I can stop ranting about Reinhardt, and let's just assume that no one decides to lock funny Hammerman and instead go funny Outback Lady.
I'm just saying, in theory, you make some good points. You can cleave, free shatters. You could block a lot of. They don't have a shield. We do. Shields were such a problem. We took them out of the game. Just saying.
Shout health overrated. Reinhardt shield activated.
Earth shatter. Slam inated. I really screwed that one.
Maybe workshop that one.
Yeah, we're gonna we'll put that one in the drafts. But should be exciting. I'm thinking Peeps. I think Peps. I was about to say Peps. This Jesus. I think Team Peps will be able to take this out. I think this is going to be pretty good for them. This is their map pick. They're not good on escort, whatever reason, but this is where Logic pounds. Logic's and Naga about to actually pound.
Yeah, we're actually going to be seeing a crazy comp here where Logix is actually on Doomfist. We taking some inspiration from the Houston Outlaws here. No, please don't do that to our eyes, Logix. Thankfully, still on the DPS. And hey, look at that! Who could have seen this coming?
I can't wait for Dante to be the best Junker Queen in the world.
True, that DPS mindset.
Who's attacking first? Okay, we're just gonna see a quick Widow shot. Nothing too spectacular. Maybe they swap. I think they're gonna swap to the Ashe. I think the Ashe is like kind of a good pick on this map.
Yeah, Ashe. I've been really liking the Ashe here. We've seen multiple teams run it with great success. I know that the Dynamite obviously isn't up 24/7, but having essentially a short counter to that healing and AoE is just, it opens up opportunities. It's like, okay, any healing that they're doing right now from their AoE healers is completely negated. Like that's something you can capitalize off of.
And Bob, I feel like Bob is just so.
Bob is so good.
So good in this Overwatch 2.
Who's not feeling too good right now? Logix. Nos just absolutely rolled them, and this is this attack is looking pretty in favor of Nyx right now. I'm not gonna lie, that was opened up real quick.
I'm gonna be real. I blinked, and all of a sudden there's 2 picks. I can't really give you a good analysis. I'm not sure what happened. They just ran it down. They killed.
Well, I mean, once again, we see Logix get picked first. We saw that on Circuit as well. Like losing that Sojourn is really unfortunate because you lose that burst potential of the rail shot.
Definitely, especially when it's one of your star DPS. So much of this game, it comes down to just really hitting your shots, and when you don't have one of your star DPS, it's tough to do that. Oh, Fishcake is getting super aggro. Somehow makes it alive. Makes it out with their life. And Team Peps just wants to back it up.
I mean, yeah, look how much space Nyx has forced here. Like, they've taken half of street space here, and they're not even through arches yet. Like, this is a very good. Oh, that was a beautiful knife pull coming out from Ben Best. Great job, able to secure that pick. But wait a minute, Kuffa's going to be responding back and saying, "Hey, you're not the only Junker Queen in this match. I'm going to be doing a little bit of carrying myself." And just when you think that Team Peps have found an opening, once again, Nyx are responding just as hard.
And this is not looking good here for Peps at all. We're heading already midway through this second point with 4.5 minutes. This is going to be a crucial fight here for Peps if they want to win this. Nyx are coming in, though, with the Bob and the Blade and the Beat and the the Brig Rally. This is going to be super. This is going to be super tough. They do already get the Brig, though, and this is exactly what you need if you're a Nyx fan. This is looking like it's going to be a clean second point cap, but Nas getting a little bit. Oh my God! Gets Logics. Is it going to get Naga?
Won't do it. Okay.
Oh, Naga will. With the reflex.
But they capped. They capped. It doesn't matter. They still capped.
That's big. That's big for Nyx. And now
we are seeing a bit of a snowball here from Nyx. If I was a Peps enthusiast, I would be a bit worried here. I mean, third point, obviously, a great equalizer on Kings Row. We've seen pushes come to die here. But I got to be honest with you. Kuffa is doing so much on this Junker Queen right now. I feel like they're actually getting a lot of value where other Junker Queen players are not right now.
Yeah, Team Peps do get a quick 2K, though.
Oh, please don't let Naga die. Ooh, okay, nice. All right, Naga is going to be able to stay alive here. Looking for maybe one more pick. No, not going to be able to get it. They do stabilize with just the Blade. That is actually so crucial. Stabilizing with just the Blade. You have 4 ults here. Now you just need to make sure that you're using them better than Nyx, because they have quite a couple ults as well.
What we would like to see is a nice ult cycle, right? Maybe we use the Rally. Yeah, we use the Rally, maybe a Rampage, and that's it. And we hopefully have to win this fight, too.
Kuffa has popped that Rampage. They've antied 3 enemies, but, I mean, a Rally and a Beat is going to just negate any hopes of trying to get any use out of that. But Boat is going to find FD God in the middle of this team fight. Logics, finding Boat. They will fall because the positioning was a bit poor, but maybe it was worth it. Finding that counterpart in the DPS category. Ben Best trying to just live out on this point, but it doesn't look like it. Once again, Nyx finding that win in the team fight. 5-player kill streak for Kuffa. Very cool. Let's see if they can make it more.
Like you said, Kuffa having a great series right now. Doing so much on this Junker Queen and just really being a shining star right now. In this forward position, ready for the Ben Best. Oh my God, Ben Best gets a little bit caught out. Is he going to die?
Oh, no, Naga is going to find Nos. That's so big. The Blade is absolutely canceled. I don't even know if it was going to get anything just because you had the Brig and the Junker Queen in the same spot. Bob is out, though. Bob, we've seen turn so many team fights. Boat is going to find that dynamite kill onto Naga. Ben Best finding their alternate on the other side. Kuffa falling. Finally, Ben Best showing that they can also do it on this new hero. They will be holding it, looks like. The Bob not getting as much value. I honestly think it would have been better to maybe send the Bob to the back of the point instead of on the front of it. Not really able to get as much LOS as they were maybe hoping. And I see a Pharah instead of a Genji.
I was looking at this like, when do we get a Pharah? It looks like Nas has made the swap onto the Pharah, trying to get these angles, but Naga says no, get out of my sky, and we'll get. Oh my God, Naga's become a pitcher now and get a 1-2-3 strikeout. Oh my Lord, to end the inning.
Yeah, beautiful plays there by Naga, really doing a good job of making sure that that fight was not going in any way in the favor of Nyx. Yeah, Nasa swapped immediately back to the Genji. That Pharah pick, I can understand wanting to swap to it, but it was not fruitful. Immediately recognizing that any hopes they had of it were not going to be useful. And already finding more value on that Genji yet again, picking Logics. Very good.
And that's so bad. And Peps instantly back up, trying to get the space ready for, but he gets caught by the dynamite. Oh no, Naga. Naga tries to dash out, but clips the wall. Wait a minute, now they're fighting in this little alleyway.
It's Tiny Overwatch! Ding, 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 ding! Who are we going to see win this one? Ring your bells. Oh my gosh, it is going to be Naga falling first. And, a beat as well from Nyx. I'm not sure that they needed this at this point. It does keep them alive in Logics. Oh, missing the shots! Oh, Nyx! Oh, Boat! Don't worry, Bob has got your back. We do have a dynamite as well. That's potentially going to be burning out Bed and Best. Yep, they are going to be taken out by Fish Cake, and now it does look like Nyx finally. Oh, but no, as I say that, the caster curse, Naga finding Paintbrush, that's one less integral piece to this rush comp. And wait a minute, Logix dies immediately, as well as Naga. It's going to be Benbez trying to stall in this ball. How do you damage them? They have so much overhealth. And now, they get off the point! They get off the point! No!
Oh, Ben Best went to go deal with someone in the back line, and FD got hit on the inside. Oh, the little back cubby. No. You don't want to see that. No.
Oh. They were doing such a good job of crawling that time bank back in their favor, and they just,
Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. Wow. Well, we got this. Wow, we've seen everything today, huh? Have we, Tengu?
That's the third C9 we've seen.
We've got it all today, huh? Well,
man. Well, wait, hold on.
Like
you do recognize the other two C9s we saw were from Peps as well, on Gibraltar.
Oh my god, I forgot. We're against Peps.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
G-Force mined the point on second after a back cap to ensure that they got it, and then they C9'd on third again. Or not on third, they C9'd on the attack.
Team Peps needs a diva player, and I will step up to that position.
You know what? True. Hashtag chicken nugget goat. My favorite diva player.
I will be your off-tank player.
Man, that's so unfortunate.
Wait a minute, what?
They had such good stall there. Like I honestly feel like Benbest maybe left the point a little too early there on the ball. They still had plenty of health, but you know what? C'est la vie. Next point.
I see where you're coming from. You know, someone's got to deal with that backline threat. You can't let I don't think it was the Nano. I think it was the Ashe. You can't let the Ashe just be completely uncontested. It's like having Steph Curry wide open for the three. He's just gonna make it every time.
Someone has to do something. As my vocal cords continue to be fried, it looks like, oh no, Paintbrush has been isolated so quickly. That was such a good rotation from Peps, just sectioning them off. And you know what? I thought that Nyx had a fast first point take. Peps are going to be doing it even faster.
These really is, gang fights in the street of London. They really gotta watch out for that. It feels so brutal. You just run it down.
I mean, yeah, Junker Queen really is like an interesting hero in that regard, where like she needs to be kind of in the middle of everything. Like she gets that value from close range axe swings, close range damage. Naga is going to fall. You hate to see it, but like when you do that, you also are putting yourself exactly where the enemy team wants you. Like, oh my goodness, Logix. Excuse me. Meanwhile, Nos finding a second. I cannot sing enough praises of Nos right now. Their Genji has been phenomenal here, and as we watch these kills get chased down, it does look like it will be in the favor of Peps.
Oh, it looks like Logix gets a little bit too aggressive, and not many people go down on the side of Nyx. Kuffa is just being like a soldier in this front line, doing a great job at contesting and getting a lot of cleave. And there's just not much that Peps can do. As I say that, they get 2 picks.
Man, we are just cursing them over and over again. We just need to say the opposite of what we want to happen, and then it'll happen. Like
I'm not saying that I want that, but I'm just trying to say what's happening, and I'm just a little.
And then the universe says no, that's not what's happening. That's you know what? Boat getting picked there is actually not great. They will be able to recontest, but with how close they are to Bob is such a good stall utility in this comp, and honestly a really good source of damage. You want them to be here. They only just respawned, and so it looks like, I'm assuming they're going to go for a last-minute stall here. They will have plenty of ults here. Peps with plenty of their own, but yep, it's going to be a rally on the side of Team Peps. Nyx is going to be going in themselves as well, and Boat on that revenge tour, Naga falling, saying, hey, I can do that too. We're going to see Team Peps backing out, but no, the chase is still coming. Are we going to see Nyx keep continuing forward? No.
And I like this from Peps. They're not getting completely out. They just want.
It's like a stalemate.
Yeah, they just want to kite the ults a little bit, get away from Bob, give themselves enough time for Naga to come back, but not get too far away. And now that Naga's back, they should be aggressing. And
Logix got shut down.
Oh,
they used their ult and got shut down immediately. You hate to see that. That's an ult that you're not going to be getting back. And now, oh, Ajax! Naga with the Ajax on the fish cake. You hate to see it. That's so crucial. Oh my gosh, we've seen so many support ults in this comp prove to be so crucial to countering both the Junker Queen and the damage, but it doesn't even look like that's going to be enough. Even with that Ajax, they still win it.
No way. Oh, if I'm Naga, I'm pretty upset right now, but I don't know how they're losing, but Naga will get sliced down, and yeah, that's just going to be a clean team reset. And
someone typing from the top ropes. You love to see it. We have a bit of a Lucio 1v1. Honestly, some of my favorite supportal combat is Lucio v Lucio. It's so fun. But things were kind of stalled out here in Streets Faves for Peps. I mean, what do they got to do here to get this going back in their favor? Get the engine running.
I don't even know. You need Naga to. You need the supports, the DPS of Peps to be getting clutch. They keep getting picked so quick. But FD God getting fish cake is so massive. Oh my God, Naga. Oh, Nail. Nail gets done by Nas, and Naga almost
How
goes
is
down.
Nas alive?
Oh.
Nas was just chased by the Lucio and Genji of Team Peps and still got out. And oh my, they're gonna win this fight. They're gonna win this fight. It doesn't even matter. They still win the fight. The absolute crazy survivability of Nas and the peel from their team in that hallway was able to just stall them out. And meanwhile, the front line was just falling apart for Peps.
And this is looking really tough here for Peps. They're all the way at the end, so it's going to be such a long time for them to really get back to fight. I think they have 2, maybe 3 fights at most left. If they don't get this, they really need to. They have no ults either. They're coming up on Naga's blade, but Nyx have the bob. They have the blade. Yeah, they're already blading it now. Ooh, will Nas get anything? Has to use the deflect, but forces them back. And this is just a time game.
Genji Blade just continues to be a go away button. People just walk out. They are able to kite it. It does buy them some time though, and I mean time is starting to play a key factor into this. Taking a lot of damage there, Ben Best. Want to be careful as well. You're on fire. Need to be careful. Bob is out as well. I'm not sure where they went. They're actually,
I don't know where
yeah, Peps is actually going to be rotating all the way around to the other side. The blade is going to be committed. Will they be able to find anyone? No! Kuffa shuts them down!
Kuffa having a great series.
Man. I mean, Kuffa. I mean, how much more can we say about this guy? Boat as well with a nice little 2K. 3K make it. How much? I mean, we're entering last fight territory. This is going to be so dangerous. There's ults to use, but there's a Rampage on the side of Nyx. You have a beat for it, but once that subsides, you're still antied. That ultimate lasts so long.
Logix is going to have some insane Sojourn ultimate right here. Gonna really need to click the heads on the railgun, trying to get this flank position. Oh, and here the Rampage is coming in early, and this is a great play for Nyx, trying to get them off guard while they're still setting up. And oh, it looks like Ben Best is about to die.
He's so low.
Yeah, he's gonna die. And this is looking like map here, Teku. This is looking like Nyx is gonna take it.
They engage at the perfect time, making it such an awkward moment for them. They know that if they fight and win, that the enemy team is just going to be on the back foot with trying to touch, and as overtime ticks away, Nyx with just a beautiful engagement is going to take it from Team Peps. 2-1 in their favor. Kings Row going to be their final victory here, moving on in the bracket.
And that was just exciting. That was really close. Could have went either way. Team Peps do get kind of stalled out on that second point. They don't look as good on these escort hybrid maps, supposed to, you know, some of these control maps. But wow, really making it interesting and exciting.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great series yet again. Team Peps, even though they are out, made sure to give us some banger matches along the way, even in their last moments. A round of applause to them. They did a good job, but Nyx will be continuing on into this series. Man, I sung praises of it. I will continue. Nos on that Genji did so much, and Kuffa on that Junker Queen. I really feel like Kuffa has figured out something on that Junker Queen, getting a lot more value, I think, than some of their counterparts on enemy teams. I think that they're hitting a bit more of their shots, and even though they don't do crazy damage at mid to long range, you know, hitting those extra shots does ultimately like give you an advantage in some of those team fights.
All right. Well, with that, Nyx will be keep it going on in this lower bracket. I don't know who they're playing next. They will be playing Wisp next.
Oh, that's gonna be a
Should
good
be
match.
Banger matchup. Seems that if we look up at our upper bracket, Odyssey have gone down to Redbirds in this upper finals, and they will be in the lower finals. And now this is we're getting to the end of it here, Teku.
Yep, and I mean, I once again, even if, like lower bracket games are this close and crazy, I just the level of competition and pop off moments is just going to continue to rise with each new game. I mean, we're going to be hopping over. It looks like to the lower semifinals here next. So we're going to go ahead and throw to a quick break here. Once again, this was myself, Teku, and Chicken casting this game for you. Excited to see what the rest of these series have to unfold.
Thank you, Zaxby's.
we took our signature sandwich and cranked it up to 11. With bacon and cheese, it's the new Signature Club, remixed by Zaxby.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are with the back half of the bracket. It's me, Big Hungry Phil, and of course the beautiful Thibbledork for the last 3 matches today. Thibble, welcome to the broadcast. Good to see you again for the first time since the last Mayhem Classic.
Yeah, they just cart me out. You know, they put me on a little dolly and just send me along for this. At this point, it's great to be back though. It's great to see you again. It's great to have another day of some cool tier 2 Overwatch action presented by Zaxby's, etc. And we've already had an astounding day of games. It's been a really solid day. There's a couple upsets in there. There have been a ton of really close ones in there. Like I think we're in for a good set to round out the day.
Yeah, I think a good metric for how good this bracket has been is you count the number of 2-0 sweeps. In the first round, actually pretty minimal. We have had some 2-0 sweeps coming up through there. In fact, let's take a look at that bracket live on your screen here. So, talking about upsets, we're looking at the upper finals here. That's the big one here, Fibble.
Yeah, I mean, Odyssey are so dominant. You know, Dora and Richrad were talking about how, you know, prior to that game, they hadn't given up a point, not even a map, a point.
Yeah.
And then Redbirds show up and are like, oh, hey, remember us? Yeah, we're still pretty good at this game. It doesn't really matter how many times this roster gets ripped apart or how soon we need to put the team together or whatever. We're still going to be good. Yeah. And Odyssey learned that lesson once again and are now waiting for us in our lower bracket finals. And before we get to that, we have another potential banger coming in here, Wisp versus Nyx. They've been having a good run. You know, they've been chewing through the lower bracket, doing what they do. Nyx just finishing up a close one against Team Peps, who, very sad to see them go. I was excited to see how far they could get.
Yeah, same.
I found that answer pretty quick. And then Wisp, you know, showing up. I think the Wisp have always been such a fascinating team to watch. You know, they have that like scrappy, you know, second win sort of energy to them. But they show up against big opponents, right? Knocking out Uprising Academy, you know, taking down Peps in the upper bracket as well. Like, they've had a great tournament so far. So this first game that we're casting here should be a solid one.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said for Wisp in the same way that you can make this commendation for GeForce. They've been together playing in more or less this configuration for basically the entire off-season. Yes, some changes here and there, and that kind of familiarity breeds a certain amount of surety in your teammates, and that can generate a lot of success. Thinking about Nyx, though, who are undergoing a recent rebrand, we're previously playing as Milkmen in Contenders A sides, which we've just had, and before that, there was the DICE organization. Some big names here, all things told. Like the one that draws my eye immediately is Paintbrush, formerly of the Overwatch League.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, an astoundingly consistent guy here in Tier 2 who has always kind of shown up and been that rock solid piece. Yeah. You know, like he's playing Brig, you know, he's not always going to pull out a 4K or 5K on a fight, but he's doing what he needs to do. He is showing up and really making these fights happen for Nyx. And he's also surrounded by some amazing players. Boat has been like playing a ton of great hit scans, swapping over to the Ashe and everything. Nas is one of the better Genjis in a pretty Genji heavy tournament meta right now. So it's hard to look at that team and not be like, wow, they kind of have all the pieces they need. But Wisp too, I mean, so volatile, so explosive.
Yeah, there's a lot of room to play around some pretty impactful DPS selections here. But if you're only just joining us, firstly, where have you been for all the other banger matches? It's very poorly behaved of you. It's a Genji meta, it's a Sojourn meta, and it is absolutely and totally still, even with a couple of nerfs, a Junker Queen meta. So, Kuffa versus Crory here, that will be the match out to look out for.
The early sim TP from Rocket coming in, just trying to get to the point as quick as possible. Shrine's one of those where you really want to step up and get set up as quickly as you can.
Okay, jockeying for position, no point unlocked just yet. Bit of damage coming the way of Kuffa. Needs to watch out they don't get focused down here. I believe Commanding Shout was used at the start of that fight. There's Crory's off cooldown now as well. Chopper chops their way through. Nice dash. No kills just yet. Point about to unlock, and I think we're about to see people press the go button here. Here's where kills start to matter. CJ gets the first one. That's Noz out of the fight. Traded for Vega here. Chopper still healthy with a Commanding Shout over health coming in, and that's the dive onto Boat. Boat will get the kill here. Hard to say how this fight is going. Looks to me like Wisp have the control to start with. Nyx in a bit of a weird position here, waiting for respawns.
Well, Chopper getting into the backline there was honestly such a difference maker, softening so many people up, making everyone on Nyx go, please, I'm being dove. And then they had to back up. They just kept getting squished down, and then you lose your point position, you lose your first capture.
Yeah, that'll happen. We're back at it again. Chopper finding Paintbrush here again. That's going to be a support to start the fight, but Nyx know where their bread is buttered here. They're going to back out until they've got Paintbrush back with them. But Chopper doesn't want to give them the opportunity. That's Nas down as well. That's another 10 seconds off of the time bank.
And that 10 seconds is 10% right there. It's a percent per second, folks, in case you didn't know. And just that little stagger can make a difference, right? That can make the difference between losing this fight at last fight territory or not. The ultimate percentage is building up as well, right? Chopper already 20-25% ahead of Nos. And that Dragon Blade coming up first is going to be a real difference maker to maintain control on this point.
And Rocket with a special delivery ready to go. You can see them playing around where Nyx are currently stationed. Lands the stick. 2 fights in a row. Paintbrush not going to be in this one. Nyx now 60% down compared to Wisp, and a player down. Yeah, they've got some ults to throw at this, but you really want the full 6 there.
Yeah, you really need your full team to make it work, right? And it's been mentioned on cast, it's been mentioned in interviews, Brigitte is the soft underbelly, as it were, of this composition. So if you can maintain that pressure and, again, know where your bread is buttered in terms of winning these fights, you're going to get results. And right now, that's exactly what Wisp is doing.
Okay, Nyx with the hacks. That's Overwatch 1 for them, as they've got 6 players on the field. Care of Bob. Bob down very quickly, so we are back outside of the realm of hacks. Seeing some ults come through here. Chopper with the blade. Nos almost has theirs online, and there's been no kills coming through from Choppers. Nos was looking for that with the dash reset. Still just 2% away from having the blade ready to go, but it's 95% here for Wisp. This needs to be a big one here, but the barrier's out. Nyx going to survive through that. Vega survives through that as well. Both barriers out. Rocket finds the pick here. Nyx do almost everything they had at this. They're about to get the Rampage online, but again, it needs to be massive for it to find any value here. Vega finds Paintbrush. There's the potential here for a cap, some kills start to come through for Nyx, but they need to keep an eye on their point presence. They take their eye off the ball, Thibble, and it's 1-0 for Wisp.
I mean, that blade, right? You had to sit and wait for it for so long, and you saw us just kind of like staring at him, like, oh, I'm gonna do it. And Wisp is like, yeah, we know. Go ahead. And then they had a beat ready, they had a rally ready, they had all spread out. Oh, what are you gonna do in that situation? Well, we actually might be getting an answer right now. Maybe we decide, I'm not feeling the Genji. Let's do what Naga's been doing. Let's do what actually a few different teams have been doing in this meta. Switch it up. Go for some Pharah, right? There's not a ton of Pharah counters in kind of the comp du jour that we've been seeing. Genji Tracer do not a good Pharah counter usually make. We're seeing the Sims come out early again for the TPs. I'm curious to see what Boat and Rocket go with here. Tracer and Genji themselves, actually. So Nyx want to keep the Genji, but switch up who's playing it. Probably because Nasus Pharah has been good for forever.
Yeah, no slouch on this hero at all. We are out to the realm of the bug where you were getting additional charge and damage on the back of the direct rockets from Pharah. So this is still a strong pick. It's just not quite as busted as it was. Nyx maintained good point control here, good presence, making it difficult for Wisp to rotate through the normal avenues onto the point. And that's what this Pharah brings for you here. Splash damage that softens people up on the way through. There's the concussive blast, makes the engage onto point a little bit tricky for Wisp. However, they are in danger of being surrounded as Rocket is playing on one side while the rest of the Wisp play over towards Coast. Point is now unlocked. Wisp with a little more point presence, looking to get the first cap. Last second contest, it's not going to be enough. Wisp get the opening cap. Nobody has died here. This has been a blood... well, there we go. Rocket the first down. There's the first blood of the fight. Can Nyx convert this into a fight window? That's the big problem here.
Yeah, can you do anything with that? Can you follow up? It looks like they're going to start to. You know, Nos getting some pressure down, Boat getting some cleanup here. The barrage, whatever you're going to do with the barrage, right? Probably does get that one. But still, a nice recap here for Nyx. 20% on the board for Wisp, which is certainly not as much as they would have hoped for that first capture. But they are coming back close to some support ultimates. They have the Pulse Bomb, and you know Rocket's been doing work with that. And Nos, again, wasting the barrage, not really getting anything out of that besides a trip back to spawn.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see the stats on how many Pharahs survive through a barrage of pro play. I don't think it's many. How many Pharahs just survive the primary fire? Chopper finds Naz, both down to Croy here, and as quick as you like, Wisp come back and say, sorry, thank you for keeping the point warm for us, but actually, we were in the middle of using it, so we'll be taking that one back now, thanks.
Yeah, and Nas going down there, right? This is not a Legion Garden or even a Nepal Sanctum where you can be that AC-130 in the sky, just raining shots and no one can get to you. You have to be at the point, basically. It's almost a ground Pharah. So the Genji Tracer, like, oh no, we can't shoot high up into the air like this where he is now. That's not a big deal, because at the end of the day, if he's over there, he's not applying pressure on the point. And that is really where they need him to be.
Indeed. Well, Blade comes online for Boat. Chopper's still a little way behind that, and there it is. Boat already down to half HP, but Vega's down before the beat can come through here. And that might just be enough now for, well, Boat down, traded. That's the 1-for-1. But they do have ultimates, and they've got the rally running. This is crucial. Almost as good as having that additional player back in the fight, and they really want this now. But that's the sound barrier in as well. Croy down to cover. And we should see this flip back. Oh, okay. Chopper in, commits, but that is immediately out of it there. I believe Cover committed the Rampage here as well. Nuz finds 2. Wisp happy to hold on and get what percentage they can here. They're getting close to making this last fight territory.
Yeah, and I mean, stalling out for that 80% or so is pretty solid, right? You can come in and with a good stall fight and maybe an early recapture, really, like kind of sneak away the round. But Nyx also have some time here. They need to string a couple fights together. And only this barrage online, that's a rough one. I'm hoping Nas is really thinking about what to do with this, besides fly into the middle of the point, press Q and die.
There it is! Look, you're going to hover there. Chopper is going to take you out of the sky with the dash. Unfortunate. That was casual as you like with the melee. Paintbrush down here as well. 60% on the board for Nyx. They might get a recontest here. They might get a touch. It's going to be hard work to win this map.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be running back on as the fight is entering overtime pretty much. You need to make that quick cap happen, not switching over to the Tracer for some recontest action, but no ultimates. They have nothing. Look at that toolbank. I mean, nobody has anything, but Whisper's still a little more ahead, and they have the point capture. That is a big advantage for them.
Right, well, that's overtime. Takes care of Nuz with the rewind. But now Nyx have to push into a defensive team. Finally, the opening frag is huge there. Nuz takes Rocket out of this one. And now they don't have a Tracer to harry and contest point, which is vital here for Wisp to hang on to this. They get equalized, taking Boat out of that. Chopper in, finds the dash, has the melee, and I believe it is just Paintbrush trying to hold on to this that little bit longer. With the rally running from CJ, Cuffer in, and as strong as the Junker Queen is, it's not going to be enough. It's going to be 2-0 on Nepal, and the first point in the series going to Wisp.
Man, those are some good-looking skins. Look at those guys. I mean, it's funny because Nyx come in, Nas gets the pick onto Rocket there, but losing the Tracer is not the thing that loses you a fight in this meta, right? The support line's still alive, your Junker Queen is still alive, they soften up the line, and then Chopper chops. Chopper does what Chopper does, and that's that fight is dusted. You didn't quite capitalize quickly enough. There were a lot of fights there where Nyx was maybe hoping to very quickly gain some value and gain the upper hand, but never hit just the right targets hard enough to actually make a difference. And suddenly that first map has completely gotten away from them.
Yeah, I think some good moments there, some good individual plays out from Nyx, but overall, it feels like Wisp just had that entirely in their control the entire time, basically from right out of the spawn. And I almost wonder if we're in this weird position with this meta where that for the most part, it's going to be a mirror. It kind of has to be a mirror because of how strong certain compositions are. If you know that you can't match the Genji, you bring out the Pharah, and it automatically puts you at a bit of a disadvantage if that Pharah proves not to be like the be-all, end-all counter for whatever's being run.
Yeah, and I honestly think Nyx lost out in terms of the sub-maps, the stages selected, right? If they had gone Shrine Sanctum, switched to the Pharah, and had all that airspace to be working with, we'd probably still be casting right now. The game would probably just be about to finish up maybe or something like that. But they would have gotten a little farther, I think. Village is such a difficult map to make a Pharah work on for all the reasons that I listed earlier. You want that point presence, or like you said, you're playing at a disadvantage. You're playing a man down. You're not getting as much value out of that pick as you would like. And the whole you can't counter me thing doesn't work as well when you have to position yourself that way. So,
no, particularly Yeah, particularly when you see that you're kind of having to play that much lower down to get onto the point, and you're putting yourself in range of the dash from the Genji, because we saw in the replay of the play of the game there that the reason we lost Noz in that fight was because the dash came through and the focus fire was there. Like, you are playing in range of things that wouldn't ordinarily be your counters. It's unfortunate. Right. Let's hope as we move on to our next map, which is going to be Circuit Royale, that we see some adaptations here, or at least we see Nyx start to play into things that match their strengths a little bit.
Right, yeah. I mean, we've seen Boat pull out a lot of hit scan. Circuit Royale is definitely a map that rewards that sort of thing. I don't think you need to worry about bringing out a Pharah for that. You can stick to the Genji there for Nas, who is quite good at it. I think they just wanted a Pharah, and he was just that guy. But Wisp as well, I mean, playing so comfortably. Like, you can tell their target focus is there. They have these priorities in mind. They know their win conditions on their fights, no matter the ultimate state or, you know, where the control percentage was at or anything. Like, they have a solid grasp on this meta, and I think that's why, for me, they've been really, I mean, not surprising. I think they've always been pretty solid. But showing up, they're showing up today because they understand what they need to be doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we move into Circuit Royale, we've mentioned the fact that you get these opportunities for hit scan picks. One of the things that we've also seen here historically at the Overwatch League level, and it feels weird to say historically for a map that is as new as Circuit Royale is, this is a map where you can make some other tanks work. The Sigma in particular is synonymous with Circuit Royale. I do wonder if the pick is strong enough here to warrant just not playing into the meta. Looking at the defense, it is going to be coming through on the Junker Queen, so I think we are not going to be seeing any Sigma here today.
No, I don't expect it, honestly. We saw a little bit of it in a couple games earlier today, but I don't think it suits Nyx's style. Of course, Kuffa is an Australian tank, and Junker Queen is also from Australia, so I think he's legally obligated to only.
It's in his contract, yeah.
I think so, yeah. I think, you know, he is, I believe, a stand-in, but I am sure that clause carried over. Yeah, I totally know what I'm talking about here, folks. Boat swapping over to the Ashe, though, that is something I've seen a lot, and it makes a lot of sense. Boat is extremely good on that hero. He's already been pulling it out here on this map and across this tournament, and he gets results, you know, and I think that extra beef from Bob, you know, hacking back to the sixth man, that's something on a point like this where you really just need some solid zone control. I think that does wonders. Oh, but Chopper coming over the top rope.
Yeah, would just like to clarify, as we are here for the Florida Mayhem, that is a legal maneuver. There was nothing built on top of it. Chopper can go over there. Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. Early push from Wisp around in this first corner. Nyx for now giving a bit of space. And I think Boat is in a little bit of danger here of getting surrounded, but has found Quarry already. Nyx might be able to claw their way back from this one. Chopper certainly taking a lot of flak. Fishcake chases them down, and Chopper's out here. So only this first corner given up. Payload will move back and undo all that. Good first defense from Nyx.
I think the great buff for Nyx there is that they gave Paintbrush and Fistcake mirrored sunglasses and little earpieces. So whenever Boat gets pressured, they go, get the president, and they absolutely destroy Chopper there. Or it might have been Rocket, sorry. Just a fantastic peel there was the point I was trying to get through that ridiculous metaphor. They're doing very well for themselves. They also know what they seem to be doing here on this defense.
Yeah, they've Wisp have now swapped to make the mirror here, and already we find one kill. Covered down here. This is the first trade that we saw coming through on the first push from Nyx the other way, and well, without the Junker Queen there to tank and deal damage and manage sustain, that's all she wrote for that one, and Wisp may push this all the way around this corner.
And we've talked about Brig being kind of the soft underbelly of this composition, but the Junker Queen feels like the heart. She does so many things. She manages tempo, she takes space, she can provide a little bit of support for her team with that commanding shout. Not having her, you can really see how the fight breaks down once you've lost your Junker Queen. So a great pick, I think, there, just to make sure. Speaking of...
Soft underbelly, beating heart, and dominant right hand here from Chopper, taking Noz out of the fight with the headshots. We'll see ults on board now for Wisp. CJ with the rally rolling. They trade out Chopper here, but I feel like the damage has been done. In fact, we are just a few meters away from that checkered box of victory here, and Rocket finds 3 to wind that one out. This is going to be 4 minutes coming in to be blisteringly fast for Wisp.
Fishcake with a bit of a questionable beat. I almost wonder if he would swap, but like that doesn't happen. Lucio is pretty ubiquitous on this meta. I feel like that fight was pretty over. I may have seen that wrong, but I don't think I did. And he popped that and I think got 1 or 2 people, and that was kind of about it. Not to say they don't have some tools to work with still. You've got the Blade, you've got the Rampage coming up, and the Rally as well, which is so vital.
Okay, we are just pressing buttons and going for it here. Nuz with a very sad Blade there, countered by the barrier, and Crawry just clicking heads. Bob on the field as well, man advantage over to Wisp, and they are just gonna continue to snowball that one. And I don't even know if Nyx can mount a meaningful defense here.
It'll be real close, even if they can. And I don't mean to harp on it, but that beat from Fishcake would have really come in handy with that Blade going in and a beat to counter it on the other side. Like, all those Qs being pressed, one more for Nyx might have made the difference.
No beat on either side, and Rampage is available.
Oh-ho.
Rampage for Rampage, and it's Nyx coming through with the first kill here. Noz finds 2, call that Big Noz executioner. There's the third as Rocket goes down in the final few meters here. Nyx do successfully mount the defense. They can start to get a few stackers here as well. Maybe need to be a little bit careful as they have lost Noz here, but they should still have this. And they're staggering out the enemy Junker Queen. Who saw that one coming?
I mean, there's always somebody, right? If you're brave enough, you can stagger anybody. It's just a matter of, can they kill me before I stagger them out a meaningful amount of time? And for a Junker Queen, not really. You know, they don't have that huge burst potential. So if all your healers are there, why not stagger her? You know, she's just a really beefy baby diva. She's been hitting the gym.
That's the first time I've heard the 6 foot whatever she is described as baby. Out comes the Blade. There's no barrier this time from Vega. Sorry, from Fishcake. 15% of the way away, and honestly, using that beat when it was used may have completely offset this rhythm. Regardless, Rocket wasn't able to find any kills, but has pushed the team right the way forward. CJ has the rally, and now they're pushing into the beat from Fishcake. They can wait that one out, they gave a bit of space, and CJ comes back in with the rally rolling over, finds the pick, and bashes Fishcake into the grave. One more, even a bit more space might get this done, but Paintbrush is able to get the rally online as well here. But Nyx are bleeding members, they're bleeding HP, and I don't know if they've got enough gas in the tank to make this work. Drop it down to Nuz, but no, Nyx somehow managed to stabilize here. Cover making the swap onto the Reinhardt to get back in time, but it's the DPS here that are really stalling this out for Nyx.
Okay. I want to go back to the start of this fight. That was fantastic, but it all starts with Rocket trying to Blade.
Oh, God.
I think under the assumption of I'll pull out Fishcake's beat and then we really go in. But since Fishcake had beated earlier, he actually didn't fully build it yet. He was at like 95%. And then the Blade expires, he finally builds his ult, and it's like, okay, I guess now we can beat, and there's no Blade. So let's get aggressive with it. And that, just like this, that actually made that fight work for them, and might make this fight work for them too.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say Vega's got to hurry up with this beat if they want to foist this Blade off onto somebody else, but it comes out early to find a pick, and Wisp are forced back into spawn. Nyx take the forward positioning here, and now Wisp have a real uphill battle to get this contested in the next 40 seconds.
But now they have a beat with no Blade to worry about. They can use that aggressively just like Nyx did. This is actually a pretty solid opportunity for them. I mean, look at the ults for Nyx. There's nothing. Wisp have, I mean, damn near everything. Close on the Blade and the Rally, but those are maybe follow-up ultimates. They can go in.
Okay, commanding shout out. Crawry drops down, goes in with the Rampage, only finds cover, but if they can secure that kill, that might be enough, and the dominoes start to fall here for Nyx. Wisp will be capping this in overtime. This has been a huge time burn for Nyx on the defense, but we will see Wisp having a crack at point C.
90 seconds, though. Like you said, burning that time bank for Nyx has actually been so crucial. Like, good on them to mount that defense that we didn't even think they would be able to really do. And now, all of a sudden, minute 20 with this thing rounding the bend, you know, it's going to be all Wisp can do to finish with any time, I think.
I think we're looking at a preemptive Blade here from Rocket whilst there's still no barrier online from Fishcake. Gonna go for it, out it comes. Commanding shout will buy a little bit of safety from the Blade, but not quite enough as Naz gets sliced through the grundle as they go over. Naz covered down as well here, and Wisp maintain control of the point. A little bit of stall here out from Paintbrush, but we are rounding this final corner into C.
Not sliced through the grundle. You can't just be saying stuff like that. That made me hurt in ways I don't fully understand. Nyx coming online with both support ultimates, to be fair. Bob, close at hand as well. Wisp have the rally, but not much else, so they're really going to have to pull something out. Rocket's going to need to go big, just doing his thing. I almost said something I shouldn't say. You know, he's really got to go in with nothing to hand. Yes, sorry. Yeah, I mean, they really got to pull it out here. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, rally for rally, and Nick still with the sound barrier in the pocket. High ground potential for Boat as well. Bob on the field. 13 seconds left to go, and if Wisp don't find a kill now... Oh, hello. Boat down. That might be what was it here. It will be a very quick respawn for Boat. Sound barrier out from Fishcake.
No, we're not doing this.
Surely not. No.
We're not doing
Charles the Ninth, be gone. You're not wanted here. Charles!
We don't want
okay,
you.
no, we get it. Noz back in here as well, but Fishcake already down. Beat had expired, so that particular utility not off the table here. Boats made the swap onto the Junkrat for the burst damage here to try and fend off Wisp as they come through. Chopper has the Bob. Bob goes in, and the numbers start to ramp up here for Wisp. We'll see Chopper come through with a rampage. Chopper gets it done. It's Chopper and Bob pulling the car into the finish line.
Chopper gets it done. Some OMG. Yeah, they are really, wow. Yeah, that's my dad right there, says Rocket. So proud. That's funny. Man, wow. That was a whole fight and a half. Like you said, we almost got a visit from Charles. Never want to see that guy. He is not invited to any birthdays, Christmas, nothing. But, you know, Nyx managed to bring it back for a little bit there. But then, like I said at the beginning of that fight, right? Not a lot of ults for Wisp. You just have to make it work. Make a long fight happen. Make a fight happen where you just are better. Just be better, you know?
Just be better for it.
Yeah, that was a just be better fight. I think where Wisp just showed like, okay, you're going to try and C9 us? That's funny? No. So... cool. I mean, they finished. No time in the bank, but they finish. That is something. And now, Nyx, man, the cards are stacked, right? This is do or die.
Yeah. Yeah, this is first to two all the way up to the grand finals. So, Nyx need to find a way to cap with more time, or at least to cap and then have a better round two through the streets of Circuit Royale. So a couple of win conditions on the board for them here. And for Wisp, it's all about just doing everything you can to burn time off of this clock.
Absolutely. I'm going to speak it to existence now, because if it happens, I'll look really smart. It's not going to happen, but I want it to. Escort draw. I'm just going to call it now. I want it. I want it. Is it going to happen? Absolutely not. But I want it.
The rarest pearl of the treasure chest of competitive Overwatch.
Yeah.
Have we ever had that happen in an official or just on streamers?
I don't know. Yeah, no, just on stream. Sorry. Wow.
Okay, well, Wisp not going to be alive for much more of this. But whilst we were talking about the precious pearls of competitive Overwatch, Nyx just come in and handily win the fight without us getting a chance to commentate it.
No, I mean, Boat and Nos doing Boat and Nos things, you know, clicking heads, doing what they do. I mean, fantastic stuff from them. That was also kind of just a be better fight, if we can call it that. Hitting some John Madden analysis. Wish my buddy Labasco was here to talk about that.
Oh, I see.
Do you know who John Madden is?
I do. Weirdly, I grew up with a kid called John Madden. No relation. But yes, I'm aware of who John Madden is, largely as a result of Bosco. But again, he's not here. You're stuck with me as your play-by-play for today. I'm afraid.
I've never stuck with you. I love casting with you. In any case.
Good recontest here from Wisp. They push back in. Chopper in a little bit of pressure, but arguably so is Nuz, and more pressure. Buckles under it and goes down. Care of Gracie. Nice little twist of the shield there from CJ to protect the team from the TNT, and it's try again here from Nyx. Commanding shout out already. They want to aggress back in quickly. They're about to get ults on board. I wonder if we see them play this slowly for a minute, Thibble.
I think both teams take their time here. I think they really want to feel each other out. They're probably discussing how they want to deploy things, what's coming online soon. You know, you got 2 minutes in the bank. It's not nothing, but it's not a ton either. So you do kind of need to move. But take a second, right? Better to think on it than just rush in and waste time.
Okay, I'm looking at these numbers. Nuz versus Vega. Both ults came online at the same time. Wisp now have a way to defuse the blade as it comes in. So this may have been a little bit slow from Nyx, certainly very quick from Vega. Out it comes. We're going to see the commanding shout and the barrier out here from Wisp. A bit of space gained for Nyx, but no kills just yet, and they really need a little more than that. They're going to start to push in, and Cover finds Rocket before that ult can come online. We do have Bob on the field from Chopper. I think we're going to be slow and steady here from Wisp. They want to just drag this out as long as they can. I don't know if they can win this as they're down a player. They need Rocket back with the blade. Vega's down here, and I think it's all about just staggering onto the point here. There's the Bob.
I mean, ooh, yeah. I mean, you pull a Bob. I don't even know if you
Blade?
need that necessarily.
Rocket?
Rocket going for the blade. He wants it.
Okay. Yeah, in there. Slices through the Bob. Oh, can't quite get behind the cart. Such a low profile that Bob just shoots over the top of it. Very unfortunate for Rocket.
Those F1 cars, man. I've been watching a little bit of Drive to Survive, specifically to prep for this map and make memes, but yeah, I don't know where that was going. In any case, as a solid fight, I think they took it slow right until there was that explosion of action, right? And Rocket tried to make something happen there, but I think at that point, with Bob on the field, I was kind of critical of it, but it actually ended up coming in clutch with that blade coming through.
Rampage out hits 3. Commanding shout from Cuffer gives a little bit of overhealth, but maybe not enough here. Cuffer and Paintbrush both very low. That means Nyx have to take a step back here, and that allows Wisp to put their foot on the bottom rung of the ladder and start to deny climbing access to Nyx. Cuffer down here as well means this is almost certainly a backup towards spawn for Nyx in turn to wait for the next fight.
Yeah, I mean, just more back and forth here, right? Both teams feeling each other out, thinking of what they can do. 2.5 now minutes again on the time bank, and another Rampage coming through, gets 3.
Has 3, but Vega had the barrier there, the ultimate counter to the Rampage. That expires, the healing is now available for Wisp, but they are continuing to give space, and Vega now doesn't have the sound barrier ready for this blade. Naz has it ready to go.
This is a great opportunity for Nyx. That beat down, and they know it. All you got to do now is set up, go in. There you go.
Commanding shout gives a bit of overhealth to allow that, but it's Boat that's the first to fall. But Naz backs Chopper and CJ into the corner, takes them out of the fight, trades their life for it. Nyx might get some more progress here, but I don't know if this fight is winnable any longer. We do have the rally running from Paintbrush, and Fishcake is going to hold on to the sound barrier. They back away so they can start to get some progress on the cart. And now Wisp are going to have to contest this at the last possible second.
Yeah, just like the last round, right? Another last-minute recontest, a blade coming through, but Fishcake is ready with the beat. Doesn't even need to use it. I think that was another like, oh, I'm scary. Look at me. You better press all your Qs. And Nyx absolutely stone cold. Fishcake, not a drop of sweat on that forehead.
Okay, Bob booped back a couple of times there, and we do in fact have Bob for Bob here. It's back to Overwatch 1 for both teams this time. Rocket down, Bob down from Boat as well. Fishcake with the sound barrier, buy some certainty and some surety and some survivability for the team here. It's 0.16 meters away from the cap, and Wisp are continuing to pile onto the point. Nyx no longer have ultimates to throw at this fight, and they've now got to deal with Vega, keeping the rest of the team alive. I don't think that overhealth hit Chopper. We'll see the Rampage come through,
That's the point.
Didn't touch the point. You gotta touch the point.
0.16. Yeah, that 0.16 just means if you're not on it for a millisecond, it's gone.
Wisp still want this though. They are still fighting this out. They know that if they can win this fight, they can start to bully Nyx in their own spawn.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it sets up for such a forward position for you, and it gives you the opportunity to talk a little trash. I love it, Paintbrush. Keep it coming. Yeah, I mean, why not at least fight that out, right? Just die. Your respawn's not that far away. You know, you let stuff happen. And now Nyx moving forward commandingly so. 2 ultimates close to another. Wisp, not much on the table. This is looking like a mirror of the last attacking round. Now it's Wisp have to just have that be better fight.
Okay, well, starting off with being better by having the rally and the blade both online here. Wisp make themselves scarce. I will admit, and also the blade are pretty scary. I would run as well. They still have the Rampage in this fight as well, and it's 90 seconds left to get this payload all the way into B. What a Rampage! That's
Big
3
Rampage.
down. A bit of overhelp from the commanding shout from Crotty keeps what's left of Wisp alive here, but this is so much pressure from Nyx, and it's now down to Wisp just to burn whatever they can off the clock. We do have the rally from CJ. That will buy Rocket, hopefully, enough time to get this blade online and buy Wisp a chance at a team kill here. Okay, gets healed back up, 85 and counting. CJ finds Paintbrush, and with the heavy respawns available for Wisp, this is almost certainly a team fight win. And now Nyx have almost nothing to throw at this. They're about to get the Bob, but that is it.
That spawn advantage really coming in clutch there for Wisp. It was starting to look a little shaky, but coming back, just hitting the shots, getting CJ winning the 1v1 versus Paintbrush. Just like, hey, no, dude, I don't care that you've been in the Overwatch League. It's break. We're just going to smack each other with pool noodles. I'm going to win. 30 seconds on the board, like you said, just a bob here online. Paintbrush half to the rally, but this needs to be a long fight if Knicks have any hope.
And just look at the ult that was available. Rocket down. This is a big start. They do have the Bob on the field. Vega with the sound barrier as well will allow Crotty enough time to get in and find the Rampage. Takes a bit of a dink, has to come back and get healed up. There's the Rampage, pushes them back, gives them the anti-heal, but Vega falls. We're still in this, but they're going to take this down to 0 seconds. If this is going to be a cap for Knicks, it's going to be a cap in overtime, and Wisp still have Rocket's Blade to go.
There we go. Okay. Noska.
Dash up, Blade out, Paintbrush so close to having that ultimate. Rocket takes a bit of damage, but still able to survive through all of that. One continues to slice their way through, and Chopper finds Cuffer. He finds Paintbrush, and this is all done, I think, for Knicks. They're down to Fishcake, trying to keep this alive. There's only so much one Lucio can do. A very good push here from Knicks, but ultimately just falling at the final hurdle.
And Wisp, once again, impressing, right? We talked about how they've just been showing up today. They have a great understanding of what they need to do. And I think these last couple fights were perfectly emblematic of that. It didn't matter if they were up or down on ultimates, if they needed a short fight or a long one. They had a plan in mind. They so clearly operated with some great comms, some great IGL work coming in here. They also just kind of had the sauce. Chopper was just kind of nasty with it the entire series long. And I mean, sometimes you just have a good day, right? If you just show up and it's like, dude, I'm feeling it. I'm hitting my shots. I'm warmed up. I got the little hand warmers and I'm shaking them and doing whatever motions I shouldn't do when I'm on camera, whatever. Very yeah, right. I mean, they're just showing up. They're just having a great, solid day where you can tell they're all firing on the same cylinders. And Knicks, not to speak down on them at all, they've had a great day as well. They've put up some crazy performances against some really solid teams, have nothing to be ashamed of throughout the day. It just comes down to a couple fights and a couple ults, and there you go, you're done.
Yeah, I think one of the things to consider here for Knicks, or the Milkmen as they were, is this entire tournament is more or less a recreation of the Contenders A-Slides that just happened, where Knicks finished in 5th to 6th position. They're now up in 3rd to 4th. That is a big step up here. And Wisp were the 2nd place finishing team. This is absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. If anything, Knicks should be very pleased with this response.
Yeah, plus it's great opportunities for review, for growth, right? You've got more contenders coming up throughout the rest of the year, other tournaments maybe, who knows what opportunities Knicks might have to play and grow and become kind of like Wisp, right? Where they develop this core. Tournaments like this are vital to that growth. So I hope they walk away from this hungry, right? Man, we really showed up today still. We have so much to learn out of this, so much we can review. I'm excited because I think Knicks could continue to be a team that really impresses and continues to challenge teams like Wisp and then Odyssey and Redbirds even for, a game or two whenever they can.
And if you, like Knicks, are walking away from this hungry, I'd like you to consider going and getting yourself a Zaxby's Chicken Sandwich, the primary sponsor here of the Fall Summer Classic. We do have more matches coming your way. Whilst we get those lined up for you, we're going to throw it to a little break while we contemplate the Zaxby's Chicken Sandwich, and we'll be right back with you.
We took our signature sandwich and cranked it up to 11. With bacon and cheese, it's the new Signature Club. Remixed by Zaxby.
Welcome back, and not unlike an excess sport bar, we have a 3-to-1 ratio of carbs here between myself and Thibble, and we're here to bring you the lower bracket finals between Wisp and Odyssey. Thibble, how's this one going to shake out?
I don't know enough about my own carbs ratio to contest that. I think this one's gonna be good.
I'll level with you. It's a fat joke at my own expense, my friend.
I feel it too. Don't worry, it's okay. We're all beautiful in our own ways. I just like this game is gonna be. Boom. There you go. Segue.
The master of segues. That's why we got you back. That's what I'm here for. I think Odyssey versus Wisp is really going to impress. They haven't met up in the tournament so far. Wisp did get knocked pretty hard by Redbirds, who did knock Odyssey, so I guess by like the transitive property. I don't know. I'm starting to do math. I shouldn't do that. I think this one will be good. I think Odyssey have been, besides that one map, super dominant. Like, they've looked so good. They look good in A-sides. They look good here. It's Odyssey. This is what we expect from them at this point. They have so many young prods. So here is the slightly funky thing about this is if you look at the upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final for contenders, A-sides, NA, just gone, it is these three teams in a slightly different configuration. Last time it was Redbird in the lower bracket run, and Wisp coming down into the lower bracket finals, and then to go 4-2 against Odyssey. So I think this is going to be close regardless of who makes this through into the grand finals, and it's going to be close in this match in particular. It was a 4-2 last time in a 1-7 series. Who's to say in this 1-3? We've already had a fourth map in a 1-2 series today. Let's see if we can break that record.
Yeah, I mean, we could just keep drawing, right? We could get that escort draw, and all of a sudden we're doing 5 or 6 maps. Give it to me. Yeah, I have nothing going on today. I mean, I probably should do stuff today.
Yeah.
I think I have to go to the grocery store.
A sad indictment of your personal life, I feel.
Yeah, whatever. Everybody needs cat litter sometimes. But we're getting on to Legion Control, which I think I'm interested to see which maps specifically we go with, kind of going back to our discussion on Nepal last game. It can really make the difference in how effective any compositional wrinkles you want to pull out can be, right? Control Center sees Junkrat, and May, and Reinhardt, and all these things. But it looks like we are starting on Garden, which is a good spot for some Pharah. We're seeing, obviously even Tree is like Pharah. Is that what we're doing? Are we doing
No, but Tree has done this, and I don't know that I liked it the last time we saw it, and I don't know that I like it now, coming in on the May.
Yeah, I mean, on Gardens, it's not a super standard play. I've seen it get some value. Teams like the Spitfire have done stuff like that before, but that's the Spitfire. That's Backbone. That guy, I don't know how he does what he does, but maybe Tree can show us a little bit of that today if this is the comp they're going to be running with.
Yeah, he's a savant on the Ice Queen. I still think Tree is a monster on the Sojourn, but that is a heck of a dash in. Now they'll find CJ. It's 5v4 in favor of Odyssey now. Made that 5v3. Boy, Odyssey just wiped the floor with Wisp in that first round. And hey, Wreck Attack getting 2 in the kill feed already. I'm sure your mum will be proud.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we expect of Odyssey, right? Like, Wisp have definitely played Odyssey close before, but Odyssey feel like a step above. Like, when they really show up, they are proving that they are ready for the Overwatch League. So I think Rhino is still like 6 or 7 years old, so it's going to be
big wall.
Yeah, great
Corey
wall
just
there.
Didn't have enough sustain, couldn't find enough wounds to get that going, and that's going to be a cleanup again from Odyssey.
And really, that's what you bring the May for, right? You bring the May to cut someone off when they have no mobility in a comp like this and just destroy them. Just completely run them over. So
wow.
Good job on them. They know what they're doing, and they're getting aggressive. They don't care. They're feeling it.
Man, I love the aggression from Rhino. I love the fact that when we say Rhino has grown up playing Overwatch, we mean that very literally, still a very young player, still phenomenally talented at that game. Another wall out from Tree that makes it impossible for Corey to survive. And I've got to admit defeat here. I was skeptical about the May, but it is coming up top trumps right now. Dropper chops through Rack Attack. Is that going to be enough here? I don't know. Maybe Wisp can start to push on the back of that. They will have the full spawn available from Rocket. It's out, but it doesn't connect. And Chopper is taking a lot of damage. Has to get out of dodge and back to where the team can heal them up. For Odyssey, even if you're at risk of losing this, you can stall this point for a long time. CJ and Rack Attack both with the rally running at the same time, but Odyssey now, with the full complement of players, have point control and point presence. Out comes the blade from Mouthful, down goes CJ, a little slow on the barrier from Vega, and this is going to be Odyssey almost certainly holding on to this one. It would need to be a phenomenal neutral fight for Wisp, but it's just not going to happen. It's last fight territory, Thibble.
Already, yeah. I mean, while we've been sitting here, that percentage has never stopped ticking forward. So, I mean, I would say good on Wisp for getting out of the blizzard, but after that, they didn't have any follow-up. The blade came right through, and then what are you going to do? You know, like, you have to try and contest this, but what do you really have? With Mino getting the kill on the chopper, you know, just cleaning up at this stage. This was dominant from Odyssey. This is, I guess, what we could expect. You know, like, I want this to be close, but Odyssey have been playing, with one notable exception, extremely well today.
Yeah. Odyssey playing here very frustrated at being down in the lower bracket. Beautiful wall again from Tree. Stops the contest coming through. I think you want a hiding to nothing there from Vega anyway, but that's a very dominant cap from Odyssey.
Yeah, you're getting that spicy lower bracket from Odyssey, right? They don't want to be here. They're like, what are we doing? How did we lose to Redbird? Who are these guys again? We beat them 4-2. We literally took the first 3 maps in a row the last time we played. Let's just get this over with. So they want to come in fast. They have a plan in mind. Tree on this May, lights out, right? They knew exactly what they're doing with that pick. They're not overextending. They're just like, they're going to run at us with all their stuff, and we're going to have May press E, and then we're going to kill what's ever on our side of that. And that's just working.
Run at us with all their stuff. You have such a way with the technical language of Overwatch, Thibble.
I have been following Overwatch since it was in beta. I have been casting and writing and doing all that since 2016 or so. I am perhaps the foremost expert on the history of Overwatch. Oh. Not the foremost. There are many. There are many astounding writers and historians who know a lot about Overwatch. I'd like to think I'm in there. And sometimes you just got to say they run in and use all their stuff. And
well,
you're not even wrong.
We're at the bleeding edge of history here as Odyssey and Wisp clash on the point. I believe the wall is already out from Tree, but it is Chopper and Mouthful playing up in the skybox on those Genjis that are looking to battle for supremacy. No kills just yet, but the point has unlocked. Wisp with a little more point control here. They do actually get the first cap, but more importantly, it's Mouthful with the first pick. Luke Mino gets Vega here, so Wisp may only get a handful of percentage here. Maybe that will have implications down the line, but a nice clean team fight win here from Odyssey.
I mean, yeah, you take that 12%, right? You don't get 200 to 0'd. That's at least something for your mental. I will say that the May walls on a more open point like this with a couple other flanking spots and stuff, they're not going to get as much value as you were getting on Garden. But even so, it hardly matters when Mouthful's just getting the resets and going anywhere he wants instantaneously. Like, so much good stuff coming out of that fight for him. That kid is insane. He's cracked. He's crazy. All those things. Rocket coming out with a pulse bomb, though, doesn't get much out of it.
No, sounded like it connected, didn't catch with who, regardless, it hasn't had much of an impact. Quarry finds Rhino, Vega has the sound barrier, CJ stacks, Ult has the rally running as well. Good luck getting damage done through this Odyssey. We're going to see the Blizzard out here to try and stall this out a little bit longer. The Chopper continues to find kills. Luke Mino is down. There are no supports left here for Odyssey. This will be the cap coming back in for Wisp.
Yeah, and Mouthful just saying, how? It happens, man.
Good question.
I will say, Tree, it's not what this pick is for, but he has not been getting a ton of value out of the Blizzards, which I think is more on Wisp than him. I think they see it coming, they immediately back away. It's a very mobile composition. Blizzard's just not going to get a lot of value, period. You throw it out for some zoning and some point control, but you're not getting a ton. And now Chopper coming in with this blade, he's got to try his best.
Yeah, now has to chop through some of this rally over health as well. Not going to be able to do that, but has effectively flipped the defensive and offensive position between Wisp and Odyssey, but Odyssey are happy to take a step back and wait to bounce back onto the point. They've got ults to throw at this. Out comes the blade from Mouthful. Commanding shout over the top makes it that little bit easier to get in and out again safely as Mouthful finds 2. Quarry and Chopper both down in the dirt. It's a whip shot for Mouthful's troubles, but the kill is there, and Odyssey get the cap.
Yeah, that blade coming through, all those resets. Again, Mouthful just doing work, doing what he was put on this earth to do. which is get frags, I think. Wisp now, they're coming back. They have some ultimates to work with here. Percentage is nice and equal, but you really want to string a couple fights together if you have any chance of keeping this map going.
Rampage hits 2. The commanding shout gives some overhealth for Rory and CJ, so no real harm done there on that one. Vega coming in with the sound barrier. Rory with a rampage of their own. Gets in, finds that opposite number, and Luke focused down. And this is going to be Wisp coming back in with a series of kills, and it's the support line getting in on the kill feed right now. Got that supportal combat, and Wisp looking to get the cap back in their favor.
And good job, Gracie, right? Getting some pulls. Like, that's such a nice skill shot for a tank to be able to hit.
Oh, yeah.
We joke about tank mains having no aim and just spraying forward or doing what they do. But Junker Queen is one of those where, no, you can hit some shots. You can do some really meaningful stuff, especially with that pull. So bravo there. And Rhino, of course, just the young prod doing what he does. And Crowley, he's been around for a long time too. There's another history lesson for you. But in any case, lots of ultimates here coming online. 3 pretty much for both sides. Chopper needs to build that blade quick though.
Yeah, we're going to be looking for value here from the Blizzard in a way that we've not had previously from Tree. They will have the rally running as well. Malthel with a bit of help there from the freeze from the Blizzard takes Crory out of this one. And your defense is built upon the legs of a 3-legged stool. You take one away, suddenly things start to fall over. With your main tank out of the contest, it gets a little bit harder to make this work. Vega takes a bit of a dink, and Chopper now has the blade online, dashes through, finds the slash, looking for a second, looking for first, finds Rhino before the overhealth can come through. And Wisp looking like they want to take us all the way into a 3rd point here on Lijiang Tower.
And that was great. The Blizzard and the wall came through at the start of that fight, and it looked like that was like, oh, that's the combo. Surely that gets a bunch of people and this fight just cleans up. But even with that, Wisp able to just squeeze away, just make that acrobatics check as best they can and keep that fight going. Chopper gets that blade online. He was maybe 20-25% away at the start of the fight. Just gets that poke damage he needs, builds it up, gets the value. Even getting taken out during that, or towards the end of it, I should say, it was enough. And Wisp just scrap it out, scrap the fight that matters, and kept it so close that whole time. So good to them. I think that was a great opportunity for them to like, whoa, okay, we got hit pretty hard in that first round. That one kind of sucked. Let's talk this out. Let's keep this going. We are not out of this yet. So this is exactly what I want to see from them. Coming out again now on Night Market, which, is it Night Market anymore? It's not nighttime.
No.
I don't know.
It's
maybe in the market.
Early evening market. Okay,
Yeah.
Tree takes a bit of a dink here, now has a nice tool to stop reinforcements coming through, but may have been a bit slow with the wall, has to go into the ice block here, but the wall will momentarily stop Crory getting out of danger. Rocket finds Tree, and so it's Wisp with an early advantage. Unless Odyssey can punch back fairly quickly here, it seems like an easy cap coming out for Wisp. Crory has supports in their sight line, pops around the corner, takes a lot of damage there, has to take a step back. Junker Queen v Junker Queen. Gracie doesn't connect, and Chopper finds Rack Attack. Yeah, Wisp with the early cap, and now it's all about just, really making sure you've got your bed made.
And I think a great adaptation that it looks like Wisp is making is focusing on Tree. Once you pull out the cooldowns from a May, there's not a lot she could do, to get away from you unless she icicles your head off first. Mm-hmm. So Chopper and Rocket immediately just waiting on the other side of that ice block going, hey, dude, no, you're not doing that this time. But Tree is still trying to go to the school of I'm going to icicle your head off first.
Oh, beautiful wall. Does mean that Wisp can't get it in, and crucially traps Vega and Chopper the far side of the ice wall. CJ focused down as well, and Malthel maws what is left of Wisp.
So I talked about the wall not getting as much value on Control Center because of how wide open it was, how wide the choke points were. On Dusk Market, or whatever we're going to call it, that is not the case. These choke points are nice and narrow. That Maywall fits in very snugly, and if you hit a good one, there is no escape for this composition. So that is what Tree needs to be doing on setup for these fights every single time. And if he can, in theory, Odyssey have this in the bag.
Rocket playing on coastline here, looking for somewhere to jam this pulse bomb. They're one player down already as Tree goes through. No connect on the pulse bomb. We're getting the commanding shout out from Rhino. Sorry, not the commanding shout, the rampage out from Rhino. Luke Mino is able to find Chopper, and this is chaotic on the point here, Thibble. No clear winner just yet as Malthel pulls the blade out. Vega down, CJ in a lot of trouble. Nice body block there, but Rocket's able to get around the deflect and take Malthel out of the fight. Odyssey still in control for now, and they are slowly but surely grinding down the offense from Wisp and holding on to the point. It's halfway and rising for Odyssey.
And Odyssey want those long fights, right? They want to stagger this out because they have point control. That entire time you're making those fights happen, that percentage is ticking. Odyssey now coming online with a Blizzard, with walls being as effective as they are here, I could see that getting some value. Wisp really only with the Rampage to answer back, and if I'm them, I almost want to save that. Try and pull out what you can, scrap this out for a little, and then come back with a couple more.
Nice wall again, forces Wisp to come through in one steady long line to the left-hand choke. Rampage doesn't connect with all that much, and the Blizzard covers almost the entirety of the point there, but Wisp just make the decision to not go into the Blizzard, which I can't really argue with. Very clever decision-making here, but Malthorn and Tree able to find 2 apiece here, and it's 90% and climbing now for Odyssey. Wisp struggling for presence on the point, struggling for members on the point. What a stick from Rocket! I believe Tree might have saved another member of their team here and allowed them to survive through the pulse bomb and finish off these kills. Chopper out, not quite quick enough to get onto the point there with the last second Lucio contest, and Odyssey move up into technically match point in a 1st-2.
I don't even know what just happened with that pulse bomb. That was
everybody ran at everybody else with their stuff is what happened, Fibble.
Yeah, there we go. Bring it back. I love it. The circular storytelling right there. I think there was an icicle flick, but the pulse bomb had already came out, so just dropped at the corpse's feet, and then the wall happened. That was a whole mess. What I actually wanted to talk about before that craziness happened was how great that Blizzard was, how well thought out that was. Because that Rampage comes through, she spins her way right through the door, and then the Blizzard drops right behind her. It's like, oh, you wanted to follow her? You wanted to provide support and peel for your tank that just went in? Nah, dude, absolutely not happening.
Well, we could even take that back a step further, because that was set up by the ice wall going up on the right-hand side of the choke as you're looking at it from the defender's point of view, funnels all of Wisp through that one choke, and that makes the predict that much easier. There are fewer ways to go around on the back of that, so really good, 4D chess here from Odyssey. This is what we want to see if they make it into the grand finals up against a team that swept them the last time they met.
Right. And I think that's kind of the hallmark of all properly good, not only May comps, but May comp players, is that adding a wall, just adding extra terrain to the map, if only for a couple seconds, is one of the most game-changing things in Overwatch. You can completely, literally reshape the battlefield at your will and change where they're going to go, change what they're going to do, change how many people are actually in the fight. You might have 5 or 6 people. If you cut off 3 of them, suddenly that's a big advantage, and you only need a couple seconds to make something happen with it. So Odyssey doing a great job there of knowing those fundamentals. They've certainly been around long enough to make that work. Sorry, I have a fly. Just fantastic.
Everyone needs a pet, Fibble.
No, I have cats. They're not here, but they should be catching the flies. I don't know.
They should.
In any case, great stuff from Odyssey. This is what we expect from them. Wisp, they still have a chance to bring it back. That wasn't hopeless for them.
No,
but we need a little juice. We need some juice in the tank here to make that happen.
I think what is really interesting to keep coming back to Tree on the May, in A-sides, Tree really made a name for themselves as a Sojourn player. And that's sort of what we expected coming in here. The Sojourn Genji or Sojourn Pharah is the flavor of the month with the meta that we currently have in Overwatch. Redbirds seemed very quick to adapt into the May, whereas Wisp struggled. And I wonder if it's just a lack of time scrimming this kind of composition, even if you are an old hand at Overwatch and you know what all the May stuff does, but it's a whole new set of interactions with new heroes in the mix, the new way of playing. And if this is your first time running into it, if you don't immediately twig what the counter is and how to play around it, I can imagine spending a lot of time scrabbling for solutions.
Yeah, and so much time in Overwatch as you're developing as a pro player is determining where you're comfortable, right? Have we scrimmed this enough that we're ready to bring it out in an official, or do we still feel there are bits of it we want to review? And if that is the case for Wisp's May comp or their May counter comp, usually the call is, okay, play what we've been scrimming, because it might not be the most ideal thing, but it's where we're most comfortable. And better to be comfortable and maybe make something happen there than to kind of shake and stumble our way through something that could work, but probably won't. So I respect it still. I still expect Wisp really to keep bringing what they've been bringing because they are perfectly good on it. They're getting some great results out of it. But there's also the chance, right, that you sit here in this little break between maps and you go, okay, they brought out the May and they did pretty well with it. Do we want to do anything about that? What do we want to do? Do we want to bring out our own? Do we want to switch this up entirely? Do we is there some crazy pocket pick that they've been practicing? Now is the opportunity to see that happen. And in a 1-2, tournament point on the line here for Wisp, now or never, right? Why bother, sitting on what's comfortable when you could at least try something?
And I think we're actually looking here at a potentially very clever map pick coming in for Wisp, because this is a loser's pick scenario as we move on to our payload map. We're moving to Gibraltar and thinking specifically through each of the points. I think arguably this is the payload map where the May has the least space to work in terms of what she can do to block off chokes and to separate players. This is a map that historically, even through the GOATS meta, was still a dive map. High ground is so important here that I think we might see a complete change in what is played here. I think we actually saw this from Wisp earlier in their last broadcast round. We had a player come in to play the Winston specifically. So if that is the plan here, I think this is very clever from Wisp and maybe one of the better chances they have to take us to a third map here.
Absolutely. Yeah, not only is this not the kind of the May map by any stretch, it's not really a Junker Queen map either. Like you said, that high ground is so vital, and Junker Queen doesn't do high ground. Not quickly anyway. She walks. She just walks. So
she might look like Ashe on the silhouette from a distance, but no, she doesn't have the coach gun. She's got to take the stairs like the rest of us mere mortals.
Man, could you imagine if Junker Queen could do the coach gun thing with her standard gun? That would just be stupid. I would hate that. That's too much.
She can already do a lot. That is definitely too much.
Yeah, that would be pushing it into launch Sigma status, where he had 1,600 health on his shield, and he could move it at will and all the other things and fly, all the nastiness. Yeah, we don't need that. What we just need really is a Winston. Is probably what we're going to see. We're going to see a lot of Winston here. We're going to see the zoning with the right clicks and the engages. We also saw early in the tournament. We also saw that bring out the Ana. Because the only thing scarier than a Winston jumping in on you is a nanoed Winston jumping in on you. And also you're purple and one of your guys is asleep. So I would love to see that. And I think that's a great opportunity. Like you said right at the beginning, this is a clever pick for Wisp because it gives them the opportunity to switch it up and make switch it up.
Yeah, and I'm pretty confident that's what we're seeing. I've just got confirmation that Cormy is coming in, and Cormy was the player that was dubbed in for the Winston play last time specifically. And I want to see, we've seen pretty much just Junker Queen so far this tournament from the side of Odyssey. We know that Rhino can play a lot of other tanks. He was originally making a name for himself as a Reinhardt player. We know he's got a pretty good Winston up his sleeve as well. I want to see how this matchup works out specifically between this. I actually have lost track of his age. In my head, he's always 15, the 15-year-old wonderkind of Rhino, up against a slightly more seasoned player in the form of Cormy. That's, for me, one of the things that will dictate how this goes here. They've got a confirmation that we are, in fact, going to Gibraltar, another map that's swapped time of day. And I have to say, I do like the beautiful blue skies around Gibraltar.
I love daytime Gibraltar. That stuff is great. Rhino is 16, by the way, which is
16.
Wild.
Wow.
Yeah, because
I am more than twice that boy's age. Holy crap!
I try not to think about it anymore. He's been playing since 2019. So and probably honestly even longer than that. I'm just looking at his Wikipedia right now. The kid's been around for forever. I met him at BlizzCon and he was 3 feet tall. It was wild. But still, we joke about his age and everything. Astoundingly intelligent kid.
Yes.
Truly understands this game, has literally physically grown up in it. He is immersed in a way that very few people can claim to be. And even outside of the game, he's just he's a good kid. He's a smart guy. And I think that really is such a boon to Odyssey. And then on the other end, you have Malthel, which from every interaction I've had with Malthel, that is a pretty good approximation of what happens in his brain.
Yeah.
He is just and then good kills come out. Like, he is just an Overwatch robot. He does crazy things.
Okay, this is interesting. Rhino's in on the Wrecking Ball. Kami, unsurprisingly, in on the Winston here. Odyssey with a good early amount of pressure here. They force Wisp back from this early high ground, and Rhino's just able to free push this cart right the way under Blue Box, and the rest of Odyssey are keeping Wisp occupied. Malthus doing a great job here of just taking up space, and they may be very quickly at the point where control of this Blue Box matters a little less.
Right, yeah, and this is really the way to counter it. If you don't want to have a high ground fight, just make the cart go. And then, then just don't have one. Just be better, you know? So great job from Rhino, just doing his thing, just being on ball, just being as disruptive as a ball player is bound to be. Rocket, though, making some things happen here in the backline.
Yeah, one kill already coming through. I think for Odyssey, you're playing in a relatively individualistic style right now. You maybe don't mind losing your Genji because the rest of your team can continue to draw focus and aggro. But we now have control at the top of the slope for Wisp. Odyssey may actually find this a little harder to push into unless they can get a big displacement here with the Wrecking Ball, which they haven't managed so far. Will eventually push Kami down onto the low ground. Another push up, sees the supports gathered up in that small room, but Rhino not able to get the focus on them that they really wanted here to take them out of the fight. But Kami is down. Tree is able to find that care of a bit of assistance from Luke Mina with the Orb of Discord. Vega down as well here. Odyssey are going to lose Tree, but I think the damage might be done here because Rhino is just beating up old ladies on the high ground.
Oh no, not beating up old ladies. This is disastrous for his PR. This poor kid. He's never going to recover from this. No, I mean, Rhino...
People have come back from worse, Thibble.
Yeah, that's true. Rhino, he did exactly what you want to see in that fight. He was so consistently annoying. He was everywhere. He was getting great support from his backline. Rakatak and Luke Mino, kind of two of the best, if not the best duo in North American contenders at this point, really. So, I mean, that fight was everything you wanted to see from Odyssey, except a point count. Let's be real.
That was a great spread of minefields, but Chopper with a fantastic reaction clears up a good half of them with the TNT and the Kovacs training mid-game. Still a bit of presence on the point for those. TNT up into the high ground. Bob available for Chopper now as well, and Wisp starting to get ults on board. They will have Kami's ultimate as well. Rocket has the blade. Sorry, Rocket used the blade in that one. Now it's Malthus' turn to use the blade, but Rocket with the dash reset, with a bit of help from the big Omnix Butler, clears up what is left of Odyssey on the offense. Wisp just mount the defense.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really know what Rocket was doing with that blade. I think he went for some backline stuff and didn't really make it happen. But then he just hit the high ground, cleaned up after Kami, and then that fight was over. So bravo to that. He builds 30% towards the next one, so I suppose he's chilling. Odyssey with nothing. Some swaps coming through is primarily the reason why. Rhino on the Winston now, Rack and Lukmino switching over to the Mercy Ana. You know, they're switching it up. This is not working for them. There's 35 seconds on the clock. They do not want to be full out.
Yeah, and 35 seconds on the clock, and they are down at Mouthful here. Odyssey need to find a pick here. They need to equalize this quickly. Mouthful will be back in a few seconds, but they don't really have anything to work with. There's no ults. They can't just brute force this fight.
Yeah, they're stuck in a really rough position of having no economy because of that swap and no time. So the card position is something. At least it's not like all the way under the overpass. But this is an uphill battle, physically and metaphorically.
Yeah, Wisp have the Nano Boost online. That's going to go on to Rocket. No ult to play with just yet, but it does allow you to just sock Luke Mino in the chin and take them out of the fight. Malthul's back in care of Rack Attack with the Mercy swap. I just don't think this payload's going any further today, Bill.
No, it absolutely is not. 80.46 meters and a full hold coming through. That is a statement.
It really is.
That says something.
We're going to be looking for the fuller hold here for Odyssey if they want to take this or if they want to stop Wisp taking us to a map 3 and putting their tournament life on the line in that final decider map.
Invoking the good name of Achilleos here. If you're an Odyssey fan, you want that fuller hold. You want that thing to happen real bad, but boy howdy, that's a tall order. That requires basically perfection. Wisp, I mean, in theory, this is obviously pretty simple for them, but maps like this and positions like this can actually be a little more challenging than you think, both mentally and strategically. because Odyssey knows exactly the line they must hold. They know they can set up accordingly. They can push further forward. They could even hold on point if they wanted to, just to stall time, like this was Havana or something. They would have time, in theory, to come back and defend again if they so chose, though it looks like this high ground is far too important for that. Very understandable. Wisp also know exactly how far they need to get. They can play aggressive. They can bring out CJ on the Ana. They just want the Nano to I think they just build ults and wash over Odyssey, right? That is generally the macro strategy that you see. It's like, guys, we're going to have 4-ish minutes to make this happen. Let's just build 5 ultimates and win the fight. Just be better.
And Odyssey in a similar position here, but like looking at the difference between these two teams and what we currently got lined up, it's the Wrecking Ball versus the Winston that really has me kind of scratching my head as to how this is going to work out. There's not a lot here Rhino can do to protect his team. He's really just looking to get displacement, cause chaos, find some kills, coordinate with the dive coming through, but that can be tricky if Wisp are playing together as a unit, so let's see how that one works out. In comes the dive. Nice response there with the anti-nade. Rocket goes down. Rhino just lands on top of him. That's a 2-ton mech, crushing the cyborg into dust. Odyssey will hold this for now, but Wisp aren't afraid to keep committing into this. They know that the respawn will be fairly quick here for Rockets, and will keep moving the payload.
Yeah, and you said, I don't know if Rhino can really be defensive, but he positioned himself quite well to peel, knowing kind of the timing of the engagement coming through for Wisp. If you're being aware and not just doing what I do and roll around the map at complete random as a Wrecking Ball, you can provide that peel. Yeah, I mean, that's how I've been told, but I'm in plat, so what do I really know? Rocket getting the kill on the mouthful. The
nice trade.
The tree, tree is not having it.
Oh, okay, but it is trade for trade here, and we are rapidly approaching the point where our contest isn't going to mean too much, because that's the box of victory. We're going to see Chopper down onto point momentarily. Power drive in from Rhino, who nearly has the minefields. Use the adaptive shield there, so their survivability momentarily reduced. Lucamino will have their ultimate available as well, should Rhino need a top-up here, or should they try and farm this blade from Malthor. Malthor currently sleeping. CJ finds the double. Rocket takes Tree out of this, and somehow Rhino and Malthor need to keep this alive. Minefield with a good spread over the payload here, but I don't think Wisp will walk voluntarily into those orbs of death. Swinging on through. No longer has the adaptive shield. Malthor finished off by Rocket, another big power driver, but now they've got to contend with Bob and Rhino. No longer for this world. I think we're done and dusted here. It's going to be 1 apiece. Wisp taking the win, and we're on our way to a map 3.
Excellent job there from Wisp, applying that pressure, really keeping Odyssey on the back foot kind of that entire time. They never really were able to establish, I think, exactly what they wanted, except for maybe that first half a fight or so. I will also point out at the end something that happened in that fight that actually made quite the difference. I think Luke Mina was forced to nano Malthor early, before he had his blade. And Malthor, of course, did not turn that into much, unfortunately, because Genji without a blade with nano, sure, you're doing some damage, but not a blade's worth of damage. Yeah. So, I mean, that nano was gone before he even built that blade. Built the blade, was low, got taken out. Yeah. So, kind of that pressure, though, that Wisp was applying that entire time, that's kind of a microcosm right there. I have to use this nano because otherwise he's going to die. But then he doesn't get to use it for his blade, which is kind of what we were hoping for to mount this defense, and it all just fell apart. So bravo from Wisp, honestly, setting up like that, saying, no, you're not going to do any shenanigans. You're not going to be able to set up and turtle us out. The Wrecking Ball's not going to do what you want it to do. We're just going to walk up and win. So nice and clean from them. We tied this up.
A strong game plan, well executed, but for Wisp, you're now looking down the barrel of an Odyssey map pick to decide this one. A difficult ask and a difficult task. We're going to get that lined up for you, but while we wait for that to happen, we're going to throw it to a little break. Join us in a few minutes. It is crunch time as we load into King's Row for what could be, potentially, in theory, our final map of this particular matchup, Odyssey versus Wisp. Worth noting, Fibble, that there is definitely some draw potential on this map as it's a hybrid map, and also that we've got a few swaps coming in.
Yep, tank swaps, I believe, on both sides coming through. Rhino being swapped out for Vulcan, Kami being swapped out for Krawi. Man, that's a weird similarity. I'm glad we're not doing a duo for that one.
Yeah.
Man, that was like Landon and London, and there was one of those matches earlier in the season. And I was like, I feel bad for Leg Day and Lemon Kiwi on this one.
I enjoy perpetually upsetting my friend Ocean with the Florida Mayhem's Someone. Oh, yeah, someone made a good play. Yeah, they did. Who was it? I don't know. Someone.
Yep. Yeah, someone on first base. Who's on second? Yeah. So no weird tank name deals to worry about, but some changes coming in, right? Vulcan swapping in for Rhino means that, I don't know. I would say they want to try something different, but he's on the Junker Queen again. So I guess maybe that's just kind of the flavor of the month that we're feeling. Probably starting on the Winston. Are we going to stick with this?
It's going to be bubble maybe for the snipers. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Good call. Okay, yeah, so swaps coming through. Everybody swapping to exactly what we would expect. Tree back on this May, though. Wants to make some things happen. Wants to do a Legion 2. Because that first one went pretty well for him.
It did, and unless Wisp found a way to adapt inside the last map where they weren't playing against it, this could be what seals the victory for Odyssey. Obviously a lot easier to get some Maywall value in a tighter map like this. So far, not a lot of presence gained here for Wisp, sort of jockeying for position. Rocket playing this central statue for now. Trying to wrap around here and find some value, but in the meantime, Tree's able to find two. Crowley and Vega both down. Rocket caught out behind enemy lines and executed.
And he was doing such a good job, too, of just getting some poke in, standing behind everybody, and he saw that nice lineup of people, and he's like, I bet I could dash through all of them and get a ton of damage down. And he did, but it wasn't enough to do anything. And then everybody realized, oh, right, the Genji. And there he went. So Odyssey's still in a commanding hold position here. Ultimate's approaching some onlines. We got some 60s, some 70s. Wisp not terribly far behind. It's still pretty even, but I think they're going to be just a bit behind the first onlines. Unless I curse.
Unless, what if, maybe Corey just finds a frag and Tree goes down, Mouthful down as well. Both DPS very quickly caught out of position here, and Wisp happy to make all kinds of hay out of this particular situation. I think we might see a bit of a stall and an attempt at a snagger from Odyssey, but I don't think it's going to amount to much. They might get a last-second recontest. Yeah, commanding shout in. Great boop. Bob as well stops them contesting until 99.5%, and Vulcan down to Croy. That was beautifully played by Wisp.
I mean, a great boot to counter that commanding shout. I really think that is the one click that set all of that play up. The Bob was great, of course, for the cleanup, that little extra boopage of his own. But really, I mean, setting that up was chef's kiss for Wisp. Bellissimo. So now they have 3 ultimates and 1 not far behind. Odyssey, though, not empty in their war chest, as ZP would call it. You've got a Blade, you got a Blizzard, and Rampage coming online as well. No support ultimates.
Yeah.
The big difference. And frankly, I think Wisp have the upper hand, given what we see here so far.
Okay, well, Malfoy's going to start things off here with the Blade, but what a sad limp new little Blade here from Rocket. Tree's able to find that one, and that might just be exactly what Odyssey needed to get the recontest here. Yep, that's them back in control of the card, and now they've got a Blizzard for this next fight. This could go very well for them.
The wall coming out from Tree, initially I was worried about it because it blocked Vulcan off on the rest of his team. Oh, never mind.
Commanding shout, rally out from CJ, but Tree still able to find them here, so Crory survives, but it's all for naught as Odyssey win the fight here, and they are definitely going to want that rally back, because it didn't do nothing.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't even... CJ's just, dude.
Nice rally from Tree, yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely feel that. Sometimes you're just like, man, come on, we were going to do a whole thing, and now we don't get to. Great wall, the Blizzard also coming through, the beat, I don't know.
Look, as a London Spitfire fan, the value that this May is currently having fills me with optimism for this upcoming round of Overwatch League. This has been absolutely commanding from Odyssey here on the point B.
Nice beat. Sound barriers provided, 1. Oh, love it. Odyssey just chatting their chat. Vega goes, no, it wasn't 1, it was 4, which it was. It got some people, but they were all frozen, so they all died. The Bob getting booped, not going to get a ton of value. Malfo having to deflect.
Build some pressure. That might be big. We get the Rampage in over the top. Rocket and Corey still struggling to recover from that, but they give a bit of space. The wall comes up again from Tree, and Wisp, having thrown some stuff at that one, don't find a lot with it. Vulcan with the kill with a ragged knife. CJ's down here. Malfoy able to dash through some low HP targets, and the brakes are well and truly on this payload right now, Tibble.
See, the problem is they ran forward with some of their stuff, not all of their stuff. It's very specific. Yes, there is a cause and effect. There's a whole flow chart. They were not following it. It was just not going to happen. I mean, really what was doing was the wall. But Odyssey, it wasn't the cleanest win, so they actually back out. They kind of give that space. They're not trying to fight a fight shorthanded. They know what's going to happen there. But now they have plenty of opportunity, plenty of space here to set up for another fight. You have a Blizzard and a Blade coming online here soon, with close to a Blade and their support ultimates, but I don't know if that'll be ready quite in time.
Yeah, watch those numbers. Vega getting this barrier in time for the Blade at the very least is going to be incredibly important for Wisp if they want to keep this push going. Tree holding on to the Blizzard for now as Wisp rotate around the side. Out comes the Blade from Rocket, gets in, finds some damage, but also finds a lot of crosshairs pointed his direction. And a Blizzard, and those two things combined make it a sad, sad time to be a Genji player. Odyssey back in control of the card at the final corner, and that's 60 entire seconds left on the clock.
That whole fight just reminds me of that interview in Season 1 with Hydration, where he was like, someone asked him, like, when's the best time to use a Genji Blade? He's like, never. It's better not to use it because the moment you press Q, everyone turns and looks at you, and then you die. So that was a big feels right there. Poor guy. Malfoy just coming out. The later ult is usually the better one, right? Just kind of proving that point right there, getting some good value out of that. Wisp still have a couple tools in the bank. The rally coming through could be huge, especially with Bob coming online and just providing some extra firepower. But rally, Rampage, so much coming through for Odyssey here.
Okay, great positioning here from Chopper. Gets the Bob around the wall and allows the rest of Wisp to close the gap. Trades their life for it, but with the rally running from CJ, there's a real window of opportunity now for Wisp. They haven't been able to find any kills, and now they're pushing into rack attacks. Rally, Luke Mina finds CJ, and it was a big investment here from Wisp. It was a clever investment here from Wisp, but it is a much, much clever response from Odyssey. They get this done. Overtime is ticking down. The wall separates Chopper from any hope of contesting the cart. And now, for Odyssey and Wisp, there is a distance that dictates their tournament life.
Yeah, no draws on this one, I think. It's technically maybe mathematically possible, but that's not going to happen. This is it. This is it. Odyssey have a point and a little more to make this happen and move on to a rematch against Redbirds. Wisp, the line is drawn in the sand, in the cobblestones, whatever you want to call it. They know what they have to do. And there have been flashes of brilliance from Wisp. Absolutely very clever setups, utilizing their combos effectively, trying their best to work around these May walls that have been so annoying. But it hasn't quite been enough. It still feels like Odyssey are pretty comfortable in their position so far. They still have their plan and are able to stick to it. They're picking mystery heroes before we get started. So there's probably a blackboard to shoot in there, I believe, that Tree is going to stare in front of. But yeah, I mean, Wisp, they still feel kind of like they're on the back foot, that they're still trying. Still posting copy pastas and match chat that I didn't even get to read.
Nah,
they're doing their best. They're doing their best.
Yeah, I maintain having match chat on is dangerous, but most of the time, just some good, clean fun. Okay, we're not going to go for the Sim TP up onto the right-hand side. Instead, it's the May Farah.
Okay, I mean, try and catch somebody out. Just try and rain down on them. But Chopper on the Ashe, obviously, I mean, we're looking at where Mouth is standing. He knows what's going on. He knows.
Big wall.
Really poke out. But that wall.
Man, Crawry just absolutely taken to task on that one. The wall, the splash damage coming through from the Farah. This is a big opportunity for Odyssey. No Crory for a little while yet. They get control of the point, and they're going to have a wall to block this recontest. It's very hard here for Wisp.
Yeah, no, I mean, already just the deck is stacked against you. Malthel positioning himself so intelligently. You know, and good thing, because the moment he poked his head out, he did get dinged pretty hard, but that pick from Rack Attack, not what you want if you're a Wisp fan.
Boy, it's hard to not be an Odyssey fan on the face of that. I think that was very cleverly done. They knew what their win condition was. They knew they were going to find so much more value with the Genji. And Malthel is pushing towards that point C spawn. Good grief.
Yeah. Why not take all the space you can, right? Make it as difficult as possible. Get as much cart pressure for free. Rack Attack can go make a couple tweets. He could, maybe like microwave some ramen, text his mom, all the time in the world to just hang out here on cart. Meanwhile, Odyssey are doing what they do, just poking down. Malthel's got the barrage, which, I don't know. I mean, it's been pretty dangerous as far as we've seen it today, but maybe he gets something out of it if he's sneaky.
The question is, do they know where Malthel is?
They do. Vega saw him.
Okay.
He was flying up on the high ground and he poked his head over. It definitely saw that Pharah there. So.
It's maybe a little bit like the Genji Blade. When you know there's a risk of a barrage, it changes how you play. Absolutely. You never get a lot of value from a barrage, or very seldom get a lot of value from the barrage, so maybe just hold on to it and make it look like you're about to barrage them. Tree with the Blizzard, what he gonna do? Well, CJ knocks Malthel out of the sky with a whip shot. The one player down already. We get the Blizzard, we get the sound barrier out from Lukemino. Tree's able to find Vega, we get the bottom of the cart from Chopper. Booped away, can no longer contest it. The wall comes out, but close enough there from Crory to keep it in contestation. So no ult available now. Odyssey may have overspent into this fight. Got the rally running from CJ. Vega has the barrier here should they need it. Another big wall from Tree, but they're able to sidestep it and get onto the point. Crory takes all the damage in the world as Malthel takes them down, pushes through. And there's the cap for Odyssey. It's up to the grand finals and Redbirds.
Yeah, I mean, just that is exactly, that was the story of the whole match there for Odyssey. Just the walls were great, their combos were great. The Blizzard, I mean, just catching out one, it just caught Rocket. That's all you need. This Blizzard actually got tons of value. That was probably his best one of the whole match. But that last one, you don't, not every ult, not every Graviton or every Blizzard needs to get 5 people and you ace everybody and all this stuff. Sometimes you just need one guy. And Odyssey know exactly those limits, know exactly what they need to do. The min-maxing of this composition for them has been so clean. Now it's just a matter of can they do that again versus Redbirds.
Well, Redbirds were able to handily sidestep this made composition, but we've had a little more time in the oven, a little more homework under the belt of Odyssey. We're moving up into the grand finals. Let's see how this matchup works. We're going to go to a little break, and when we are ready to come back with all the action, we'll be right back with you. Please don't go too far.
We took our signature sandwich and cranked it up to 11. With bacon and cheese, it's the new Signature Club, remixed by Zaxby. we took our signature sandwich and cranked it up to 11. With bacon and cheese, it's the new Signature Club, remixed by Zaxby.
Here we are, everybody, after a long day of gaming, already with the grand finals. It's Redbirds versus Odyssey. And the last time these two teams met in today's tournament, it was a 2-0 sweep for Redbirds. The question, Thibble, is, have Odyssey leveled up enough in their run through the lower bracket to make this interesting?
Right. Yeah. In Overwatch, we talk a lot about when situations like this arise, the dynamics of like getting to rest versus staying warm. You know, and Odyssey have certainly had that latter side. They've been playing some pretty intense games. They've been played close. They've been forced to really think and have cerebral, strategic games where they're obviously talking about what they want to do. Is that momentum going to carry them against a team that kind of shocked us all with how easily they were able to dethrone an otherwise very dominant team in North America?
Yeah, I mean, it was not the most impressive run through contenders A side to Redbirds, given the sort of history and pedigree of the team. Still a top 3 finish is still very impressive, but I think people were expecting a little bit more from them. So to see a dominant performance here from Redbirds suggests that they may have leveled up in the week or so that it's been since A-Sides ended. And I've got to wonder how much of that is the addition of Lethal to the roster, who has long been a flex DPS par excellence.
Yeah, I mean, just an excellent player through and through. One of our most mechanically gifted players, I think, in Tier 2 lately. I mean, kind of across any region, lots of people asking for him to be signed to the Overwatch League, among many. There are many cries for people to be signed to the Overwatch League. I see them all the time.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the guy is great. And also, like you said, Redbirds have that degree of capability. They are always seemingly able to pull the best of the best talent and make something happen. Some miracle runs, some amazing staff working there, obviously, who know their stuff from as far back as Second Wind and beyond. You know, like that DNA is very much still in that team, and that kind of magic lends them a certain power. So we'll see, right? I mean, Redbirds, like you said, with the adaptations they've been able to make, with the roster changes they've been able to make, it could just be that put them a step above, and Odyssey's going to come in and get smacked. Or maybe Odyssey have gone, oh, okay, maybe we just didn't think that was going to be that easy for them, but this time we're not going to hold back.
And I think we have a little more margin for error this time. This is the grand finals, and therefore we're playing first to 3. And so we have a lot more scope here for a couple of flubbed team fights, a flubbed map maybe, and you'd like to think by the time you reach the pointy end of a tournament bracket, you're in for the best match that should go the distance. I'd like to think Odyssey playing warmed up here, and with, again, just that little bit of a margin for a comeback, are going to take us the distance this time. We're starting on Lijiang for our control map, and this is pretty much what we're expecting to see over the rest of today. I guess it depends on how Odyssey are feeling as to whether Tree is going to stick on the Sojourn or run with the May they've been having such success with.
Yeah, obviously neither is a bad pick when you look at a guy like Tree in a meta like the one we're in. But I'm kind of curious that he isn't pulling the May when he had so much effectiveness on it on this map and on this stage specifically. So maybe that May was more of a like, you're not worthy of our Sojourn. This is almost like retroactive BM to Wisp.
Oh, if I was Wisp, I'd be angry because there's no chance to come and get the comeback. What an opening shot from Vision! Tree just completely removed from the lobby. And, well, Redbirds, they know which side their bread's buttered on. They're going to push in and see what else they can get out of this fight. Gig takes a bit of splash damage, but nothing to really worry about too much. Point not yet unlocked. I think need to be careful. Tree's about to come back in, and Gig may be separated from the rest of the team, playing alone here. Gets back in, steals that health back. Is being chased by Rhino, who definitely has the advantage on HP here. Redbirds have got the early cap, but I think they may have overplayed this, Thibble.
Gig, I feel, just kind of panicked. He was just like, no, get away. Hey, Carnage, I didn't hit anybody. Oh, geez. Like, that felt a little scattered. But, you know, you do what you can, and Odyssey happy to jump in on that. It's like, oh, okay, you're just going to feed us a free teamfight win? We'll take that.
Yeah, a real yakety sax moment there for Redbird. An unusual, unforced error. Odyssey now back in control and about to equalize control percentage.
Yeah, I mean, Odyssey, again, happy to just kind of take the free cookie, right? You're building up. You've almost got the rally online. You're well ahead, actually, in a few ultimates, including the Rampage, including the rally, and the beat a tiny bit. So, Odyssey suddenly in a commanding position off of that error. It's all Redbirds are going to be able to do to get this back.
Gig pushes in, lands a singular wound, and tries to get out again, but Malthor hooks him around the collar, drags him back, puts him in the ground. Malthor with the second here. And sure, they were caught on the back foot with that early kill onto Tree, but it has been very convincing from Odyssey on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, staying warm, right? Maybe that's really starting to come into play here. Gig feeling like he's just he's doing Gig things, right? We know Gig. Gig's been around. He loves to just run in. He's like an LH Cloudy or a Hottie, right? He loves to just get in there and press all the buttons. But Odyssey are calling his bluff in a big way.
This is what you may euphemistically call a zoning blade there. A lot of threat, not a lot of purchase found with it. Gig finds the first kill of this exchange. Lethal with a blade of their own, but now has to contend with both the rally and the sound barrier, and you may as well be waving around a massive Cheeto at that point. Big Rampage goes through. Gig and Neb both take a lot of damage and can't recover from that one. Neb down, courtesy of Luke Mino. And Odyssey give a bit of space, they back up, they bend, they don't break, and they keep themselves in this fight. Big combo there with a ragged knife into the Rampage. Rhino with a commanding shout to keep themselves alive through this. A bit of a displacement there onto Rhino puts him momentarily at risk, and Gig's able to find the kill. Couldn't quite recover from that one, but it's 99 to 15. Redbirds need to find something here as Gig is about to get their first ultimate online here. There we go, mouthful down. This may be the cap for Redbirds, and we get to see a little bit more of Dusk Market.
Yeah, and I mean, thank you. And Odyssey, fine, really losing that fight. Obviously, you would love just to take it right there, but you have plenty of time here. Come in, build out a couple more ults. If you're smart and you've been counting, you know that Redbirds have the Rampage and probably the Rally soon online. You probably try and pull both those out and then go back in, and there we go.
3, look at that, nicely spaced across that 5-player bar at the top, and fantastic clean. Look, everybody that was hit by the Rampage died there. That is great target focus from Redbirds.
Yeah, I mean, clinical, right? Redbirds have all the time in the world to set that up. They have the perfect line. They go, okay, I hit these people, get them. And they just run for it. They do exactly what they've been wanting to do. Oh, goodness, this whole time. This Lucio? Oh, Neb, buddy, that was really close. That was close to being so cool.
Yeah, it would have been nice. Doesn't matter that they've lost Neb here because Lethal and Vision just get it absolutely done here for Redbirds. Odyssey will get at least one more bite at this particular cherry, and they will, of course, have the blade to do this with. Odyssey only have the blade online themselves. This is going to be a very interesting fight for them.
Sure, so Malthor will have a good opening with this blade with no support ultimates coming online, assuming they're quick about it. But Lethal's coming in with the blade to try and cut it off, and then Vision can follow up with that overclock right away.
That's a lot of space gained here. That will momentarily slow down Odyssey. Lucamino wasn't quite able to get the barrier up online, but the displace is there. Malthor can't get anything. No, does find Neb here, and that's one. That is a big opening here for Odyssey. Redbirds need to get something done very quickly. A 98, and the point flips over to Odyssey, and Redbirds seem to be struggling here. They will have the overclock online from Vision. Looks like they're struggling to find purchase with it. Odyssey might just sneak this out from under the nose of Redbirds after a very convincing defense. There's Renko and Gig out of this entirely. That's got to be Odyssey taking this opening point here on Night Market.
And Neb falling early there just off the tail end of that blade was actually huge. He died at 85% on that sound barrier. And if he had stayed alive another 10 seconds, he probably builds that, and that fight looks entirely different. So that's one where if I'm Neb, I'm maybe kicking myself a little bit. It's like, I should have backed up. I should have had Boop available or something. But that's also, sometimes you just get caught out. Alpha went in and was super smart about how he approached. He really sat and thought, where can I get the most value with this? Where can I for sure get a kill? So many people in this comp can get away, can have enough damage mitigation to make that blade worthless. What can I really actually do? And that's one of the reasons that really separates him as a top tier DPS in North America. He is a total memer through and through, but he does put some real thought into what he does. So bravo to him, great play there, and that secures the round for Odyssey.
Indeed. Now on to Gardens, and they're matched up once again. Nobody really finding any advantage so far. Commanding Shout out. Nice big swipe through there with the Rampage. Knife out, and that's going to drag Vision into range. They don't quite find the follow-up kill. Odyssey now rotate onto the point and take up effectively the defensive position here. Redbirds are going to follow them in. Point has now unlocked. Commanding Shout out for Odyssey. They surge forward with that at their back. Still looking for kills here. A lot of sustain in this composition. Nobody able to find the opening frag just yet. There it is. Tree and Rack Attack and Rhino all down in the blink of an eye. And this will be Redbirds with the opening cap.
So much back and forth, so much brawl there. You see both the Junker Queens like, yeah, throw a knife at you. No, I throw a knife at you. Well, I hit you with my axe. No, I hit you with my axe. And just so much back and forth. But at the end of the day, right, Redbirds, it wasn't just the Junker Queen. It said, okay, I'll hit you with my axe, and then also this guy's going to hit you, and this guy's going to hit you, and this guy's going to hit you. So that sort of like death ball versus spread sort of setup in that fight made a big difference, made the difference. So now Redbird's commanding position here to defend.
Look at the gap on this ult charge. Lethal with the blade ready to go. Mouthful still 30-odd% away. Commanding Shout from Redbirds, send them forward. The blade comes out from Lethal, but it does get punished. Mouthful takes them down. It's a bit back and forth here, but care of Neb and a couple of finishing... Oh, 3 for Neb on the back end of the fight. They will hold on here, but it was a reasonable investment of ults from Redbirds.
Yeah, absolutely. They spent a lot, but they did get some value. They got some good percentage, too. I think I know why Neb got caught out on that last fight. It's because that man has no fear in his body.
None at all.
None at all. He was leading. He was like speed boosting, and he wasn't like, I'm going to wait for you guys. He's like, catch up. Come on, what are you doing?
Okay, that sound you can hear is Swedish yelling. It means, guys, I've got rally. Let's go in and try and win a team fight. On the back of it, out comes Mouthful. A lot of over HP on top of the standard HP should buy him a lot of time to get something done with the blade. But Neb is able to pull out the sound barrier here, and that keeps Redbirds in control of the point. Gig takes a lot of damage themselves there. And we have actually got the flip here. Redbirds, in an attempt to adapt to the incoming aggression, give maybe just a touch too much space. And Tree just starts to destroy Redbirds. There's 3. Luke Mino with 1. Neb with the over the side for his own benefit. Odyssey back in control of them.
Yeah, and double overclocks there. Vision popped his as well, but he had to back up. He had to kind of use his slide to pop over the wall and look for a pick. And Tree was not having that. And then after that, it was all for the cleanup. Redbirds coming back, you know, obviously with a pretty solid percentage barrier. They have some buffer time here, but Odyssey coming online with a Rampage, Gig here to match. You know, who can get more value out of this?
Okay, nice big Rampage and almost over the side there for Rhino. Was a little bit too close for comfort, perhaps. Does allow them to find the kill onto Renko. Can't land the swipe with Rampage. Quite a long wind up on that one, and Lethal was able to get the dash through and find Rhino instead. So we're still at 50% for Odyssey, and they are slowly winning this fight out as Gig goes down. I think for Odyssey here, for Redbirds, you maybe just, throw yourself over the side. Actually, no, sorry. Rack Attack does that to Vision. Looked like it was an unforced error, but Odyssey getting close to equalizing control.
It was a bit of both. Vision had actually started the power slide, and as that momentum started to move, got booped by Rack. So it was like a turbo boop. It was pretty intense. I mean, some ultimates kind of close. You're pretty close actually to the rally for Redbirds, but now this percentage is equalized. You don't have a ton of time. You want a longer fight for these ults, but you want that flip to come in. Otherwise, you're going to be looking at a 99% scenario.
Yeah, this is last fight territory adjacent here. Certainly not a long distance to go on the map as the crow flies here for Redbirds. Odyssey closing in at 90%. Mouthful closing in on that blade. One more Shuriken connect. We'll see that happen. Neb's able to find Rack Attack, and Gig is down to Rhino. I think if you're Odyssey, you maybe just say, okay, yeah, that's a lost fight. Let's regroup and come again when we've got some ults to throw at it.
Yeah, you still have a little time, like you said, last fight adjacent here for both teams, really. You've got the blade, you've got the beat. I almost want to see those sent in together to give a little extra juice, but the counters immediately will be ready for Redbirds. And the overclock actually coming online. Vision is very close, so that's an edge for Odyssey, or for Redbirds.
There it is. Blade beat Battlestar Galactica, and Lethal finds 2. That's Mouthful and Rack Attack both down here. Redbirds remain in control. Gig finds Rhino. And they are not going to find a recon test here for Odyssey, so we're going to a 3rd round here. Yeah, sure, Luke Mina, get in and get a couple of extra ticks on it. Not going to happen. Here we go, off to control center for these teams.
And that was all about who does the better beat Blade, right? And Redbirds had the answer to that question. Tree, I believe, actually was coming back on the respawn. So it was also a bit of a man down situation. And on top of that, Vision had the overclock just to really seal the deal. You hardly needed it with a blade like that from Lethal, but you might as well throw it out there just to make sure. So good round from them. We are tied up, going on to control center now. Odyssey. I think, obviously, Tree on the Sojourn has been doing great. He's had some fantastic plays in the neutral and with his ultimate. You know, he's one of the better Sojourns we've seen. And I know the May isn't, like I talked about May being like weakest here on control center, but I almost want to see the switch up just because. But I don't think they're going to do it. This is why they're the pros and I'm in plat, you know? I'll let it be.
I think it's a mark of respect here to understand that maybe you can find some value against Wisp here with the May, but Redbirds are a cut above. Tree again with an opening frag, and that's Gig of all people down. The most HP, the most kill potential off the table entirely. Neb's able to find one, taking rack attack out of it. The Tree spraying on through to what's left of Redbirds. I think this has got to be an early cap here for Odyssey. They've got the numbers. We might get a little bit of the contest, but I think if your Redbirds back out, bounce back, and come back through, won't quite find, though. Does just find the cap. Redbirds should be pushing back in soon, though.
Yeah, a quick re-engage for sure, especially off the back of Neb, just still having absolutely no fear. The only kill on his team for this round so far. Like, this guy, he's out of this world. He's doing pretty well for himself.
Bit of pressure sent Tree's way there, but we activate the magic legs and slide on out of the way, the incoming aggression. For now, Redbirds certainly at an advantage here in terms of ult charge across the board right now. Tree again sliding out of danger up onto the high ground. And boy, this is getting a little tricky to follow here. Redbirds move incredibly quickly through the Maelstrom. Odyssey down to 2 left on the point. They get what they can, and then it's back to spawn as Redbirds recap.
Yeah, 35%, close to some ults. Not too much. Like, you can afford this if you're Odyssey. But Redbirds also are going to be able to set up pretty nice for the next fight or two. You've got the Blade and both support ultimates coming online soon, followed probably close behind by that Overclock and the Rampage. Odyssey kind of close across the board to everything, but you have to be smart about how you use it.
Nice Blade, but Lumina is able to get that ultimate off and keep Odyssey alive. So that's the classic 1-for-1 beat for Blade trade here. Neb and Renko still holding onto their ultimates here for Redbirds. They don't have anything particularly in the offensive tank right now, as Odyssey opts to give them a little more space. They'll be pushing back in. In fact, Tree starting out here with the overclock. Commanding shout over the top buys him a little time to stand in place and aim. But Vision, without the overclock, just with the charge on the rail, takes Tree out of this fight, and Odyssey are back on the back foot as Redbirds look to round the 50% mark. Odyssey give them a bit of space.
And if you're Odyssey, I've said this a couple times now as Lethal just continues to clean up and do lethal things. That's not the end of the world, because you did pull a good bit out for Redbirds. Obviously, Lethal starting with that Blade, he's now halfway back, because that's just what he does. But you also pull both support ultimates, and now you've got a Blade with not much to counter it on your side, as well as a Rampage. Like, those could combo pretty effectively if you get the lineup right, but Redbirds will still have some answers on the run.
Oh, Gig lights the blue touch paper first, and on his way forward with the Rampage. Tree and Mouth will take a lot of damage here. Mouth will survive with the Blade, swings through, finds nothing with it. On the back end of the last swing, Neb goes down here. Tree finds Vision and Odyssey, now in a position to come and recap the point, and this was dire for them because it was at 86%. They are still at last fight territory, but it's a momentary stay of execution.
And you get that stagger onto Lethal. That buys you a tiny bit of time. Lethal will be coming back with that Blade, though, and you can already tell that he's doing some work with that today. He is doing solid stuff with the Dragon Blade. Not many answers for Odyssey unless you can really hold that at bay for a while. Rack Attack and Lukemino both in their 70s and 80s percentage wide, and Lethal is not waiting.
Not quick enough. But a booth and the commanding shout over the top will mitigate a lot of the outgoing damage from Lethal. Still finds one with it, and Tree, the confusion, is taken down by Vision. Lethal back in, and Rack Attack is down. Lumina finds a trade taking Vision out of this, but there is no more stall potential here. And now the car is slowing as we approach our destination, that being last fight territory.
I mean, is there even going to be a touch? The Sojourn... Oh, no, there we go. Malthal comes in, Lukemino with the beat to start
engage. That's right, no longer going to have that to survive longer through the fight, but it does help them get onto the point with a bit of certainty. Brinko closing in and having the rally, but it's Rack Attack with the rally first here. If you're Redbirds, maybe you just take the L on this one. It's 68% for Odyssey. You're already down lethal. Get what ult charge you can and get out of dodge.
Yeah, walk away. Don't waste any time. Don't get staggered. You're coming back with both support ultimates. Lethal, I was talking about him doing well with the blade, but he hardly needs it to pop off if he really wants to. And if they've been counting right, they know the only thing Odyssey has to bring to bear for this fight is an overclock. Oh, in the opening minute. How about
well,
that?
there we go. Didn't need the blade. Absolutely right. Rack Attack down to a bit of chin music here from Lethal. Rally in, sound barrier in, and Redbirds, they haven't flipped the point just yet, but they have got a commanding amount of space control right now. Flip comes through, 99 and tick it on down. Mouthful through. Will keep it alive a little bit longer, but they've already lost Rack. Rhino's coming back on the board to try and keep it going. We do have Mouthful trying to keep it alive, yet Rhino's back, but all he can do is tag back in, gets a big pile driver, but even with all of that adaptive shield, every crosshair on the enemy team is aimed your way. It's a matter of time before you are hamster jam ground into the floor as Lethal finds the dash reset. Good attempt at attack back in here from Odyssey, but it's too little too late. Redbirds start things off hot with a win here on Lijiang.
Odyssey certainly making it close. I mean, not to say that they ever weren't doing that, but still, it looks like they've been taking that momentum from the last couple games through the lower bracket and putting it to good use. They are finding good plays. They are still very clearly talking through their strategy and making sure that everyone is on the same page. For Redbirds, I mean, it took them about a round, but it hardly looks like they've lost a step.
No, and I was sort of expecting it to be as close as it was on the back of the fact that now Tree is opting in to run the Sojourn here.
Right.
I do feel like on what we've seen and the way that Redbirds have been playing, the May here would have been a riskier pick. So I think definite kudos to Odyssey for making the adaptation and going, no, like let's just play the meta and play it as best as we can. And at multiple points across that first map, that really could have gone either way. Yes, it's a 2-1 here for Redbirds, but it could just as easily have been a 2-1 for Odyssey.
Yeah, I mean, a fight or two completely changes the entire landscape of that game. I mean, just stray picks here and there, right? Rack Attack going down early at the start of that last fight. If he's up, you know, he could have built toward a rally, and then suddenly, like, we like you said, could be looking at an entirely different scoreline. So this is the nice, juicy, close game that we all came here for. This is the grand finals, of course, of the Mayhem Summer Classic presented by Zaxby's 2022 North America.
In one breath, very well done.
Yeah, thank you. This is what we wanted. We wanted a game like this. We wanted something nice and spicy. We wanted something very close. And I'm very curious to see how Odyssey continues their adaptation, or if they get a little more comfortable running the Sojourn Mirror again after having played May against Wisp through that series. So I suppose we'll just have to wait and see.
I think taking a step back here and looking at the competitiveness and health of the scene generally, the fact that it has not been a day of two Overwatch and we have had a lot of back and forth, I think says an awful lot about the level of talent that we have in this region and how close these teams really are at the top of the bracket. To have Lethal up against Mouthful and have them both putting on this level of performance and the same across those DPS and tank matchups for both teams really is a very high note for the scene in general right now.
Yeah, and I feel like that's been a thing, you know, barring the little tweaks that come with a beta on a new and incoming game. I feel like this is, I haven't seen as many tweets complaining about metas from pro players.
Oh, give it time. Give it time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think, frankly, with this patch is probably when we'll start seeing it. Junker Queen has really become ubiquitous, and pro players do not like that. So I'm sure we'll see plenty. But also, like, the dev team has been happy to iterate. They have been iterating often, all those things. You know, like, this is the scene, like you said, is in a very healthy place right now because these teams are competitive, because this meta, you know, maybe slightly stagnate. Maybe we're starting to see the beginning of a stagnation of some sort, but also maybe the beginning of an evolution. Right? You and I have talked about this off stream where, yeah, in contenders, you maybe see a lot of one thing, but when this patch gets to Overwatch League, those guys are going to play this for a couple weeks and get sick of it and start just pulling out other stuff because they can and because they're Overwatch League caliber teams with like all of the staff and the coaching and all the development that comes with that. So I think we're in an astoundingly good place, and I think that allows all these teams to be as competitive as you say, and that just means good Overwatch for us.
And I think one of the fun things here is that for our contenders teams across all the various regions, some of which are still playing, we are seeing like the initial theory crafting of what is good. We've had some changes, we've had some patches come through, and now Overwatch League get their turn at it. So we get to see what some of the best players in the world think of this meta, how they adapt into it, what changes maybe come through, and then following this Summer Showdown, Mid-Season Madness, which one are we on?
Summer Showdown now.
Summer Showdown.
We finished Mid-Season Madness.
Throw it back to contenders for B-side, maybe another patch comes through, and like we're getting this really nice ping pong of like, what is the meta, what is the understanding of the game, and it feels really good to be right in the middle of that thibble.
Oh yeah, and not to mention, right? This is the post. There's no more Norban time. Like this is that
sadly.
patch, right? This is the most recent beta patch, which contenders or this tournament rather is getting access to before we see it in the Overwatch League. So I think it's actually really cool, and I very much hope that the Overwatch League and its many teams and coaches, etc., are watching this tournament or will review this and see what everybody here in contenders was doing, what they feel was the best, like the little variations that they will surely think of looking at these games and how these comps are played. So we're really getting a front row seat to the future, which is fascinating stuff.
It is. I know that at the very least, contenders, if Overwatch League casters are already looking at contenders footage, I guarantee you that Overwatch League coaches were there on day one. We should probably talk about what's coming up next. It's our escort map, and up next we will be going to Route 66. Thank you, Prod, for putting that graphic up. And this will, of course, be Odyssey's map pick, which I don't know coming out of Odyssey what specifically would make me pick Route 66 over some of our other payload maps. I don't know that we saw Gibraltar from Wisp on the last pick, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, I think Route 66 is a map that you can play pretty standard. I think this is definitely a map where you don't need to get off meta, you don't need to get too crazy, but you could if you wanted to. It's a good Sojourn map for sure. Junker Queen, I imagine, will be as ubiquitous as ever. Yep, there's two of them. Odyssey is attacking. I'm not going to look at any of that. That doesn't count. Redbirds coming out with exactly the same thing, exactly what we expect. Vision on the Sojourn, going to be able to set up. Lethal going to be able to scale all these rocks like a dude at REI. Luke Mino apparently bench press Violet. That's fun. Yeah. These guys. Man. Overwatch League Overwatch players in general say the most random things. Sometimes it gets you fined thousands of dollars, and sometimes it's just like, okay.
Okay. No, Odyssey are actually doing this. All right, we got the Genji Pharah. Okay,
sure, why not? Yeah, I mean, there's airspace here. There's a lot of space to move around. You can certainly make that happen, and this poke is working out pretty well. But now it's going to be on Mouthful to kind of stay shy of Vision, and Vision to really keep an eye on. Well,
no chance as Tree gets the dive, and the main threat coming the way of Mouthful is currently off the table, back in Spawn, thinking about what they did to deserve such treatment. And Mouthful is just playing up inside Renko's hitbox. Tree finds Lethal, and Redbirds just get blown out of the water.
I mean, yeah, Pharah, the well-known melee-focused Overwatch hero. Everybody knows that. That's where she's most comfortable. No, I mean, I think that's just what you do when you're cleaning up. You don't need to be that AC-130. You just walk up and shoot a rocket directly in someone's mouth. It's probably very uncomfortable. Vision getting early picked off there was actually probably the one turning point for that fight, because even now you see Maltha really having to play wise. Oh, with Lethal swapping over to the Ashe. Yeah, I mean, you're really rocking a hard place there.
Yeah, I mean, Mouthful right up against having this barrage ready to go, but I think given the swaps that have come through and the fact that he's down here, maybe you just rob any value of that and go straight into a swap, but no, we'll be sticking through it. He's able to find Lethal, so that's one less counter on the table, but Rack Attack is down, and it's a checkerboard in the kill feed here, just about coming up in favor of Redbirds, so Odyssey maybe needs to take a step back here and regroup.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the spawns working in your favor here, but also you could just keep poking.
Had to reload. That's tragic for Mouthful.
Yeah, two more rockets there might have really made the difference. But even so, this is a chance to breathe for both teams, really. There's a little poke coming through, but you have some respawners coming in. You really have to figure out, okay, that fight was crazy. What do we do now?
Odyssey coming up on some DPS ults. That might be what we do here for Odyssey. Tree gets in and causes some confusion with the blade. Malthor tries to find some value with the world's loudest suicide button. There we go. Tree has it online. Climbs up, backs down. Health pack taken care of. I think they're just wanting to slow this down, push where they're not currently contested, and then explode onto Redbirds when they're ready to try and get this cap coming through, because we are just a few meters away. There's the Rampage out early from Gig. Did hit 5, there's the barrage, but Renko just donks Malthor out of the sky with the whip flail. Rally and sound barrier running from Renko and Neb. Tree has a lot of HP now as well, finds Renko, there's no longer a counter. Lethal down to Tree on the Genji, and that's going to be the cap here for Odyssey. Surely a last little contest from a bulky Junker Queen. Oh no, we've got a couple players on the point here for Redbirds, buying what time they can. And, you know, Neb with the amp it up can survive a little while longer, but that is going to be the cap for Odyssey.
It's such a strong commitment from Redbirds onto that barrage. Like, they use Commanding Shout, they use Sound Barrier, they use Rally. And sure, that barrage got nothing, but you leave the floor entirely open for Tree. And that guy was happy to take that opening. Comes in with the blade, gets a ton of work done, cleans up, and that's the point cap for you. So I maybe in another universe, Redbird doesn't quite commit as much, maybe save the Sound Barrier. But you also don't want to get, like, wiped by a barrage. That's pretty silly. So I get it. But in an ideal world, I think they would look at that and go like, okay, next time, let's try not to commit so hard on that one ultimate.
What?
Ay.
That's I don't know, spicy meatball. Let's go with that one. Nice pick here from Malthor. Didn't even look like he was looking at Neb, to be honest. But my gosh, so much pressure and forward focus from Odyssey. Redbirds might not get much more time on B here.
No, I love the Hanzo, not just because you can get completely random, not quite earned headshot kills. Had to work around my brain there. You know, there's so much you can do with the Hanzo. The vision control actually is quite useful in my mind. I think the Dragon Strike is actually quite useful, and you can just put some massive damage down. But so can Lethal.
Yeah, Lethal straight in on top of Malthor. And you know, I've got an observation I've not had a chance to make, which is Malthor is very nearly an anagram of Lethal.
A little bit.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with that information, but it was in my brain and I had to get it out there, Sybil.
Nope. I am a fan of all of the grams. I am a big word puzzles guy.
Insta, Anna.
Yeah. Instagram, as a professional social media manager, not a fan of that gram specifically. I will say it's a very difficult platform to grow on. But in any case, Odyssey having no problems here. Coming back on the Pharah, actually. A little back and forth. I don't know if I like that, but hey, what are you going to do?
Well, Lethal on the Genji, so no direct hit scan counter, but Lethal will have the blade here, and it's been 1 for 1 so far. And out it goes. Neb with the blade. Desperately just in time, keeps Lethal alive through that, but Tree's able to find vision. Odyssey, even with that big investment of ults from Redbirds, come out on top of that one. The rally from Rack Attack running, and Odyssey could close that out comfortably.
Absolutely. Tree just absolutely comfortable with the ghost dash there. He's like, nah, I got it. We're good. Walk away. I think Mouthful doesn't swap again, just goes for the quick top off. I was kind of curious about the swap onto the Pharah again, especially now getting into third point. But, you know, whatever. Build a barrage. Go for it. Maybe you'll get value this time.
I love that you can kind of hear. I love that you can kind of hear Malthor going back to spawn. And somebody said, no, Lethal's coming in on the Echo. Stick on the Pharah and take that aerial battle. But Redbird's starting to push in towards Odyssey's spawn. Odyssey don't currently have any ultimates on board, and Gig comes in with the Rampage, finds 3 Rhino and Rack Attack down, focusing beam from Lethal. Incredibly impactful already. That's going to be Redbirds with the team fight win, and they are pushed right the way up.
I'm really interested to see what Lethal gets done with it, what the goal is for the Echo. Obviously, as an intentionally strong poke hero, can really melt through just about anything she looks at. Plus the duplicate. I mean, you have some interesting duplicate targets here. A second Junker Queen, maybe, or a second support. You know, maybe a Brigitte, we see a little bit of that. And you also just melt through Pharahs, I guess, so that's good.
Yeah, apparently they've changed Farah's ultimate so that instead of rockets coming out, you just instantly die. That's what happened to Malthus there, makes the swap over onto the Hanzo. This has been a commanding hold here from Redbirds. They've burnt down the time bank to less than a minute here for Odyssey.
Yeah. I mean, just no problems whatsoever.
Oh,
The commanding comes through the rampage. All that lifesteal actually coming in huge for Rhino. That was...
Oh my days!
Wow.
That was
just
clinical.
Just off of the bleed damage and the cleave through all those targets as they ran forward, that actually got tremendous value for Rhino. And really the only thing they committed, Malthus again switching over on the Hanzo this time, that vision, that Sonic arrow actually giving them a good idea of what Redbirds have in the crock pot, what they're cooking. Redbirds also coming online with a couple ultimates. Very curious about this duplicate. Let's see what he does with it.
Okay, it is going to be onto the Junker Queen. This is with the knife, swings through with the rampage. But whilst that's going on, Trees in the back line taking out Vision and Neb. Yes, we get the rampage, it comes through, but they need the follow-up damage and they're already down 2 players. Lethal just couldn't get enough done with that one. Lands the stickies, but look where the card is. Yes, we are in overtime, but Odyssey have the numbers advantage and they keep pressing that advantage to a cap here on C.
Yeah, we kept our eyes on Lethal throughout that fight, and I can hardly blame the observers for doing so, but he really got cut off on the other side of the big rig, trying to get some value out of that ultimate. He did hit, I believe, 2 people with it, but there was no one there to follow up with him. They were all trying to fight on the cart. So getting separated like that was actually extremely detrimental for what Lethal's plan was in that fight. He really wanted to be in the thick of it, providing that support with commanding shout, getting some big cleave damage done, and he really just couldn't follow up in the way that he wanted. So good job on Odyssey there for creating that zone, kind of being, I think Odyssey was very aware of what Redbird's plan was going into that fight. They saw with that Sonic arrow what was happening positionally. And obviously we're probably keeping an eye on the ultimate charges, knew that a duplicate was coming soon, who it was probably going to be used on. Lukmino asks who I am.
That's a good question. Who are you?
You're
getting egoed by players.
I'm getting egoed. Are they like listening to us? I don't even... Sorry, man. Lukmino, I think you're great. I called them the best support duo in North America.
It's not enough. It's not enough.
I guess. Man, Lukmino is one of the greatest players in the history of Overwatch. It is honestly insane what that guy can do on such an intense variety of heroes. Love that guy to death. He is.
Who knew your ego was so fragile, Fibble?
It really is. Secrets everyone is learning about me today at my own duress. Oh well. Vision going for the early Widow pick, hoping for an airborne hero to take out of the sky, but so far no dice.
No, Odyssey with more or less what they've been running in the previous offensive round. Malthus starting on the Hanzo. Lethal playing around coast. Takes a bit of a damage. Dashes through. Doesn't think the dash connected, but still a good amount of consistent damage here. Spots Malthus. Turns around. Pops the deflect. And still on the hunt here for Malthus. And whilst they're doing that, it's Neb and Vision with the first opening frag to the fight. Rack attack down here. Malthus might get staggered if he's not careful. Not much of a stagger, but Vision takes them out. And there's the team kill.
Yeah, I mean, a commanding fight there, right? You were hoping for a little more pick potential maybe with this comp from Odyssey. Immediate swap over to the Pharah. Oh, and I forgot the DPS change went through, so Malthus maintains 30% of his ultimate on that swap. I totally forgot that was a thing. It's actually pretty solid. So keeps that nice and equal across the board. And Redbird's just trying to set up on top of Big Zerls and contest this engage from Odyssey.
I was going to say there's no traditional counter here from Redbirds for Malthus, but Lethal can at the very least keep Malthus honest here on the Pharah, although it does require a lot of attention. Right on the low ground for now, looking to try and get up there and get a bit more of a high ground control, whilst Malthus falls to Lethal with a finishing beam. Lethal casually finding rack attack as well, flips around, finds the kill at the back end of the fight there as Tree goes down to Gig, and Redbirds look like they might be in position for a nice, quick Caparuni here on A.
Yeah, I mean, nice and solid. Malthus still just trying to do his thing. Provide some long-distance poke as people poke their heads around the corner. Yeah, an easy cap for Redbirds. 4 minutes 40 on the bank here to get through this second phase. Plenty of ultimates close to coming online. The duplicate and full supports. Meanwhile, Odyssey, they're not super far behind, but enough that Redbirds will have their ults and be able to use them a good bit before Odyssey can.
Yeah, I think in a slightly different... Oh, wow! Okay, Malthus sniped out of the sky here. That puts Odyssey very much on the back foot. That's a lot of their spam damage gone. Commanding Shout comes out from Rhino just to keep Odyssey alive, but Redbirds know where there's some hay to be made, and they move forward. They are chasing down what is left of Odyssey and just getting all the space in the world here. Rhino in real trouble here. Luke Mino now trying to escape as fast as the speedy Lucio pick can go. We do lose a momentary amount of cart progress, but look how far up Redbirds have pushed.
Yeah, I mean, just almost no stoppage except for that little moment there as the fight got cleaned up. And look at the ultimates online. All 5 for Redbirds. They didn't need to use a single thing. Odyssey, now much closer. You know, this will be pretty even all said and done, but Redbirds still with this edge.
Rally from Rack Attack, commanding Shout out from Odyssey as well. We'll see that answered by both abilities from Redbird. So even so far, but Vision's able to find Tree, and Tree was in the middle of the blade. There's the Rampage from Gig. Hits 2. Barrage out from Malthor finds Vision and Lethal, and Gig is down to Rack Attack. And Odyssey may just pull this back here. A scant few meters away from the end of point B. We still do have a couple of Redbird supports online keeping this going. Look at the space they're making. Look at what they're able to get done here. Lethal's back in with a focusing beam. Rack Attack and Rhino are down. This is phenomenal grit coming out from the Redbird support line and from Odyssey to try and burn what they can off the clock. What a fight, Devil. What a fight.
4 minutes 15 here, getting on to the last phase. Hardly a moment lost for Redbirds. It was looking a little dicey there at first. Malthor actually getting value off of the barrage. My mouth. I didn't know how to make words for a second off of that one. Now, though, swapping back onto that Genji. I think this is definitely the play. The Pharah, especially on last, is not going to get a lot of value. We're looking at a Nepal village situation for a hero like that at that point. Redbirds, though, they haven't needed to swap. They've never needed to reset any ult economy. Rhino doing some work with Gracie there. Bravo. And still, Redbirds still in a great position.
It's honestly, it's like a more fun Roadhog hook, frankly, as Gracie, the Ragged Knife, just keeps dragging them forwards. But Redbirds say, okay, do you know what? Actually, we would like to be going forwards. That suits us down to the ground. And with 3.5 minutes left to go, they are closing in on the cap here on C. Malthor just gets plucked out of the air like the ripest of plums from the easiest of trees and the lowest of branches. And Redbirds just keep up the momentum. There's the dash through as Rack Attack goes down. And we're going to see some stall swaps out from Odyssey, but I just don't think they're going to have the chance. What a time bank here for Redbirds!
So, hi to anyone who's new to. If this is your first day watching Overwatch, first off, where you've been, welcome aboard. It's a good first day to have. Let me break something down for you. 408 in the time bank at the end of Route 66. That doesn't happen.
No,
that's not a thing. That's not a thing. So, wow. Just Redbirds, right? I mean, it feels like every fight we said the same thing. They hardly lost a moment. They hardly needed to stop. They just kept going. Odyssey that whole time on the back foot, trying to figure out some solution, trying to be creative and strategic and all of those great things, which I love. I'm always a fan of that. But at the same time, it didn't work. It has not been working. There were a couple moments there. Malthor got some value out of that barrage. He got a couple picks on Hanzo. Like, he was doing it. He is by no means like dragging the team down or anything dramatic like that. He's fine. But right now, this is not answering the Redbirds question in a meaningful way. So maybe they just keep trying, right? Just play different angles, play different styles, switched up as needed, use that DPS ultimate carryover situation to your advantage. It is doable, but you really got to be careful and very conscious of your decision. Otherwise, you're going to end up 2-0 down very early in this tournament.
Well, 10 seconds off the timer already. Arguably payload the map type where time bank matters the least. If you can get some good momentum behind you, a full cap on a minute's time bank is easily doable. It's whether Redbirds are going to give you that bit of leeway. For now, Odyssey happy to spam away at Redbirds, who are playing very close up. You normally see this held on big O's. And Lethal may have overstepped his mark on that one as Malthor finds him Gig down here as well. So for Redbirds, you're able to manage one good fight here with a lot of stall coming through before you're blasted off of this point, but that guarantees them another fight here on point A.
Yeah, no worries, right? Burn 50 seconds on your first fight. They only have 60. They will be in overtime for the rest of this game. Or maybe they get 30 seconds when they cap the point.
Nope.
I'm unsure.
All OT. All OT.
Right. Okay, so all overtime for the rest of this. And Redbirds, you need one fight. Build your ultimates and just run them over, if you even need to do that.
Yep. The trick is use all of your stuff at them. That will win you
yeah.
the fight.
There it is. You understand.
I'm learning. Odyssey, closing in on having some ultimates to play with here. Watch for Tree, watch for Mouthful. Those can be big difference makers here, but for now, Redbirds just happy to keep the point contested, slow this thing down, buy themselves some time to get ults online. Luke Meter now has the first ultimate in the server, and that's the sound barrier ready to go. That can be used just to keep everyone alive and generate some more ults, or you can just go in with a primary fire and take out your opponent's tank. Odyssey in a good position now here to get the cap through A. They have the numbers advantage. Mouthful traded out, had the barrage ready to go. Tree has the blade, and it might need to come down to that. If they can wait, Nether's already used the sound barrier. If they can wait for that to take down, there's now no good counter to the blade. Renka needs to go down first, have the rally online. Tree's able to find vision here as well. This might be what does it. Gets lethal as the iframes dissipate, and Odyssey get a stay of execution here.
And I imagine they cap off of that. I don't think that Redbirds will try and, trickle in just for time's sake. They have all the time in the world. They just need to get a stop. They're coming online with just the rally, but they are also very close to that overclock. That'll definitely come online. So Mouthful, if they're smart about it, Odyssey also knows that. And Mouthful, what are you going to do with this barrage, man? You're going to get picked out of the sky. You probably have to come in low. Do you just go for a pick?
Okay. Luke Mina with the aggressive barrier here. Mouthful had a momentary window there in which they were less punishable there with the barrage, but Tree's down. Luke Mina's low as well. Mouthful still has this ult available. Down it goes, and down goes Mouthful and the rest of Odyssey. Redbirds take out Rhino at the back of the fights, and that's as far as the card goes. There's a line of the sand here for match point between Redbirds and Odyssey.
I mean, I like what he tried. I like what Mouthful attempted there, right? That little I'm going to pop out. I'm just going to skirt and then hit my thing. And it's still a barrage at the end of the day. It still just didn't do a ton. So I respect the attempt. I think that was actually quite close to being pretty solid. But with the commanding shout still available and everything like that, there's too much health to chew through. You only have like a second, like literally physically a single second to try and get a pick or two out of that before you die. So, what can you do? Now Redbirds, line in the sand, all the time in the world.
Oh.
And we see the May. Here of all places.
I guess if you are looking to burn time off the clock, there's things you can do as the May. Yeah. If you can get a good isolation onto Gig, fine. Nothing else has slowed Redbirds down as much as they are needing to be slowed down, so I don't hate this from Tree.
Right. I mean, we've kind of been talking about this whole series long, right? Do you just stick to the mirror and hope that you can do it? Like, you can just somehow pull it out, or do you switch it up? And obviously, this whole map has been Odyssey, like, does the Pharah work? What about the Hanzo? What if I go back to Pharah? So switching to the May is certainly not the hugest surprise, but it's an extra wrinkle. It's another one. Oh,
cheeky.
Tree, very bold. He said, "Hey, right, you can kill me."
Okay, it's Vision's turn on the Pharah. It's the double aerial comp from Redbirds. Huge amount of spam. No classic counter to either of these other than your capacity with primary fire from Odyssey. Tree's already used both. Oh, that's unfortunate. Tree's down. No ice block, no wall, and lethal finds rack attack. This is a sad defense here for Odyssey. The benefit for them is they will get another crack at A. They will have some ult charge to play with, and they are still slowing the cards.
Yeah, I mean, and what I was going to bring up, seeing the May and then seeing the double aerial, is that what does the wall really do if 40% of their team is flying over it? Right? Like, do you really get a ton of value out of that? Or maybe you get value out of a Moira. You want to just take advantage, right? You're also fighting 3v5 if the other DPS are in the air. So do you just run over the other three? Maybe that's kind of what they're going for here.
Yeah, May, Moira, Junker Queen, Lucio, there is a lot of sustain and a lot of stall potential here for Odyssey, and that might be what they need here. Vision has a barrage. Are they going to find any more luck with this than Mouthful managed? Rotates around Big O's, finds Rack Attack, sees the boot come through. Beautiful stuff. There's 2 out of that barrage, arguably the most successful one we've seen today. A couple of trades come through. Redbirds battered and bruised. Not the overwhelming victory they maybe wanted here. They're looking for the cap onto A. Odyssey will get a recontest here.
Do they take it, though? I guess they do. It looks like
they have to.
No?
Oh, no, I mean a recontest before the cap on B.
Before, sure, yes. Before the final box, yes. But not before that gate. I don't think that would make much sense for them. They just have to try and set... This is a nice spot, though, for them, right? This choke point. This fits that May wall nice and snug. This is kind of like right after the archway on King's Row, right? This is the exact same sort of scenario, maybe with some slightly different fire.
Okay, Malfoy closing in on a blade here. Luke Mino with the barrier as well. Where are these going to go is the question. Maywall already up. Malfoy still scrabbling for this last bit of charge on the blade. Luke Mino pops the barrier, keeps them alive through this, allows them to get towards that last little bit of damage that they need. It's 92%, and Tree is already down. Rhino in with the Rampage and Rack Attack down to Gig. Biz dash through from Malfoy, and Lethal picks up the duplicate. You thought one Junker Queen was a problem. How about 2, my friends? Redbirds with a commanding win here on Route 66. Move into match and tournament point, Thibble.
Yep. 1 map away from a few extra $1,000 in their pockets. And wow, yeah, right? Like I feel like a lot of the narrative around this match was based on Odyssey making some swaps and really trying to find a solution to this problem. And I feel like Redbird's kind of like, oh, yeah, sure, we'll go double aerial. Fine. And then they just won. Like this is feeling like Redbirds obviously did not have that slow of a start to start off this series, but if they weren't heated up before, they're sure as hell heated up now. So these guys are running on all cylinders, and Odyssey are scrambling, it feels like, to try and find anything in response.
For Odyssey now, it's reverse sweep or second place. We've got at least one more map coming your way. We're going to throw to a little break to get that lined up for you. Don't go away, because the thrilling final is coming up after this break. Welcome back, everybody. As we were setting up before the break, this is crunch time for Odyssey. If they lose one more map, it's a second place finish and a victory for Redbirds. We're on to Hybrid, and surprisingly, Thibble, we are going to Hollywood.
We are going to Not King's Row.
Yeah.
That's surprising.
Who knew that was an option?
Yeah, right. I mean, I love Hollywood. I think like all of our starting like hybrid maps have really become some of the most iconic in Overwatch. Period. You've got your controls, and then you've got your hybrids. I would say are like the most well known. They have so many like wacky moments happening. Obviously, stuff like the Great Bamboozle and Defrance. Like I think now illegal speed boost graviton situation. Stuff like that. Stuff like that. So Hollywood, I think, is a fantastic map. It's always really fun when we play it. I think it suits this meta pretty well. Like Junker Queen will do just fine on a map like Hollywood, pretty much anywhere. There's maybe some space for that Pharaoh Hanzo sort of situation. Yeah. You've got the high ground on streets and the high ground on first as well. So we'll see. I suppose I'm very curious to see if there are continued adaptations in this weird game of chess we're having.
I will say this is, for all there is, the startings of some rumblings around, here is the meta comp and that's all we're seeing. This particular matchup here has been a really good case study in what you can do if you're willing to play around and make some adaptations and some changes and run some stuff that is a little bit off meta. Maybe we saw that a little better in the previous round, but the fact that Odyssey can find some measure of success going, okay, let's throw this at the problem, let's throw this at the problem, let's do this, has been really heartening and really interesting to see.
Yeah, it tells you a lot. We get back to our discussion about the health of the scene and all that, right? The fact that you can try something and, maybe not do super, super well, but also not get completely shut down. It's doable. There are chances. With some iteration, that is what becomes stuff like, Sombra Goats or triple DPS, if we really want to go back to the olden days prior to 222, right? Like, those adaptations are what started to break us out of the most oppressive meta in the history of the game. So stuff like that will definitely keep happening if ever a composition proves too all-encompassing, because nobody likes that. Nobody likes dealing with that for that long. Though I was okay with Goats. It went on a little too long, but I was okay with Goats.
That's the very standard stock response of admitting that you liked it without angering the people who hated it. It was like, it was fine, it just went on too long. So it's very politic of you.
I'm already getting egoed by the support players on one of these teams, so I have to play it safe, right?
I don't know why, but I'm here for it. It's fun.
Yeah.
As long as it's not happening to me, I can't cope.
Yeah, knock me down a peg. I'm sure I deserve it for something, honestly. Let's be real here. Yeah, no, I like that there are adaptations possible and that these teams feel comfortable at least trying. This is the grand finals. There's thousands of dollars at stake right now. This is the time to show I can adapt. I can try some cool new things. I can be the guy who at least tries to make that difference. And maybe if you pick me up for an Overwatch League team, I can turn that into wins for you. That's what these guys are saying right here.
Looking at what we've got, though, it is standard here for Redbirds. This is the meta. They're doing very well with it. Odyssey are making some adaptations. Let's see how this works out for them. I think the Hanzo from Tree is a nice adaptation. A lot of one-pick potential going up against some squishier targets. Let's see if they can leverage that into a quick cap here on A.
Yeah, interesting to see him on the Hanzo and Malthal now sticking on the Genji. Maybe it's just who's feeling it more today, or whoever needs the better Genji. And with a pick like that, it's hard to argue that this isn't working.
Yeah, I mean, Redbirds may as well have not been in that fight. I mean, Rack Attack with 2 at the end there. You lose Tree, but I think for what that cost you in terms of time and effort, that is a reasonable trade.
Absolutely. Yeah, one person for a 5-minute, 40-second time bank.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm good, actually. I think I'm chilling. So now, Odyssey, opportunities. Opportunities to set up. Opportunities to build an ult advantage. Opportunities to get the cart moving. This is the start they needed after the 2 maps that they've had. And they keep that going, is the question.
Okay, Geek and Lethal getting right in among the action here, right up to the spawn. Lethal trades may have been a little bit of an overcommitment, and this has been great from Odyssey. Redbirds thought they could get greedy with it, and they got absolutely slapped for it.
That looks more like one of those... you're supposed to kiss the spawn door after you win the fight. Like that feels like one of those, like you're running and you're like someone like sprayed oil on you and you have to like not get caught. Like they do that stuff in the Midwest. You'll figure this out now that you moved to America. They do some weird stuff. That's what it looked like. It's just like, I gotta get to the spawn door before they kill me. No, it didn't.
Okay, so I've got to watch out for people trying to kill me in the Midwest, right? I'll make a note of that. Odyssey, in control of some ultimates here as well. Mouthful about to get that blade on lane. We've actually got a nano boost as well, and we know how good a nano blade can be, particularly when you don't have a sound barrier to counter it. And we've already used the commanding shout. Vision takes a lot of damage here. Tree has the ultimate ready to go as well. Probably not going to need it. Nice slice. There it is. There's 3. Redbirds get a couple of trade backs. I think we're still at the point of the map where the respawn favors Odyssey a little bit here, and given how far Mouthful is pushing up, I think this is still going to be a good amount of progress for Odyssey.
I mean, talk about a flip in momentum. We mentioned on Route 66 every fight. Oh, Redbirds, they're not losing a beat, they're not losing a step, and now it's Odyssey's turn. They have been making astoundingly consistent progress. This might be the first fight though where Redbirds can try and put a stop to that. Lots of ultimates coming online for them, pretty much all of them. And Odyssey, they've used a couple. So this is the first real advantageous position for Redbirds. Let's see what they can do with it.
Oh, this is potentially big. Renko really trapped in the corner here. Slept. Lethal's able to find one with the blade. The rally is still running here. Renko wasn't taken out through all of that. But so far, it's just a 1-for-1 trade. Mouthful out now as well. Redbirds did a good job here of taking a lot of resources out of Odyssey. If they can win this without spending too much more in this fight, this is a great flip in economy. Rhino with the recoil on the blade gets stymied by the boxes in their way, and that will be Redbirds holding for now.
Yep, a solid hold. Lots pulled out of Odyssey. Not that they had a ton to work with in the first place, and not much spent on Redbird's side either. So like you said, a real ideal situation for Redbirds. 3 minutes on the bank to burn through. 3 ultimates currently online. Let's see how they spread that out.
1 ult a minute may be a little bit too conservative. We get the rampage out from Gig.
Right
that
there.
hits Rack Attack, but Rack punches back and Lethal goes down. Vision desperately trying to contend with the slimmest cactus in the world to find Rhino and can't quite make it happen. Nano boosted Junker Queen, that's a lot of damage. Knife out doesn't find too much, but they can start to close the distance. Rhino only finds 1 here for that commitment of the ult. Luke Mino back to 0 charge on the Nano.
And now they have to get back to point. They still have to make something of this. I believe that hit with the knife actually made it onto Lethal. A little pull there. Not that one, though. Just setting up on the point now. Just applying some pressure. Beats on both sides, but that difference in ults for the Brigidas here. Renko is obviously going to have that rally within the next 10 or 20 seconds. And Luke Mino, it's going to be a couple fights.
Yeah, it's going to be a little while here. So Redbirds with some good defensive options. Tree already low. I think, yeah, okay, good call here on the... Ooh. Okay, the call here is actually to go and take the honorable 1v1 with Lethal. In the meantime, as Odyssey are trying to get their way out of here, Redbirds get a couple of parting blows. And considering how catastrophic A was for Redbirds, B has been a much different story.
Yeah, I mean, you just needed that time, right? Redbirds just needed to be able to set up with some ults.
Riley.
You know, recover and whoa. I mean,
okay.
Sure.
Yeah, why not? This is what they tried to do on the end of that A cap. Now they've actually got a good stab at doing this. They are playing right up against the spawn doors with less than 2 minutes on the clock.
It's doable, and sure, you can burn some time for sure, because even if you lose this, this gives you time to get back, and that's la-di-da. But that's... I still don't know. I don't know if I like the ult commitment right on to spawn. They still have plenty to work with that, so...
Oh, okay, we are continuing to spend, but Lethal just gets nailed to the wall there. Gig pushed slightly out of the way there as the rampage comes through, but that is still a big connect. No healing available. And you may have lost Lethal, you might have just lost Vision, but you have forced ults just to escape from the spawn here for Odyssey. They are going to get one more touch at... No, Gig is still finding kills, but realizes that might be a little bit on their own here and backs out. I don't know that they're going to get the escape. They are trapped in no man's land here.
So now it's a matter of, okay, we had to use ults to get out of spawn. We are kind of catching them overextended. Can we get to point and actually turn this into anything? Because, yeah, I mean, honestly, Redbirds did a great job burning time and burning space. So maybe they get back. They certainly get back quick enough to recontest before the checkpoint. But what can they do with that?
Overtime now for Odyssey. Dragon in over the main line of approach on to keep the cart contested for Redbirds, and they're having to play right in the middle of it, and Neb is down. Did Neb actually get anybody with that beat, or was that an Ajax? Lethal finds Tree. Lot of low HP here for Redbirds, so hard to keep them topped up, and Odyssey were battled right back into spawn, but they bounced back spectacularly. Here's the cap on B, and a crack at C for Odyssey.
I want to shout out a little micro play that really made a difference there. Rhino set up perfectly to chuck his knife, hit Neb, pulled him into the Dragon Strike. Like, that was astoundingly well done. And you imagine they lined that up ahead of time. Like, I'm going to go stand over here, you shoot your Dragon Strike over there, and I'm just going to go for the skill shot. And it absolutely worked. So bravo to Odyssey there. That play really cracked things open for them. Now, I mean, not a lot of ults on either side. We see some swaps coming through. Tree on the Echo now. Luke Mino on the Moira. Sure, why not?
Yeah.
They're still trying new things. They are still not content with where they're at. I like it.
Yeah, they don't want Redbirds getting comfortable. They want them constantly thinking about what they've got to adapt into. Mouthful down to Neb. Vision's finding Tree, and I don't think you need to throw ults at this for Redbirds. They can just continue to push and push, and this could be dangerous for Luke Mino, or it could be dangerous for Lethal. Does have to get out there with the dash as reinforcements arrive for Luke Mino. Vision's down here. Blade.
Yeah, but then you go for the Blade.
Big boop up into the skybox, and Tree turns on a dime and turns Lethal into jam. Tree with the second kill of the exchange here. And again, nice clap back from Odyssey. They continue to find kills and start to push through. This is going to be an overtime cap if it's a cap.
Rhino hitting just the nastiest knives all the time. Just all the time. It's not fair. Redbird's now coming back online. Just the Rampage. You can get some value out of that, but your follow-up needs to be pretty clean. Meanwhile, Odyssey with a Blade, Odyssey with the Coalescence, Odyssey probably coming online with the Duplicate and a Rampage in a longer fight. But they have to cap, and it is in overtime.
Needs to be quick here from Redbirds if they want to stop that happening and remove the potential. It's a nice... Actually, no, it does connect with two. The size of the hitbox there for the Rampage doesn't do it justice on screen. It found two. That's the big vision down. Lethal traded out. Rhino able to find one. Rhino able to find two. There's three. Rhino with the Rampage takes Renko right out of contention. And Odyssey look to get the cap here on C.
Okay, so I mean, Gig did get a little value out of that Rampage. Did get two, did take out Tree because of it. And then Rhino said, bro, let me show you how it's done. I've been doing this since I was 4.5 years old. I know how to play this game. Tremendous value off of the Rampage, great follow-up, just swinging wildly, doing what I really feel a Junker Queen should do, getting in the mix, hitting absolutely everyone, applying tons of bleed, getting tons of lifesteal off of that as well. It's all additive. So that gives you so much extra sustain and really kept Odyssey in that fight nice and comfortable.
Rhino demonstrating the pure, unbridled power of a gamer who suckled from an early age at the teat of Sweet Lady Overwatch. And now, it's Redbird's turn on the offense. Odyssey, their turn at mounting a defense. This, again, is their tournament life on the line. This needs to be an impeccable defense. They need to either stop Redbirds here or come out of this round with a better time bank than Redbirds.
And, you know, the time bank maybe doesn't say it, but I feel this has been Odyssey's strongest performance by far so far in this match. Like, they have looked the most in control, the most like they have a plan. Their adaptations have largely been working, unlike Route 66, which was a bit of a fiesta, as we call it. I think this is Odyssey's best and, frankly, only chance to start bringing this back. Like you said, it's a reverse sweep or nothing. So they are operating with their feet on the fire. And Vision, I was thinking about it, goes for the Ash instead.
Okay, and whilst Tree had originally on the defense, hovered the Echo, hovered the Ash, come back on the Echo here. Vision already has that counter locked in. Redbirds look to make a rotation around the left-hand side, up the stairs, to take the high ground and give Vision the best possible angle, whilst Lethal rotates onto the left-hand side where they can challenge, draw some focus and attention, and steal those resources. That's the Mega Health Pack down, not available for Odyssey here, and that is Tree taking a phenomenal amount of damage. The commanding shout keeps them up, but Lethal is still on the chase. There's the deflect, there's the dash. Mouthful finds Renkle, but that is 3 kills and counting now for Redbirds. This is looking to be just as quick, if not quite a commanding cap on A for Redbirds on their offense.
Yep, Rhino just dying on card here, doing what you do, fulfilling your duty. It's a rough life, but you do what you can. A great time bank here. Yeah, it's going to be more by almost 50 seconds, I think, if my math is right for Redbirds. So commanding amount of time to get through the streets phase here. And suddenly Odyssey are right back to the back foot, right? You didn't get a ton done with that Echo. You already have the swap onto the Moira, looking for more of a death ball-y sort of situation. And even, I mean, the Moira sort of counters the Genji a little, because the little slurp can't be deflected, all that jazz. But still, Odyssey are looking again for a solution. They are on the back foot. They are in a reactive position, and that's a rough place to be.
And they're struggling for ult charge as well. Lethal is about to get a Dragon Blade online. They've lost Rhino. Rack Attack is still 24% away from having this barrier online. This is a free blade for Lethal, but I don't think they're going to need it. Tree gives him a gift from beyond the grave. 3 stickies to the face and he's down. But Redbirds still have the card firmly in their control. And Gig goes on the hunt, doesn't land the knife, and Mouthful barely escapes.
Yeah, barely manages to. Luckily, Lucio heal does a little more than the knife bleed damage from the pullback there on Gig's side. But even so, right? Redbird's obviously happy to take space, obviously feeling confident with what they're doing and how they want to do it. Blake comes in.
Nice boot, but it's not enough. Rack Attack can't get the barrier off on time, and Mouthful swings through what is left of Odyssey. Tree with Focusing Beam deals with Gig, but it's basic mathematics. There are more of Redbirds than there are of Odyssey. They get the cap, and it's 5.5 minutes to get through to the end of A.
And they get the stagger too. I mean, it's not going to be a huge deal at the end of the day, I think, right there. But even so, Odyssey still forced. They cannot set up forward. They cannot try and meet them early. They must wait. They need that Lucio. He's their only ultimate for now, for the next couple seconds. And he's just so vital to the way they want to play this composition. They all need to be together, or you basically have nothing.
Mouthful with the blade. Neb dead to the stickies before that can come off. I think great presence of mind there from Neb to hold on to that one, not commit it into the fight. But it does mean that this is a chance now for Odyssey to mount a hold on point C and start to whittle this time bank down.
Yeah, I mean, the blade coming through, I almost expected more peel, more something. Usually these blades, you know, sometimes they get value and sometimes they get snuffed, and I expected the latter, but still, Mouthful pulling out tremendous value out of that.
Coalescence into the rally, duplicate comes through, but Mouthful is already down. Tree with this dupe onto the Junker Queen needs to come up big. Sound barrier out from Rack Attack, but still no ultimate out from Tree. You desperately need that on the duplicate if you want to find some value. With that, Vision rotates into the offensive position here, snipes Tree out of the air, and this is going to be Odyssey continuing to push through. Sorry, Redbirds continuing to push through. Odyssey slowing their roll, but it's only slowing, it ain't stopping. Mouthful finds Renko, traded out as Lethal gets them with the dash through, continuing to find kills as Vision takes Rhino out of the fight. Luke Mino on the point, Rack Attack on the point, trying to stall this out to find any kind of stall, but Redbirds continue the push.
Start of that fight for Odyssey was full of sound and fury, and then the end of that fight had a whole lot of nothing. They pop all those ultimates early, really trying to gain an early advantage and maintain their momentum. Redbirds disengage, and then there's nothing. You're just left standing there with the bag. So
Blade and Tree cut down like his namesake, converted into lumber and toilet paper. Rhino down to Renko, and it's going to be the cap here for Redbirds Esports. All Odyssey can do is stem the bleeding, but Lethal finds the dash and Luke Mino is down. And now, all that stands between Odyssey and their life in the tournament is a 3.5 minute defense of a single tick on point A.
This is a rough one. If you are an Odyssey fan, go tag Achilleos now and pray for the full hold.
Every time I hear that, it's like, yes, time to make the sign of the cross for our Lord and Savior Achilleos and the fuller hold.
Yeah. I mean, that's really your only hope at this point. You just need, like, the runaway on Horizon Lunar Colony defense. Like, there's a deep cut. I highly recommend, if you don't know what I'm talking about, go find that game. That game is fantastic. But also, this is rough. This is a rough position for Odyssey to be in. They are definitely going for it.
There are some choices being made.
They are making some decisions. They are thinking some thoughts. There's maybe 1 or 2 brain cells rubbing together, making a little spark of something. I don't know. This is a desperate turtle sort of composition, right? This is be as disruptive, as annoying as possible for as long as possible, and just hope against hope. The Torbjorn, it's something. It provides you an extra angle, gives you that like 5.5 man in the turret. Plenty of poke coming through, plenty of disruption, plenty of healing, honestly, from the Mercy and that res in event of a pick. But backs against the wall. Backs against the wall for sure.
Backs against the wall, and it's starting to feel a little bit like silly season here for both teams as Gig makes a swap onto the Wrecking Ball. See how long this lasts for as Gig goes to the first engage here. Up onto the high ground, takes a lot of damage from both the turret and the primary fire. The turret is now down, that all-important 6 man, as it were, off the table. And it's pinball season here on the point as Rhino and Gig go mano a mano, or hamster a hamster, as it may be. No kills coming through just yet, but Rhino is looking a little low. Renko the first to fall, but Mouthful traded out here. Rhino with the spin to win. Lukemino able to find Lethal here. Rez potentially on the cards for Rack Attack, but Lukemino is now down. Redbirds continue to find frags, and they've got a lot of presence on the point here. One big power driver in, and Rack Attack is in serious damage. Gig gets the follow-up. This has been incredibly hardly fought by Odyssey in a strange composition, but they do momentarily hold off Redbirds. Whoa! Pushing traded out, but Rhino now down. That is the big stall and the big engage tool gone here from the side of Odyssey, and I think this is what we would call all over, bar the crying here from Odyssey. Minefield out from Gig, the recontest so difficult. Rack Attack gets in, a valiant effort, and the minefield comes through, but the kills keep on coming for Redbirds. Rhino able to find Neb, but again, a valiant effort, but all for naught as Redbirds cap the 1/3 of the point they need and walk away as your Florida Mayhem Summer Classic sponsored by Zaxby's Grand Champion.
There you go. An extra $3,000 in the pocket, an extra $3,000 to the earnings total on Liquipedia, which I'm sure it's actually quite high. I imagine they've made some money over the years now.
Oh yeah.
But like that was commanding, right? We talked at the beginning of this series, right? Like, oh, does Odyssey have the momentum? Have they kind of built up the download? And they did play a lot of that actually quite close. There was a lot of back and forth there. That was by no means a full stomp, but also Redbirds were in a pretty commanding position pretty much the entire time there.
I think as a spectator, that is about as entertaining a match as you could ask for from something with a 3-0 scoreline. Lots of adaptation, lots of back and forth, some really clutch moments from both sides here. My hope is that they have both come away from this with their heads held high as exemplars of the field.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I really feel these are probably the 2 best teams in North America. You know, like we mentioned, this is in many ways a duplicate of the A-Sides tournament that we just finished up, barring some shufflings in the bracket and one particularly French team. So, I mean,
criminally
this is
French.
Criminally, yeah, it should be illegal to be that French. No, I love the French. Please, God,
Yeah,
I
it's
love
jokes,
you guys.
it's bounce.
Truly, you guys are probably one of the best parts of the Overwatch fandom. Period. But in any case. This is what we expect, right? The best teams going at it back and forth all the time. So Redbirds obviously made some swaps, made the things that they needed to make this championship happen. And now Odyssey are going to go, oh, hell no, dude. And they are going to adapt. They are going to review. They are going to do what it takes to keep this competitive because they would have it no other way.
Indeed, keep your eyes peeled to B-Sides for the resumption of this rivalry. Speaking of changes that Redbirds have made, one of the big ones is the addition of Lethal to the lineup. And to talk to us about that series and the tournament as a whole, we do have Lethal from Redbirds joining us. Lethal, congratulations. Welcome to the broadcast. How are you feeling on the back of that win?
Feeling good. I mean, 1-3-0 is kind of nice.
Yeah, you can't ask for much better than that. We've been talking a lot about adaptations made and the changes that needed to happen to get Redbirds where they're at and to make this game play out the way it did. What kind of went into your guys' prep this week and practice and how you approach this tournament?
I mean, I went from his game to Flex DPS, so we spent like the preparation just to get me like with the team,
Mm-hmm.
So I needed to learn new heroes, and I needed to learn in a new environment as well. So that was pretty much all the prep.
Yeah, that is quite the adaptation as well, to come through that and to put up such a performance against, a dedicated long-time flex DPS in the form of Malthor must feel pretty vindicating. So I understand that you actually will be joining us over here in NA with a scholarship through Redbirds. Why don't you tell us how that came about?
I mean, I was previously with Airspeed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we parted ways, and I was looking at like collegiate offers, and then I got asked to join like I think a couple of weeks ago, and I said like sure, why not? And I got offered and started screaming with them.
Okay, so not much of a story, just you were a good enough proposition to get another scholarship. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So looking at this meta, right? Like all this Junker Queen, like kind of it's starting to boil down into a bit of a mirror, but there are opportunities for, adaptation and some different heroes. Do you think it's going to keep evolving, or is kind of the what we see most of the time going to be the thing?
I think it's going to just keep the same like mirror. If it's just Sojourn Genji, like that's just the best. If they ever do some swaps, you counter swap and then you get them back into their place and go back to Sojourn Genji, or else they would just lose. That's pretty much like that. You saw me and Vision swap a few times. The fundamentals still stay the same. Brick Lucius broken with the Queen. DPS, of course, Sojourn Genji are the best. But if people try to be like cool or something, you can just shut them down by just swapping one hero and then you're fine.
Nice, simple as that. Well, Lethal, it's been a long tournament day for you. We want to let you go and get some rest. Before you go, is there anyone you'd like to say thank you or give a shout out to?
Probably shout out to the team, because we only had like a week scrims, and shout out to Sad. I'm using his PC to play as well.
Nice.
He's a nice guy. Yeah, nice guy.
There you go.
Yeah.
Bravo.
Yeah, that's about it.
That's great. Well, Lethal, thank you again for joining us. Been fantastic watching you play. Can't wait to see more from you and the rest of the gamers at Redbirds.
Thank you for having me. See you guys later.
See you, man.
For everybody else, that brings us to the end of today's broadcast. It's been a long old day with a lot of phenomenal gaming. We do, of course, have some people to thank. Of course, the nice people at BBL for running production all day long. It's not an easy task. It's not a particularly thank-worthy task, but it is an important one, and they do it with aplomb. Of course, got to thank Florida Mayhem for having myself and Thibble, and of course, Dor and Rich to bring you all of the action today. And of course, Thibble, we do have some sponsors to thank as well.
Yeah, shout out to Zaxby's, the presenting sponsor. The chicken, it's so good. I miss it. It was one of my favorite things to just grab on a late night when I used to live in Florida. I used to work for Florida Mayhem, by the by, full disclosure. Shout out to
Nepotism.
Yeah, what? Okay, all right. I earned that. Shout out to Respawn. The chair is crazy comfortable. They sent me one. It was awesome. They sent you one too. There you go. And shout out to XS Nation. They have some great they like nutritional supplements and everything. Phil made the joke about my carb ratio earlier. Check them out. And yeah, I mean, thanks again to the Florida Mayhem. This when I used to work for them, another history lesson before we go.
No.
This was like my first project that thanks. This was my baby. This tournament series has always been my baby. So to see it kind of grow along well without me and still do so well and bring together the best of the best and show the world what T2 can do, that stuff's cool. So bravo to them. Bravo to everyone who played today. You guys played your hearts out. It was a great day of Overwatch.
Really great day. One more time, thank you everybody for watching us and sticking with us through the long day of the tournament. We hope to catch you at the next Mayhem Classic, whenever and wherever that may be. But for now, good night, take care, and we'll see you around.
See you guys.